Chapter 509 Disenchanting Dream Light. Chapter 509 Disenchanting Dream Light. Yeah. Lin Ming took off Lei Jingtian's spatial ring and then flicked a fireball at the corpse, turning it into ashes. Like this, a fierce and ambitious sect master of his generation, a late revolving core powerhouse, perished in a breeze of floating ashes. Lei Jingtian had died. All of the divine phoenix disciples fell into utter silence. A harrowing fight had concluded in an equally harrowing manner. Lin Ming's entire body was soaked in blood, and Lei Jingtian didn't even have a single bone remaining. In just 2 breaths of time, a late revolving core Supreme Elder was forced into a dead end by Lin Ming and was finally abruptly and brutally killed. Mu Qingyi let out cold breath, and even Mu Bingyun's expression was complex. Killing and defeating someone were 2 entirely different concepts. Even if Lin Ming had borrowed the power of this world's laws in order to do so, it was still an incredible feat. In time, if Lin Ming were given space to grow, it was unimaginable just what realm he would be able to reach. In the time that Lei Jingtian turned into ashes, Mu Yanjue felt a tilting dizziness, and his vision almost went black, almost falling to the ground. As for Mu Qingshu, he felt as if the sky had collapsed atop of him. He looked at Lin Ming in the distance and his lips paled, a chill crawling up his entire body. From the beginning of their betrayal, they no longer had any way to return to how things once were. As for the blood-stained contract in their bodies, it was a guillotine that constantly hung over their heads. "Let's go!" Mu Qiwa's voice suddenly resounded in Mu Yanjue and Mu Qingshu's ears. Go? Go where?" Mu Yanjue stared off in the distance, as if he hadn't heard a single word. Useless. Mu Qihua was also seeped in a cold sweat at this moment. He had originally planned for the 3 of them to escape in different directions. If it were like this, then he might have a chance to escape. But looking at Mu Yanjue's current listless expression, if he tried to run away by himself, then Lin Ming would most likely use that strange space-locking martial skill on him. Thinking about this, Mu Qihua felt a cold chill sneak up his spine. The blood-stained contract only gave him half a year. Could he find a backer in this short period of time and kill Lin Ming? "You 2 idiots!" Mu Qihua's expression was fierce. "This is our last chance to escape. If you want to wait to be captured and for all your skills to be crippled and be sentenced to death and die, then this old man will not follow you along." Mu Qihua's words were like a bolt of thunder that sounded in Mu Qingshu's ears. Mu Qingshu grabbed onto that final straw of hope. "Senior Master Mu, please save me. What can we do? I don't want to die." "If you don't want to die, then burn your blood essence and run away with me. This is our only chance." A cold wind blew, scattering Lei Jingtian's ashes in the air. Zzz. A faint lightning light flashed in the ashes. A purple ball of light suddenly flew out from the ashes, flying straight up into the sky. As soon as Lin Ming saw this, he coldly snorted and thrust out his hand. A purple net of thunder fell down from the sky, covering the purple ball of light. The purple ball of light violently thrashed about, but no matter what it did, it could not break through the shackles of the electric net. It could only obediently stay trapped. "This is the disenchanting dream light." Lin Ming waved his hand and grasped the ball of light. This thunderball was only the size of a fist. On the surface, there was a fierce face, as if it were the visage of some ancient beast. The legend said that the disenchanting dream light was a special thunder soul bred from ancient thunder attribute sea beasts. 10,000 years after the thunder attribute sea beast died, the thunder soul would form if there was a series of coincidences that came together. This thunder soul had the inborn ability to extinguish and devour souls. It could cause a human to instantly lose consciousness or turn them into idiots. With some special techniques, it could even be used to erase or search memories. Maybe the face on this ball of light is the so-called ancient thunder tribute sea beast, but I have no idea just what sort of vicious beast it could be. This Lei Jingtian must have had some great lucky chances if he was able to obtain a thunder soul like this. Lin Ming was just about to draw up some symbols in order to seal away the thunder soul, but at this time he suddenly felt a thick, murderous intent break out from Mu Qihua's body. Lin Ming sneered, "You are seeking death. Do it." Mu Qihua cried out and grabbed his long sword. Together with Mu Yanjua, he dashed towards Mu Qianyu. At the same time, Mu Qingshu shot toward Zhangzhen. The three of them burnt their blood essence in unison. Within the Divine Phoenix Island forces, Mu Qianyu and Zhangzhen were the two closest to Lin Ming, especially Mu Qianyu. She was extremely important to Lin Ming. If they could capture her, they would have a last hope of living. Dream on. Mu Qingyi stepped up, wanting to help defend Mu Qianyu, but she was forced back by Mu Yanjua's sword light. Mu Qihua was extremely quick. He arrived in front of Mu Qianyu in an instant, his sword slashing down. After all, Mu Qihua was still a middle revolving core master, who also burned his blood essence. He was naturally much stronger than Mu Qianyu. Seeing Mu Qihua's strike, Mu Qianyu didn't miss a single beat as she stepped back and twirled the vermilion bird sword in her hand, revolving the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle to its limits. Her sword pierced forth, brilliant flames shooting out. Meanwhile, at her side, Mu Bingyun quietly appeared. The blue wand sword appeared, bone-chilling ice spreading out in all directions. Ice and fire combined. The wand and phoenix battled. Pung! True essence shockwaves ruthlessly swept out. Mu Qihua's strike, which was backed by his combusted blood essence, was actually blocked by Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun's combined move. The two of them were only sent flying backwards. Although the two of them had consumed a great deal of energy, neither of them were injured. Mu Qihua's heart raced with nervousness. He wanted to follow up on them, but at this moment, an icy voice sounded in his ear, "Go die." Primeval halberd strike. With the swirling of the blood-drinking seals, a powerful suction force acted on Mu Qihua's body, causing his speed to immediately drop a great deal. Mu Qihua issued a deep roar. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break through the bindings of the blood-drinking seals. Mu Qihua's complexion changed. "Lin Ming, wait, I have words I want to say." "Go speak to them in hell." Lin Ming's expression was cold and decisive. His halberd pierced forth. The great desolate halberd seemed to pass through space, instantly appearing in front of Mu Qihua. Ah! Mu Qihua's eyes flashed with a crazed and desperate light. With all of his strength, he cut his sword down at the great desolate blood halberd. Kacha! The sword energy collapsed, and the swirling waves of fire true essence were swept away by the powerful vortex. Lin Ming's halberd thrust towards Mu Qihua's dantian. At this critical moment, Mu Qihua bit down on his tongue. True essence wrapped round his palm, and he slapped down onto the shaft of the great desolate blood halberd. Blood flew out. In Mu Qihua's desperate strike, he had managed to change the trajectory of Lin Ming's strike. It barely missed his dantian, but it still stabbed into his stomach all the same, passing straight through. Mu Qihua's mouth filled with blood. Despair appeared in his eyes. "You die." Lin Ming's expression didn't change. He twisted the great desolate blood halberd within Mu Qihua, breaking apart all of his organs. A massive amount of blood and bits of flesh poured out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. True essence gathered onto Lin Ming's right hand, and 10,000 vibrating true essence threads burst forth. Lin Ming punched Mu Qihua's chest, directly causing it to cave in and shattering all of his ribs. With Lin Ming's punch, Mu Qihua was sent flying back like a broken kite. He crashed into the floor, on the verge of death. Brother Qihua. As Mu Yanjua saw this, he was startled. his eyes glazed over, and he lost the last remnants of his courage to fight. On the other side, Mu Qingshu also had a grim and dark expression. His heart was filled with despair. When he battled with the other juniors in a single exchange of moves, 4 or 5 sword lights had pierced him. His clothes had been ripped apart, and he fell to the ground, covered in blood. Coo, coo, coo. Mu Qingshu coughed out mouthfuls of blood as he propped himself up. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. Lin Ming. Mu Qingshu bit his lips until they bled. After reaching this point, he had lost all hope. Because of Lin Ming, he had lost everything. He had lost Mu Qianyu. He had lost the title and status of being the #1 male disciple of the Vermilion Bird Faction Juniors. And even now, he would lose his cultivation and cultivation methods. Lin Ming bent down to glance at Mu Qingshu. There was no hate in his eyes, only a sad pity. A person like Mu Qingshu didn't have the qualifications for Lin Ming to hate him. "You hate that I took everything from you?" Lin Ming sneered. He had already seen through all of Mu Qingshu's thoughts. "You are weaker than others, and yet your jealousy forced you into a dead end. Truly, it is pitiful." Mu Qingshu didn't speak, only glaring at Lin Ming with naked hate in his eyes as he revolved his true essence to the limit. The deep enmity in Mu Qingshu's vision was to the point where he wished he could flay Lin Ming alive. "You want to kill me? You won't have the chance." Lin Ming suddenly drew out his palm and slammed down on Mu Qingshu's chest. A savage true essence sunk into Mu Qingshu's body, ripping apart all of his meridians. Pulse-cutting palm. Pa. Mu Qingshu spat out an arrow of blood. All of the true essence he had gathered was cleanly scattered. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, his lips trembling and his eyes popped wide in anger. Lin Ming didn't give his opponent a single chance to make a comeback. Being ruthless was the safest method to rid himself of troubles in the future. This was the profound lesson that Ouyang Boyan had taught Lin Ming. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's prompt rescue, then Qin Xingxuan would have already long since perished. Qingshu. As Mu Yanjua saw Mu Qingshu crippled by Lin Ming's palm, he felt a deep pain. At the very start of this gamble, he had expected that he might experience this miserable fate. But he didn't think that it would be sad to this degree. The winner is the king, and the losers are villains. I, Mu Yanjua, am sorry to my ancestors. Mu Yanjua said with despair. Then, all of the true essence in his body exploded. There was a series of pung 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 sounds as clouds of blood burst out from all over his body. He had destroyed all of his own meridians and killed himself. Mu Yanjua plopped face down onto the floor, rivers of blood streaming from his body. "He's dead." Mu Qingyi sighed. The traitors had all died, but she wasn't the least bit happy. They won this fight, but Divine Phoenix Island had suffered a great blow. A middle revolving core elder and an early revolving core elder had died. Not just that, but the future revolving core, Mu Qingshu, had also perished. And all of this was because of human nature. They fought because of power and bled because of greed. Lin Ming glanced at Mu Yanjua and then took out the disenchanting dream light that Lei Jingtian had left behind. He drew up dozens of symbols and wrapped the Thunder Soul in layers of seals. Then he took out a jade box and placed it inside. As for Mu Yanjua's leftover possessions, Lin Ming didn't bother with them. These were originally Divine Phoenix Island's things. He shouldn't take them, nor did he lack these things. Chapter 510, 10-year period. Chapter 510, 10-year period. From the beginning of the fight until the end, only several dozen breaths of time had passed. Lei Jingtian and Mu Qihua, respectively late revolving core and middle revolving core top masters, had both been successively killed by Lin Ming. As Lin Ming stood on the battlefield, his entire body was bathed in crimson blood, and his face was pale. During this time, whether he meant to or not, he released a startlingly dark and compelling aura. As the Divine Phoenix Island junior disciples saw this, they couldn't help but gawk at Lin Ming in awe. With such an impressive ability, coupled with Lin Ming's age, it was truly incredible. Lin Ming put away the great desolate blood halberd. His eyes touched upon Mu Qingyi and Mu Bingyun. He solemnly said, "Senior Mu Qingyi, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu Bingyun, Junior has some words that he would like to speak with you. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Lin Ming, Mu Qingyi, and Mu Bingyun all moved over to the illusionary killing array. Lin Ming then calmly said, "Senior Mu, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, I have two matters that I need to speak of. The first is about today's events. Do not reveal them to anyone. Otherwise it will call a great sect-destroying calamity upon Divine Phoenix Island." "Why?" Mu Qingyi was startled. "What happened?" Lin Ming said, "This breakthrough to the Xiantian realm. The truth was that this is because I snuck into the Demon God Imperial Palace and obtained the great treasure that the South Sea Demon Region, Great Zen Temple, and Black Flood Dragon Clan were all searching for, the Nirvana Dragon Root. In addition to that, a treasure more valuable than the Nirvana Dragon Root, the Cosmic Melting Furnace, also fell into my hands. After I obtained these treasures, I made it appear as if I had died. If these powers were to know that I am still alive, they would definitely join together and force themselves onto Divine Phoenix Island. At that time, Divine Phoenix Island will be bound to perish." Even though Lin Ming's words were calmly spoken, Mu Qingyi was shocked the entire time. "What did you say?" She didn't know how to express the panic and horror rising in her heart. A treasure that the South Sea Demon Region, Great Zen Temple, and Black Flood Dragon Clan were chasing after. Not just that, but there were many old life destruction masters and even third-stage life destruction supreme elders that were present. How could this treasure have possibly fallen into Lin Ming's hands? Not just that, but Lin Ming also returned safely and tricked everyone into believing that he had died. Just how had he done this? It wasn't just Mu Qingyi, but Mu Bingyun also thought this was an inconceivable matter. She looked at Lin Ming with deep eyes, but didn't say anything. "Besides us, no one else knows you are alive," Mu Qingyi asked, a bit of dread in her voice. She no longer bothered to ask just how Lin Ming had obtained the treasures. She was well aware just how grave a matter this was. If this were to be revealed, then it was likely that Divine Phoenix Island would be flattened by the combined forces of these powers. No one, not even Master Ancestor Fengxian, knows. However, the techniques and weapon that I used to kill Lei Jingtian are very unique. If these were to be known, then there could be trouble. I will have to bother Senior Mu Qingyi with attending to these matters. If there are people that still won't believe you, then you can consider detaining them for the next 10 years. There were currently 20-some Divine Phoenix Island disciples present, who could be trusted or who was untrustworthy. All of this would be decided by Mu Qingyi. Lin Ming believed that after the matter of Mu Qingyi's betrayal, she would no longer place any faith in Divine Phoenix Island's bloodline contract. The next 10 years, Mu Qingyi's eyebrows arched up as she instantly understood Lin Ming's meaning. If she was correct, then he meant that in these next 10 years, he had confidence that he would grow strong enough to deal with a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. As Mu Qingyi thought of this, she sucked in a breath of cold air. What bold confidence this was. 10 years later, Lin Ming would be the same age as Mu Qingyi was now. Of the ancient emperor-level powerhouses, they would reach Xiantian at 20, revolving core at 30, extreme revolving core at 50, and become a peerless emperor at 100. But as for Lin Ming, if he could compare with a third-stage life destruction master before he was even 30 years old, then he could even become a peerless emperor at 40 years of age. An event like that was simply a story from a fable or legend, but Now that it came from Lin Ming's own mouth, Mu Qingyi actually didn't doubt it at all. Lin Ming, you've decided in a period of 10 years. Are you planning on leaving? Mu Qingyi became aware of this point. Lin Ming's current status was simply too sensitive. If he were discovered now, then the consequences would be disastrous. Yes, this is the second matter that I wish to speak of. All of the seniors of Divine Phoenix Island have treated me well for the past year. Lin Ming, will always keep this kindness in mind. The South Horizon region no longer has a place for me. I can only travel the world and adventure. If I were to hide away in seclusion and conceal my identity, then I fear that it would be impossibly difficult for me to progress anywhere. I have decided on a timeline of 10 years. 10 years from now, I will absolutely return. Lin Ming's words were filled with a resolute courage. He had long since made this decision. 10 years. Mu Qingyi stared off in a trance, lost in her thoughts. To a revolving core martial artist that lived for several hundred years, the truth was that 10 years was a very short period of time. However, these 10 years were different. The South Sea Demon region was currently at war with Divine Phoenix Island. It was the South Sea Demon region that started this war. Part of their reasons was to open the ancient battlefield, but they might also take this opportunity to return to the South Horizon region. In these 10 years, the flames of war would burn through the South Horizon region. 10 years later, it was unknown just what the fate of Divine Phoenix Island would be. Similarly, these next 10 years would also be a perilous trial for Lin Ming. He would leave the South Horizon region, and also the safety of the sect, stepping into the vast and strange world by himself, facing countless and endless dangers. Who knew if he would fall there? The path of martial arts was filled with risks. Countless geniuses fell midway in their path, their bones littering the earth. The birth of every revolving core powerhouse was atop the piles of bones from numerous middle-class geniuses. The birth of every life destruction powerhouse was also from atop a pile of top-class geniuses. As for a peerless emperor, they were born from the endless corpses of saint-level talents. Not just that, but Lin Ming also carried a great treasure with him. To have treasure was to be in danger, if news of this treasure were to be revealed. As Mu Qingyi thought of this, she found it hard to remain calm. She wanted to speak up and persuade Lin Ming, but she eventually didn't say anything. A genius was destined to walk a path of loneliness and doomed to encounter pitfalls and dangers. In a way, Divine Phoenix Island could no longer provide a large enough stage for Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was forced to stay in the South Horizon region, it would only suppress his potential. The younger a martial artist was, the easier it was for them to make breakthroughs. Once they were old, the progress they could make would be limited. For instance, from the time that Mu Qingyi had broken through to the revolving core realm until now, over 200 years had passed. But during this entire time, she still hadn't been able to reach the middle revolving core realm. If they wasted their time and their potential was exhausted, then they would at most become a top-tier talent like Nanyun Wang. But they would never become an emperor-level powerhouse. As Mu Qingyi thought this, she sighed, not speaking. Lin Ming, do you really plan on leaving? In truth, Mu Qingyi had already known that Lin Ming was planning on leaving. She didn't say a single word to urge him otherwise. She only stared at Lin Ming with a faintly reluctant light in her eyes. The future was unknown and the dangers were great and ever-present. 10 years from now, who knew what sort of accidents or changes there would be? It would be a lie if she said that she wanted Lin Ming to leave. Mu Qinyu's tender and soft eyes seemed to speak 1,000 words. In that moment, Lin Ming's will was shaken. For a moment, he really thought about finding a quiet, secluded place to retreat to and live a quiet and peaceful life together with Mu Qinyu. However, he quickly tamped down and eventually wiped away this charming thought that made his heart flutter. I have chosen to go. I will definitely return within 10 years, Lin Ming decisively said. Lin Ming's current strength was far from enough. Although he was able to kill Lei Jingtian, this was with the suppressive laws of this broken world aiding him. If he left this broken world, then he absolutely would not be Lei Jingtian's match. On the path of martial arts, the difference in every further realm increased at an exponential rate. The further one went, the greater the disparity between the realms. A small realm, such as between a middle revolving core and late revolving core, might have a difference of about 2 times the amount of true essence. For a large realm, such as a peak Hotian and early Xiantian, then the difference in strength would be 4 times or even 5 times. Although the gap between the peak Hotian and early Xiantian realm seemed great, the truth was that it paled in comparison to the gap between the middle revolving core and late revolving core realm. This was because the difference from those stages was exponentially greater and more terrifying. Those old fellows from the South Sea Demon region and Great Zen Temple were life-destruction powerhouses. As for Lin Ming, he was only a mere Xiantian realm boy. There were 2 great realms that separated them. Any battle between them would be a hopeless one. I understand. Mu Qinyu shut her eyes for a while, and then opened them once more. The peace was restored in her gaze. She looked at Lin Ming as if she wanted to brand his appearance upon her mind. I will wait for you to return. I will always be waiting for you. Mu Qinyu whispered. Her words seemed like a simple promise, but they contained an undying faith. They were similar to the words, "Wait for me," that Lin Ming had said to her when he had given her the escape symbol. Those were words that had sunk into her body, into her very marrow. Lin Ming didn't respond. He knew that from today on, his heart would have another worry weighing down on it. He wouldn't avoid dangers because of this worry. Rather, in a dangerous situation, this worry would cause him to burst out with an even greater potential and seek life in the midst of death. He wanted to return. He had to return. He had to fulfill his promise to Mu Qinyu. After he obtained enough strength, he would stand together with Divine Phoenix Island and face the great threat known as the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming, how do you plan on going, and where are you going? Mu Qinyu asked. The South Horizon region was 1 million miles long and wide. The 5-element region was to the west, and the larger Great Zen region was to the north. As for the south, that was the vast South Sea. These forces that Lin Ming had offended could be considered all-seeing and all-knowing powers. They could find anyone, just by sticking out their toe. After they left the demon god Imperial Palace, they would definitely mobilize all of their networks and resources in order to conduct a comprehensive search for the Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace. When that time came, even if Lin Ming escaped very far, he would still be in danger of being found. In particular, Lin Ming was himself a dazzling existence. In his adventures, he would inevitably be forced to fight. An 18-year-old Xiantian realm master with strength that far surpassed his realm was like a star that shined brightly in the night sky. It was hard for anyone to ignore him. In this situation, just how could Lin Ming go adventuring? Lin Ming said, I already have some ideas about this. If there isn't a problem, then I won't arouse the interest of anyone. Chapter 511, Departing. Chapter 511, Departing. The exit of the ancient battlefield hung tens of thousands of feet in the air. This connecting path to the ancient battlefield was formed when 30 life-destruction powerhouses joined forces to create it. This exit-way was a smooth spatial barrier a few dozen feet wide. If one couldn't fly because of the suppressive laws that governed this broken world, then one wouldn't even be able to leave. At this time, tens of thousands of feet into the air, a young man was holding onto a red-clothed woman, slowly flying towards the spatial exit. The young man was naturally Lin Ming. As for the red-clothed woman, that was Mu Qinyu. After Lin Ming reached the Xiantian realm and achieved 100% tempering marrow, He had already surpassed Lei Jingtian, with the suppressive laws of this world supporting him. Like so, he was able to fly high into the air. But as for Mu Qinyu, she didn't have this ability. She could only fly with Lin Ming's support. The cool breeze slowly passed by. Neither one of them spoke to each other. Mu Qinyu only silently embraced Lin Ming's back, as if she wanted to remember this feeling forever. As they silently passed through the spatial exit, Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu arrived at the fragmented world that they had originally started at. As soon as they entered this small world fragment, they immediately encountered a torrential rainstorm. This fragmented world was very small. The skies could not support too much seawater, so the rain was almost nonstop. The rainwater was dozens of feet deep. Because of the existence of space, cracks littered throughout the fragmented world. The vast expanse of water was turbulent, with whirlpools everywhere. Lin Ming took out a charm and placed it on his body. Around Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu, a 50-foot globe of sparkling dust appeared, completely surrounding them. From a distance, they looked like a beacon of light in the rainy night. In this small fragmented world, there were space cracks everywhere. With this sort of symbol charm, once one approached a space crack, the sparkling dust would be disturbed by the space cracks, so one could discover them ahead of time. Also, this small fragmented world no longer suppressed the ability to fly. However, Mu Qinyu seemed to have forgotten this. She held onto Lin Ming as before, quietly resting on Lin Ming's shoulders, not saying a word. The twisting gales swept up the deep black ocean waves. The thick bolts of lightning that cut through the sky were like blood-red halberds thrown from a war god. In this vast and endless world, there was only Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu left, the two of them tightly snuggled together. "We're here. This is it." Lin Ming suddenly stopped atop the water. He had already investigated the scene below the water. A halberd cut out, 15 blood-drinking seals twisted into a spiral, forcibly separating the water and creating a black channel. Lin Ming held onto Mu Qinyu and entered the water. Below this area was a giant altar. The altar was almost 1,000 feet high and was built with dark gray rock. On the altar, there were all sorts of complex and exquisite symbols. These simple and mysterious symbols were the runes of an array formation. Mu Qinyu was shocked. She didn't think there would be such a great altar hidden in this tiny fragmented world. "This is an ancient array formation," Lin Ming calmly said. When he had first been sucked into the space fragment at South Aurora Island, he hadn't managed to obtain any lucky chances. But he did manage to find this ancient transmission array. This transmission array altar was the largest one that Lin Ming had seen until now. Around the altar, there were 108 spaces for true essence stones. This transmission array required 72 medium-grade true essence stones as well as 36 high-grade true essence stones to start. A transmission array. Mu Qinyu was startled. In Divine Phoenix Island, the largest transmission array there could bring 100,000 miles away. But that transmission array was several dozen times smaller than this one. In particular, this transmission array was an ancient array formation. Ever since entering the broken world, Mu Qinyu had come to a deep realization of just how powerful ancient array formations were. It was hard to imagine just how far this transmission array would be able to send someone. Could it go 10 million miles? Or even 100 million miles? Lin Ming took out true essence stones from his spatial ring and began to place them around the transmission array. These true essence stones had to be placed in a specific order. Otherwise, if there was even a single mistake, the array formation would be unable to start. "Lin Ming, you've really decided that there isn't a problem with this transmission array? If you go, what happens if it sends you to someplace dangerous? Or what happens if you can't return?" Mu Qinyu felt fear as soon as she saw this transmission array. Who knew just what lay on the other side of this transmission array? Also, what would happen if there was a mistake with the transmission array and one got lost in the turbulent flow of space. Senior Apprentice Sister Moo, I already studied this transmission array the last time I saw it. There shouldn't be any problems. There was a similar array formation in the Demon God Imperial Palace that didn't have a problem, so this one shouldn't either. Senior Apprentice Sister Moo, if I can ask you, please take good care of my parents and take them safely away to some hiding place. Since I'm in a hurry to leave, the fewer people that see me, the better. It's impossible for me to go back and see my parents. Lin Ming felt a bit guilty and regretful that he wasn't able to visit his parents before he left. Normally speaking, the trials of martial artists wouldn't bring disasters onto their families. It wasn't a moral issue, but rather for a martial artist, the concept of family was very weak and vague. For instance, taking someone like Nanyun Wang, his parents had already died many, many years ago, but Lin Ming was different. He had just stepped onto the road of martial arts a few years ago. To him, his family was very important. I swear I will take good care of uncle and auntie. There's also another matter. Xian Wuji had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter. There might be other secrets of the Demon God Imperial Palace that are listed within. For instance, in the ancient battlefield, there is a catastrophic giant Leviathan Saint Beast that is slumbering within. If I'm not wrong, then Xian Wuji has the method to summon this giant Leviathan. Lin Ming was helpless to prevent Xian Wuji from summoning the giant Leviathan. Although he knew the method to take control of it, his strength was lacking. Not only was he unable to summon it, he didn't have the time to do so either. He could only tell Mu Qinyu of this matter and hope that it would be helpful. I understand. All right, then it's time for me to go. Within 10 years, I will definitely return. After Lin Ming made this pledge again, he flew to the center of the transmission array. At this time, a voice spread in Lin Ming's mind. Boy, so this was what you were playing for. As soon as Lin Ming heard Demon Shine's voice, his mind stirred. You know about this transmission array? I have a slight impression of it, but this saint's divine consciousness is injured, so I can't clearly remember what this transmission array is. If I'm not mistaken, this transmission array will send you a great distance. It is an ultra-long transmission array. If you want to use this kind of transmission array, you'll barely be able to do it. Demon Shine nodded his head as he spoke. Barely? Lin Ming's heart went cold. This sort of ultra-long distance transmission array will allow you to travel across space. You will inevitably encounter numerous spatial turbulences. At the speed of which you travel through that space, your body must be strong enough to withstand the squeezing intrusion of space onto you. If your cultivation is weak and you travel through this transmission array, then you'll just end up a lump of flesh at the end. That can happen too. Lin Ming's heart sank. It seems that this long-distance transmission array wasn't as simple as he had assumed. Do you think my cultivation isn't enough? It's enough. Demon Shine pinched his doggy chin with his paw as he spoke. He seemed to ponder for a moment before lifting his eyes and saying, You have 100% tempering marrow, and your foundation is also stable. If you go through this transmission array, you'll be able to just survive. Listening to Demon Shine's words, Lin Ming sharply said, Don't play with me. What are you saying? Of course, what this saint says will be true. In ancient times, how would a lower-level martial artist use a long-distance transmission array? It's not like it was impossible. If you had some strong enough tool, you could use it to resist the squeezing of space. For instance, the cosmic melting furnace that you have right now is a relatively strong spatial resistance tool. Unfortunately, with your cultivation, you cannot enter the world within the cosmic melting furnace, no matter how hard you try. But you can also temporarily place your important possessions inside. If you do so, then your things will be much safer than in your inferior spatial rings once they are crushed by the space storms. That can happen too. Lin Ming let out a cold breath. for a spatial storm to be able to crush the world within a spatial ring. That proved just how terrifying it truly was. There was no other way. Lin Ming could only take out the cosmic melting furnace from within his body. The cosmic melting furnace had a limited space to hold things. Lin Ming placed the great desolate blood halberd purple comet spear, as well as all his top-quality pills, medium-grade and high-grade true essence stones, and also some cultivation method jade slips inside. All of this was placed within the separate world of the cosmic melting furnace before Lin Ming placed the cosmic melting furnace back within himself. As for the other things that weren't as valuable, Lin Ming put them into his highest-grade spatial ring. I have to use this transmission array, even if there are dangers. Lin Ming stimulated his protective true essence to the limit, and then decisively opened the transmission array. In the instant that the transmission array opened, a purple beam of light fell down from the heavens, directly impacting the center of the transmission array. Lin Ming was completely enveloped by this purple light. 1,000 feet away, Mu Qinyu stood in the air as the howling gales swirled around her, her features blurred by the endless purple light. Lin Ming could see Mu Qinyu's lips slightly move. A faint voice traveled through the horizon and entered his mind. "I'll wait for you here until you return." As the voice ended, all of it seemed to be blown away by the wind. It was unclear just what the following words were. After Lin Ming heard these final words, he had already stepped into the vast and mysterious space channel. Besides Mu Qinyu and a few others, no one else knew about Lin Ming leaving. As for the disciples that had seen Lin Ming depart, they had been given the command to not utter a single word. There were even some that were locked away. This truth was of great importance. If it was ever leaked out, Divine Phoenix Island would be placed in a situation beyond redemption. Mu Qingyi was extremely careful. She had already learned a lesson from Mu Qihua. This time, she would ensure Divine Phoenix Island would keep this secret completely safe. When the 20-some life destruction masters finally exited the demon god Imperial Palace, they launched a crazy, all-encompassing search for Lin Ming, the Nirvana Dragon Root, and the Cosmic Melting Furnace. All of the large sects exercised their spy networks and connections, but their searches were fruitless. It really did seem as if Lin Ming had died. A few years later, these greater powers would slowly forget this matter. Lin Ming was just a rare talent that fell from the sky, like a falling meteor. When people mentioned this #1 talent of the South Horizon region, there would be those that sighed, as well as those that envied. There were even some that couldn't help but gloat at this fact. A genius that died was no longer a genius. In the absence of Lin Ming, the South Horizon region still remained in chaos. The South Sea War continued as it had before, although Xian Wuji had failed in his search for the Nirvana Dragon Root. In the end, the giant Leviathan Saint Beast fell into his hand. With the involvement of the Black Flood Dragon clan, the flames of war burnt through the entire South Horizon region. Chapter 512, Laws of Space and Time. Chapter 512, Laws of Space and Time. This is a space channel. Lin Ming looked at the channel around him that overflowed with vibrant color, surprised to the point where he couldn't even speak. He felt as if he was living in a kaleidoscope with countless colors flowing past him at a rapid rate. These colors blended and merged into one, causing Lin Ming to feel dizzy from the overwhelming visual sensation. As Lin Ming saw the strips of multicolored energy, his mind stirred. Were these lines the so-called space energy? The great desolate halberd art technique had many moves that included the concept of space and the concept of time. Similarly, golden rock shattering the void also revolved around the concept of space. However, until now, Lin Ming hadn't even begun to understand just how the concept of space worked. This was because he had no idea where to come into contact with this sort of elusive and mysterious space energy. Normally, The space within a world was in a steady state, and the space energy was hidden away. Only in a space channel would one be able to see the power of active space. Lin Ming felt as if his mind had fused into one with this space energy. His spirit, his will, and even his body seemed to transform into a state of energy, perfectly fitting with the flow of space. As he quickly traveled through an endless distance, he felt an indescribably wonderful feeling. Was this the law of the space, the concept of space? As Lin Ming was immersing himself in perceiving the concept of space, he suddenly heard Demon Shine's voice in his ear. This saint urges you not to indulge too much in this feeling. Otherwise, you will lose yourself in the turbulent space, and your body will deconstruct into energy. There will no way to bring you back together. I don't care about you, but this saint is still residing in your spiritual sea. I don't want to die together with you. Demon Shine's words were like a ringing alarm that woke up Lin Ming. Lin Ming was shocked to suddenly discover that the energy around his body was scattering away, like a dandelion being blown about in the wind. Lin Ming's heart went cold, and he quickly withdrew his perception. As he was halfway there, he suddenly felt a shaking in his body and something like a sharp cone piercing him, followed by a massive migraine. His thoughts slowed down, and it was like he was living a nightmare. He was obviously conscious, but it was impossible for him to move. Even breathing was difficult. This is the space storm, Lin Ming finally said to Demon Shine with some effort. No, a space storm does not look like this. This is the twisting of space and time. Demon Shine's voice also came in intermittent bursts. It seemed he couldn't adapt perfectly to this situation. Space and time were twisted. Lin Ming's mind shook, and he instantly understood what Demon Shine meant. The so-called space warp was changing the scale of space that one was accustomed to and was different from actual space. As for the distortion of time, that was subjective to one's own time and was different from the flow rate of normal time. Were these the laws of space and time that were described within the great desolate blood halberd art? Lin Ming felt as if he could almost touch upon some threshold. But in this time, he couldn't afford to meditate on this. He could only try to remember this helplessly strange feeling of space and time twisting around him. He tried to adjust his thoughts and inner true essence flow in order to adapt to this different time and space. The true essence in Lin Ming's meridians constantly condensed together and changed, but he still wasn't able to keep up with the twisted passage of time. This caused all of Lin Ming's movements to appear incomparably slow. This was a new and novel experience to Lin Ming, but it was also extremely dangerous. This was also the first time that Lin Ming had come into contact with the mysterious laws of space and time. At this moment, the weak and hurried voice of Demon Shine appeared in Lin Ming's ear. In front of you, space turbulence. Lin Ming was startled. He looked up to see that there was a break in the channel of rainbow-colored lights in front of him. The energy of the space lines there was chaotic and messed up, as if a storm was blowing through it. This is bad. Lin Ming grit his teeth and revolved his bodily true essence to the limit. Arcs of lightning surrounded Lin Ming, and at the same time, 15 blood-drinking seals also spun around Lin Ming, twisting about. Bang! Lin Ming suddenly shook, and the arcs of thunder that surrounded him were instantly dispersed. The blood-drinking seals were even scattered, immediately becoming much dimmer. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he were being squeezed together by two mountains. His organs were on the verge of exploding. Even after having completed 100% tempering marrow, his skeleton kept issuing out popping sounds, unable to bear such a great pressure. Pung! On Lin Ming's ring finger, a low-grade spatial ring instantly exploded, the pieces falling into the turbulent flow of space. Lin Ming watched as a pile of jade slips and pills turned into ash, instantly and utterly annihilated. It was shocking watching these material objects turn into ash and disappear without a trace. It was difficult to put into words. Bang! As the spatial ring exploded, Lin Ming felt as if he had pounded into a thick metal wall. His organs shook, and a sweet taste came from the back of his throat, as if he spat out a mouthful of blood. But even now, Lin Ming had endured this pressure and hadn't opened the heretical God Force. He was aware that this was just the start of the turbulent space flows. If he opened the heretical God Force now, then he wouldn't be able to resist the more violent and dangerous space storms that lay behind this one. Unfortunately, in this space channel, there was no room for him to perceive the concepts of space and time. He could only brand the feeling into his mind and try to remember as much as possible. Lin Ming, in front of you, a second turbulent space flow. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. He looked up to see that not too far away was also a completely chaotic mass of space energy. Sometimes a blessing was a curse, and this curse could not be avoided. Lin Ming took out a pill from his main spatial ring and swallowed it. He revolved his bodily true essence to the limit and summoned the blood-drinking seals, directly rushing into the turbulent flow of space. After several days, Lin Ming woke up from his coma. His eyes opened, and the fuzzy blur around him began to clear. He was surprised to find that he was lying on a vast and broad grassland. The grass beneath him was wet, and it stuck uncomfortably to his body. Lin Ming ruefully smiled as he recalled the experience from a few days back. When he had taken a transmission array before, he had arrived at this destination in the blink of an eye. But this ultra-long-range ancient transmission array actually had a transmission that lasted a whole 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Ming had experienced countless dangers in the space channel. The turbulent space flows, space storms, space whirlpools, mysterious black holes, and even the warping of time. All of this was shouldered by Lin Ming. With his will, he was able to persist through all of them. He had even cleanly eaten almost all the pills that he had. Then on the 3rd day, even Demon Shine, who was resting in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, had helped Lin Ming resist the space storm. After all, they were all in a boat together, and as soon as Lin Ming died, they would both die. At the end, Lin Ming was a lamp that had burnt through all its oil, and even Demon Shine had overdrawn his soul force, being forced to fall into a deep slumber. But then, they had finally escaped the turbulent flow of space. However, after stepping out of the transmission array, Lin Ming could only complain of the hardship in his heart. It turned out that the exit point of the transmission array was on a violently dangerous mountain peak that rose into the primal chaos heavens. The primal chaos heavens were where the origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder all existed in their strongest states. It was incomparably brutal and tyrannical. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were to be exposed to the primal chaos heavens, then they would be struck to death by the deadly origin energy flows. If Lin Ming were in his top condition, he naturally wouldn't care about being struck by these sort of origin energy currents. But at this time, he was completely exhausted of energy. After being struck by these origin energy currents, the situation of his body became even worse. After he used the last remaining dregs of his strength to escape the primal chaos heavens, Lin Ming didn't even have any energy left to fly. Back when Lin Ming was at South Aurora Island, he had eliminated a great number of South Sea Demon Region squads and had taken their spatial rings, and also seized a few spirit boats. If it wasn't for these treasures that he could take out to ride on instead of walking, then Lin Ming might have really perished here at the primal chaos heavens. Before he knew it, Lin Ming lost control of the spirit boat because of his weak true essence and crashed into the grasslands, immediately falling unconsciously afterwards. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but after he woke up, he felt a rumbling in his belly. Lin Ming was very hungry. After inspecting his body, he found that of his original 6 or 7 spatial rings, there was only one high-level one left. As for the other spatial rings, they had all exploded under the pressure of the turbulent space flows. The cosmic melting furnace still existed safe and sound within Lin Ming's dantian. All of Lin Ming's most precious treasures, pills, jade slips, and even the disenchanting dream light were all contained within the cosmic melting furnace. Thankfully, there were no problems with them. It was just that with Lin Ming's current condition, not to mention opening the cosmic melting furnace, but even summoning it was impossible. As for his body, Lin Ming wryly smiled. Around 70% of his meridians had been damaged, and he simply couldn't connect his true essence. This caused Lin Ming's dantian to become like a waterless lake, almost dried up. And the worst was that Lin Ming's bones, marrow, and organs had been injured. Lin Ming had a very strong recovery ability, but it would still take a long time to recover damage to his bone marrow. This is really bad. Lin Ming sighed. He forced a smile and shook his head. If he couldn't connect true essence in his meridians, then he couldn't practice his cultivation methods. If that were so, then he would take this time to properly meditate on the laws of space and time that he had experienced a few days ago. This could be considered the greatest harvest he had from traveling through space. In this way, a few days passed. Lin Ming hungrily ate his dried rations and thirstily drank the solar origin water within his spatial ring. As he meditated on the laws of space and time, he quietly waited for his bone marrow and body to regenerate. But on this day, a caravan appeared in the grassland. The sound of camels entered Lin Ming's ear. He looked up and gasped. The so-called camels were large to the point of being terrifying. The camels were 30 to 40 feet high, and a single leg was as high as two people. When Lin Ming saw the people that were riding atop the camels, he was even more shocked. The person was a dark blue-gray metal tone all over. He was bare-chested, and his muscles were massive. His arms were thicker than an adult's thighs, and he had pointed ears that were half a foot long. He carried a great axe on his back, and the shaft was as thick as an arm. At this time, this figure was looking at Lin Ming with disdain. Giant demon? Lin Ming was stunned. This person right now was actually a member of the giant demon race. That was the same race as the Netherworld Great Emperor and the Demon Emperor. Heavens! Had he arrived in the same world as the giant demons? Chapter 5:13 Giant Demon World. Chapter 5:13 Giant Demon World. Was this the world that the giant demon race lived on? Or was this the Sky Spill continent? Lin Ming was astounded. He wanted to summon Demon Shine, but because the Demon Shine had overdrawn his soul force, he had been forced into a deep slumber. No matter how Lin Ming tried to summon him, there was no response. Lin Ming finally gave up trying to contact him. Thinking about it, the Demon Emperor himself was from the ancient giant demon race. If so, then it wouldn't be strange if the demon god Imperial Palace's ultra-long-range transmission array connected to the giant demon race's world. Did the Netherworld Great Emperor that appeared 3,000 years ago also come from the giant demon world? As Lin Ming was thinking, his complexion suddenly changed, and a grim light shined in his eyes. He saw the giant demon on the large camel's back pull out a thick chain from a pocket and throw it at him. What? Looking at the other's joking eyes, Lin Ming fumed with anger. His entire body was seriously injured, and he wasn't able to use his true essence or the power of tempering marrow at the moment. Even after several days of recovery, he was only able to use a bit of his bodily strength. With Lin Ming's current condition, he would only be able to match up to a normal Hotian realm martial artist. Lin Ming moved sideways, dodging the chain and taking advantage of the time to stand up. The giant demon atop the camel's back glared at him, and Lin Ming subconsciously wanted to take out his weapon. However, regardless of whether it was the great desolate blood halberd or the purple comet spear, both of them were within the cosmic melting furnace that he couldn't take out. Even if he could, Lin Ming wouldn't have dared to, with his current weakness, Taking out those sorts of treasures was only asking for someone to come and murder him for his possessions. Mo, duh, what's going on? Another voice came from behind the camel-riding giant demon. Lin Ming was astonished. This was actually the language of the giant demon race. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of the demon emperor. Thus, he was able to understand around 80 to 90% of the opposite party's words. Hee, today is a lucky day. We managed to grab another slave. A Hotian realm martial artist is worth a bit of money, but what a pity his foundation is lacking. The giant demon called Mo said, as he jumped off the camel. In Lin Ming's current situation, his meridians were blocked in many places, and the true essence in his dantian was messy and deficient. No matter how one looked at it, it was as if he were a Hotian realm martial artist. A Xiantian realm martial artist had their true essence condensed into a cyclone in their dantian. It definitely didn't look like this. Also, there were many blockages right now in Lin Ming's meridians, which was a major sign of an unstable foundation. This was why the giant demon named Mo had assumed this. A human, well, you can only depend on their cultivation. It's already not bad that this one has reached the Hotian realm. Another giant demon jeered. This fellow might be worth a low-level blood demon crystal. As the two giant demons bantered, they had completely taken Lin Ming to be some sort of farm animal. This caused Lin Ming to burn with anger. But his current situation was extremely poor. It would have been a very dumb decision on his part to start any conflict here. They think I am a slave. No wonder they threw the chain at me from the beginning. They want to lock me up just like a slave. Lin Ming knew that in some faraway barren lands, such as the southern wilderness, if one caught a savage, then that savage would be their slave. And now that he was in the giant demon world as a human, it wasn't strange that he would be turned into a slave if he was caught out in the wild. Lin Ming looked at their cultivation and was surprised to see that their dantian was completely empty. It could even be said that they didn't have one. Were they not even Hotian realm martial artists? It looked as if these two giant demons also hadn't even connected their meridians. If they were humans, they would have connected their meridians as long as they hit the pulse condensation period. They weren't pulse condensation period martial artists either. Lin Ming's heart went cold, and then he suddenly realized what was happening. It could be that they simply did not follow down the Xiantian realm, revolving core realm path of the essence gathering system. It was highly likely that what they refined was their own bodies and followed the tempering marrow path. So that's what it is. Lin Ming was finally clear why there was such strange laws within the broken world of the demon god imperial palace that suppressed true essence-based systems. Most of the disciples of the demon god imperial palace had practiced refining their bodies. This way, if the demon god imperial palace were to ever be invaded by martial artists of the essence gathering system, then those martial artists would be suppressed by the laws there. Naturally, the demon god imperial palace would hold a great advantage in this situation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming ruefully smiled. It seemed that the great lucky chance he had found at the demon god imperial palace that he had taken advantage of was because of this reason. Boy, I advise you to smarten up and not resist, otherwise you will experience pain of the flesh. Mo sneered as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, he eventually didn't do anything. If he fought now, then it was likely that he would die. He turned to look at the caravan behind Emoda, only to find a massive caravan with dozens of people. But, including Emoda, there were only 3 of them that were of the giant demon race. The rest were humans. Of the dozens of humans, some were male and some were female. Most of them were young adults, but there were also a few elderly mixed within. Most of these were mortals, and only some were martial artists. Of those martial artists, their cultivation was very low. None of them surpassed the altering muscle stage. These humans followed the caravan or carried baggage with them. They all wore worn-out gray clothes and thin cloth shoes, and some of them also had large patches on their clothes. As Lin Ming saw this, it dawned on him that all of these people were slaves. In the world of giant demons, it seemed as if giant demons were the higher race. Then it wasn't strange if different races were to be taken as slaves. Behind the giant demon, an old man that was following the caravan looked at Lin Ming and sighed. Lin Ming was obviously young and talented. He had reached the Hotian realm, but was still caught to become a slave. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. Do you want to obey or die? Mo said, somewhat impatiently. Lin Ming tamped down the burgeoning anger in his heart. In the next moment he had calmed down. Although he didn't know what the cultivation of these 3 giant demons was, he could still approximate that their strength was above that of a normal Xiantian martial artist. With Lin Ming in such a poor state, he absolutely would not be their match. He could only endure this until he had fully recovered his strength. Seeing Lin Ming give up his resistance, Mo was very satisfied. Looks like you're quite smart. Now go to the back of the group. You will be given mining work arrangements later. If you work hard enough, you might even be able to get rid of your slave status. Lin Ming didn't say a single word. He silently walked over to the group. Mo was in a very good mood. He shouted out at the caravan and continued down the road. After Lin Ming quietly arrived at the back of the caravan, he eventually came over to an old man who was driving a cart. This old man's cultivation was at the altering muscle stage, and he was driving a 30-foot wide carriage by himself. In front of the carriage, there were 6 horses that were at least 3 times larger than the horses that Lin Ming usually saw. Every horse was extremely strong and vigorous with thick, sturdy legs. Not just that, but every one of these horses had a horn sticking out of its head. Young man, you're from the outside, right? The old man was very skilled at driving the carriage. As he drove, he also smoked. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. HM? From uncle's meaning. Are there often outsiders? Chapter 5:14, Slap Yourself 50 Times. Chapter 5:14, Slap Yourself 50 Times. Yeah, Lin Ming needed to understand this strange giant demon world as soon as possible and learn of its general situation. He needed to know the distributions of powers, how many masters there were, and how powerful they were, and all sorts of other things in order to prevent himself from wading into trouble. The more confused he was, the more danger he would be in. Outsiders don't often come. It's just that your clothes don't resemble those of someone from bewitching Cloud Prairie. In this prairie, humans aren't allowed to put on colored clothes. They can only wear gray clothes. Otherwise, they will be punished. This is the only reason that I said you were an outsider. Did you lose your way within the bewitching Cloud Prairie? Lin Ming took this opportunity and nodded. Yes, I indeed came from the outside. Uncle, how big is this bewitching Cloud Prairie? What sort of forces are here? Bewitching Cloud Prairie. The old man flicked away his smoke ashes and said, Bewitching Cloud Prairie is a very vast and broad land. There are hundreds upon thousands of large and small giant demon tribes that exist here. And there is also a small number of human tribes. Human tribes? Lin Ming was stunned. Humans can also establish tribes here. Yes, there are also strong humans. In this bewitching Cloud Prairie, strength is power, and strength is respect. As long as one is strong and has some heritage, they can gather a group of martial artists together. They can cultivate, develop, grow, strengthen, and bring in mortal people in order to develop even more. Like this, a tribe would be formed. Lin Ming nodded. It seemed that this giant demon world was even more chaotic than the Sky Spill continent. He didn't need to ask to imagine that these tribes competed for resources. There was territory, true essences mines, and other things. Great slaughters must also be inevitable. If a tribe was exterminated, it was probably a casual or even overnight affair. As Lin Ming thought about this, he asked, "Uncle, have you heard about the Sky Spill Continent?" Sky Spill Continent. The old man was surprised. "I don't know what the Sky Spill Continent you are talking about is, but this mainland is called the Holy Demon Continent. The bewitching cloud prairie is also just a small part of the Holy Demon Continent." So that's how it was. Although he had been partially expecting this, Lin Ming was still secretly startled to hear the old man talk about this. The Sky Spill Continent was also very broad, and the South Horizon region was just a tiny corner of that landmass. But up until now, Lin Ming had never left the South Horizon region. And currently, it seemed as if this Holy Demon Continent wasn't any smaller than the Sky Spill Continent. "Uncle, I was wondering, in this bewitching cloud prairie, who is the strongest giant demon leader?" Strongest, this old man isn't too clear. But I know that there are some large tribes in this bewitching cloud that might have a demon king powerhouse. The largest tribes might have a 2-star demon king, or even a 3-star demon king. Lin Min was a bit confused. What human realm does a 3-star demon king correspond to? Xiantian? Revolving core? The old man looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Obviously, he thought it was strange that Lin Ming didn't seem to know anything. But he still gave a detailed explanation. The giant demon race practices a cultivation method that is different from us humans. We cultivate the Dantian, and they cultivate their body and demon crystal. Those that start off in the body transformation realm are called demon soldiers. Those that have condensed their demon crystal are called demon generals. Once they have reached large success of their demon crystal, they are called demon kings. And above demon kings, there are demon emperors, but those existences are legends. Demon soldiers, demon kings, and demon generals are all divided into 6 ranks. If you want to know what human realm a demon general or demon king corresponds to, then that is too difficult. That is because within the giant demon race, their talent, body, and overall fighting strength are higher than a human's. A demon king level powerhouse might be equal to a human revolving core powerhouse in terms of relative status within their tribes, but a demon king powerhouse will always look down on a human revolving core powerhouse. The old man gave a great deal of information. Lin Ming was able to quickly estimate what the cultivation divisions were within the giant demon race. The 1 to 6 stars of a demon soldier were likely equal to the 6 stages of a human's bodily transformation period. A 1 to 6 star demon general was probably equal to humans' Hotian and Xiantian realms. And a 1 to 6 star demon king was probably equal to humans' revolving core martial artists. As for demon emperors, they were equal to the divine sea realm. Of course, this was only a rough estimation. The cultivation methods of the giant demon race were completely different from those of humans. Giant demons had stronger bodies than humans did. Lin Ming only made this estimation in order to come to a better understanding of the situation. It looks like the giant demon race's cultivation method isn't the same as the body transformation system from the realm of the gods. There really are countless roads to take in the path of martial arts. I wonder just how strong I would be in my most complete state. After Lin Ming had broken through to the Xiantian realm and had simultaneously completed 100% tempering marrow, he only had a vague understanding of his own strength. He was able to kill Lei Jingtian under the suppression of the Broken World's laws. If so, then his strength might be at the most early of the middle revolving core realm powerhouses. He might even be a bit stronger than Mu Qinyu, but not by too much. Lin Ming asked, "Uncle, what realm is that giant demon Emoda at?" The old man quickly paled at this question. He quickly whispered, "Young man, don't speak so rashly. Emoda has many ears here. In this bewitching cloud prairie, a slave cannot call their master directly by the name. They must refer to them as Lord or Master. Otherwise their tongue will be cut off." Tongue will be cut off. Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that this bewitching cloud prairie had extremely strict hierarchical rules. The old man didn't seem to know how to use true essence sound transmissions. He put away his smoking pipe and in a hushed whisper said, Lord Emoda is a 5-star demon general. A human Sciention master will not be Lord Emoda's match. A 5-star demon general, up the point of the demon king realm, should be equal to the middle and late Sciention realm. But this old man actually said that a human Sciention martial artist was no match for Emoda. Lin Ming casually smiled. This giant demon race might be naturally stronger than humans, but it was also probably because the humans within the bewitching cloud prairie were just too weak. If it were a Sciention martial artist like Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun, then Tenemo Das would just be serving up food. Lin Ming chatted with the old man and finally came to a basic understanding of bewitching cloud prairie. As the old man just had a cultivation of the altering muscle stage, he didn't know too much about what was happening outside of the bewitching cloud prairie. Like this, they spoke until the sun set before finally reaching their destination. This silent green tribe that they came to was just a medium-sized tribe within the bewitching cloud prairie. Within the silent green tribe, there was not a single stone building. Instead, it was almost completely tents. These tents were much larger than the ones Lin Ming had seen before. There were even some tents that were 200 feet high and looked more like palaces. The entire tribe was colored in a dark gray style, matched with the broad sunset of the vast grasslands behind it. It gave off a very heavy and solemn feeling. The silent green tribe did not have any walls. Outside of the massive gathering of tents, there was only a fence of logs that circled around them. This fence was over 100 feet high, and the tips were sheared into sharp points. They were like sharp swords that stabbed into the sky, hideous and fierce. Walking into the tribe, one could see 10-foot high giant demons everywhere. They were all bare-chested, and their skin was the color of dark metal. Lin Ming wasn't short himself, but compared to these giant demons, he only barely reached their shoulders. When these giant demons saw Lin Ming and the other humans, they either ignored them or glanced at them dismissively. Giant demons were arrogant and believed in the superiority of their race. To them, human was the same word for small and weak slaves. Within the silent green tribe, there were at least twice as many humans than there were giant demons. Most of the humans here had the status of slaves, but there were a small portion that had the status of being a commoner. However, although they were called a commoner, their status wasn't much higher than a slave. Every year, they would have to perform a large number of services in exchange for meager rations, all in order to barely maintain their lives. Whether it was a commoner or a slave, everyone had an identification plate. A commoner's identification plate had their name written down. As for a slave, they had their number and owner's name written down. Giant demons would often refer to their slaves by these numbers. After Mo Da entered the city, he simply didn't bother with Lin Ming, compared to a 5-star demon general that a human Sciention master could not even match up with. A Hotian martial artist with a shaky foundation like Lin Ming had no need for his concern. Mo Da had a servant bring Lin Ming to a slave registration hall, and then went off into the tribe to enjoy himself. Lin Ming was brought to the giant demon race's human affairs hall. There, he was assigned a place, an identification plate, as well as his division of labor. The giant demons that managed the human affairs hall were slightly shorter than most other giant demons. The one in front of him was only 9 feet tall. On this giant demon's face, there was a very vicious-looking scar. Lin Ming indifferently glanced at him. After a long time, he still wasn't able to accurately determine just what this giant demon's cultivation was, but he could estimate that with his aura, this scar-faced giant demon was most likely a 3-star demon general. That would mean he was equal to a human Hotian realm martial artist. The scar-faced giant demon lazily looked at Lin Ming. He impatiently said, "Cultivation? Age? Early Hotian realm cultivation. 23 years old." Lin Ming calmly replied, his tone even At this moment, Lin Ming's Dantian was in a mess and very cloudy. Many of his meridians were also blocked. He looked no different from a common Hotian realm martial artist, let alone this scar-faced giant demon. Even if Lei Jingtian were to stand in front of him, he probably would not be able to sense Lin Ming's true cultivation. As for lying about his age, that shouldn't arouse any suspicions. It was just too shocking for a human martial artist to appear that had reached the Hotian realm before he was 18. The scar-faced giant demon sized up Lin Ming, looking him over from head to toe. He noticed all of the blocked meridians that Lin Ming had, and revealed a disdainful expression. This sort of martial artist with an unstable foundation would not have any future. In their lifetime, they would at most be able to reach the late Hotian realm. This scar-faced giant demon was himself a 2-star demon general. Because the giant demon race had an advantage in talent over humans, this scar-faced demon wouldn't even place a human Hotian martial artist at the same realm in his eyes, much less this shaky, early Hotian realm Lin Ming. "Who is your master?" the scar-faced giant demon slowly asked as he made a few strokes on his paper. Hearing the term master, Lin Ming slightly frowned, but he held it down and replied, "Duh." Now that his situation was extremely bad, it would be hopeless if he tried to start conflict with the Silent Green tribe. F***CK. The scar-faced giant demon pounded the table. "Know the rules. Your master's name is not something a worthless slave like you can call out. Every slave that refers to their master by name must have their tongue ripped out. Seeing as you have just entered the Silent Green tribe, I will be lenient to you. Slap yourself 50 times. Chapter 5:15. Get an inch, want a mile. Chapter 5:15. Get an inch, want a mile. Hearing the scar-faced giant demon's words, Lin Ming's heart overflowed with murderous intent. He immediately wanted to lash out. However, he took stock of his situation again. His strength right now was only equal to a Hotian realm martial artist, and he couldn't use his 2 weapons. In this case, it was hard to tell whether or not he could fight this scar-faced giant demon, much less someone like Da. Lin Ming took a deep breath and calmed the murderous emotions that swelled in his heart. He said, "I've just entered Silent Green tribe and am unfamiliar with the customs here. I hope that my lord is able to—" "Shut up." Lin Ming hadn't even finished speaking before the scar-faced giant demon rudely interrupted him. "You think you can balance out your crimes just because you don't know the rules?" The scar-faced giant demon sneered, but his eyes actually fell onto Lin Ming's spatial ring. The corners of his mouth curved up in a greedy smile. "Take out a low-grade blood demon crystal, and I'll forget that this matter happened. Otherwise, slap yourself 50 times, and no less. If you don't want to slap yourself, then follow the rules and cut off your own tongue." The scar-faced giant demon mentioned a blood demon crystal once again. Lin Ming had already heard about blood demon crystals before. Back in the South Sea battlefield, Blood Demon Island also produced many blood demon crystals. There were many martial artists that went to Blood Demon Island in the hope that they would be able to obtain a blood demon crystal. However, those that went to Blood Demon Island were mostly delivering themselves into the hand of death. Qin Xingxuan had also been sent to Blood Demon Island. If it wasn't for Lin Ming arriving on time to save her, then Qin Xingxuan would have perished there. Da and the scar-faced giant demon had both mentioned the blood demon crystals. It seemed that blood demon crystals were quite valuable to the giant demon race. "I don't have any blood demon crystals," Lin Ming blankly said. But he wasn't feeling too well in his heart. He had discovered that he had overlooked a matter. The spatial ring on his hand was a low-grade earth step spatial ring. Although it wasn't anything special to him, it was an extremely valuable treasure to normal Hotian realm martial artists. If this were to be discovered by the scar-faced giant demon, it would be extremely troublesome. He, the scar-faced giant demon, sinisterly laughed twice. He didn't expect that Lin Ming would have something precious like a blood demon crystal. The reason that he had opened his mouth was to lay down this trap for extortion. Then what do you have? The scar-faced giant demon had made clear that he wanted to extort Lin Ming. There were many slaves who were martial artists at the post-condensation period or even Hotian realm. Their belongings belonged to their master. But the truth was that a master usually didn't take the belongings of a slave. For instance, there was Mo de himself was a 5-star demon general and considered invincible among human Xiantian martial artists. He had a very high status within Silent Green tribe and was extremely wealthy. How could he possibly look at the belongings of a common Hotian realm martial artist? Such little worth really held no interest to him. On the contrary, these belongings could be useful if they were left to the slave. The Silent Green tribe slaves were sent to gather blood demon crystals, but in order to mine the ancient or that contained the blood demon crystals, there were layers upon layers of dangers that one could encounter. These belongings could therefore save a slave's life and increase their combat strength. There are some pills, true essence stones, cultivation method jade slips. Lin Min coolly said, F***CK. What does this father want to do with your shitty human cultivation method jade slips? Take off your spatial ring, and I will look through it myself. The scar-faced giant demon immediately put out his hand, not allowing Lin Ming the chance to reject. Lin Ming's mind sank. This was what he had been afraid of happening. Luckily, he had kept all of his greatest treasures, such as the purple comet spear, great desolate blood halberd, a massive amount of medium-grade true essence stones, the most precious pills, and other such items within the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace was located within Lin Ming's Dantian, so it was impossible for others to detect it. But the problem was the low-grade Earth Step spatial ring in comparison to Lin Ming's cultivation. It would be difficult to make an explanation. If he aroused suspicions, Mother Kerr, are you retarded? Hurry up and take out the spatial ring, or do you want to defy my orders? The scar-faced giant demon impatiently said. Searching a slave and taking their belongings was a tacitly allowed custom among the giant demon tribes. As long as they left a slave a weapon and some minor recovery pills and some bits of true essence stones, then they could take everything else away. The slave's master wouldn't say anything about this. A slave didn't have much, but many slaves had accumulated a decent-sized fortune. This father's patience is limited. Do you want to die? It will only take me a breath of time to kill you. The scar-faced giant demon had finally lost his patience. He sullenly stood up, his hands gripped into fists that were making popping kakakab sounds. Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly slid the spatial ring off his finger. This spatial ring was given to him by Mu Qianyu after he had arrived at Divine Phoenix Island. Although it couldn't be considered anything too valuable, it still had significant sentimental value. Damn, bring it out. The scar-faced giant demon grabbed the spatial ring. He wanted to punch Lin Ming also, but Lin Ming had dodged his fist. What? Boy, you also dare to hide. This father will ruin you. The scar-faced giant demon had just revolved the energy of his demon crystal when his mind suddenly stirred. He looked with disbelief at the spatial ring in his hand. The scar-faced giant demon had examined many spatial rings through the years. He only had to casually touch the spatial ring to tell that it was uncommon. This is, the scar-faced giant demon's eyes widened, a low-grade Earth Step spatial ring. The boy actually had a low-grade Earth Step spatial ring. This sort of treasure was valuable even to someone like Lord Emoda. If he remembered correctly, Emoda also had a low-grade Earth Step spatial ring, and the quality of that ring was inferior to the one in this boy's hand. Where did you get this ring from? The scar-faced giant demon's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Lin Ming. In a secret underground road. I picked it up from a dead martial artist. Lin Ming had already come up with a reasonable explanation. This seems. The scar-faced giant demon looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. But this explanation made sense. No matter how he saw it, there was no other way that someone as weak as Lin Ming would have been able to obtain a spatial ring like this. Hee, you have quite a good spatial ring. The scar-faced giant demon played with the spatial ring, his eyes flashing with greed. In truth, the most sensible approach would have been to report this matter to Emoda. But if he did that, then he wouldn't have his share of this spatial ring. If he pocketed this ring for himself, he would suffer if Emoda were to find out. This wasn't just a matter of several hundred low-grade true essence stones. Normally, if he were to take a slave's belongings, then those from above would turn a blind eye to his actions. But a low-grade earth-step spatial ring was simply too precious. Thinking of this, the scar-faced giant demon's eyes were filled with uncertainty. If it wasn't too troublesome to explain why he killed Lin Ming, then he would definitely have done so in order to silence everyone who knew about this. Lin Ming was able to faintly guess what the scar-faced giant demon was thinking of. He took a step back, nearing the exit. If this giant demon were to really come at him, then he would rush towards the door, immediately. As the scar-faced giant demon saw this, his savage expression was replaced with a funny smile. He thought for a moment, "You're quite smart. If I were to hand over the spatial ring and say that you found it at some ancient ruins, then what do you think the higher-ups of the Silent Green tribe would do? At that time, I think they might call you in for a little interview. Are you threatening me?" Lin Ming seemed angry on the surface, but he was sighing with relief in his heart. What he had feared most was that this spatial ring would attract the attention of others to his identity, but this giant demon was just too corrupt. He wouldn't make this public. It was much easier to handle things this way. In any case, Lin Ming really didn't care about the belongings within the spatial ring. As long as he was able to survive for a period of time and recover his strength, that would be ideal. "Humph, you are not qualified for me to threaten. I want the spatial ring. This level of treasure is not something that matches with a common martial artist like you. I urge you to smarten up and not go around spouting nonsense. Otherwise, if I run into bad luck, then your last days will also be miserable." As the scar-faced giant demon spoke, a thick, murderous aura flowed out. Lin Ming had calmed down, but he still maintained the expression of anger, as he were mad to the point that it was difficult to speak. "You are going too far. A high-grade human step spatial ring is worth several hundred medium-grade true essences stones. If you just take it..." As Lin Ming spoke here, the scar-faced giant demon was stunned, and then immediately happy. This foolish human had actually thought that this top low-grade earth step spatial ring was a high-grade human step one, but this wasn't too strange. A spatial ring was already much more valuable than a treasure of the same level. For instance, a high-grade human step spatial ring was worth almost as much as a low-grade earth step treasure. To a normal Hotian realm martial artist, it wasn't something they would encounter in several lifetimes. This mistake was for the best. Like this, it wouldn't arouse Emoda's interest. The scar-faced giant demon was relieved. He turned his hand and spilled out a bunch of things from his own spatial ring. Then he tossed his own medium-grade human step spatial ring at Lin Ming along with a jade slip and an identification plate. He coldly said, "Take your things and get out of my sight." Lin Ming remained silent. He stared at the scar-faced giant demon for a moment, and then picked up the medium-grade human step spatial ring, received his belongings, and turned to leave. "Wait!" The scar-faced giant demon suddenly shouted. Lin Ming stopped in his steps. The scar-faced giant demon took out a symbol paper from another spatial ring and ignited it. It turned into a giant demon totem that floated onto Lin Ming's body. This is a slave tracking spell. I advise you not to think of escaping, otherwise you will pay a deep price. Lin Ming quietly linked his perception to this spell, and he quickly understood the principles behind it. This sort of spell was used to deal with martial artists below the Xiantian realm. It was basically useless against him. The scar-faced giant demon hadn't taken any of Lin Ming's belongings within the spatial ring. Afterwards, the jade slip that he had thrown at him had been inscribed with Lin Ming's dwelling, and the identification plate held his number, 9566. Atop this number was written one name, Mo Da. Lin Ming received these items and followed the directions on the jade slip. Finally, he came to a small tent located at the corner of the Silent Green tribe. This tent looked very old and worn out, and some places were even patched, but the outside had been scrubbed clean. To Lin Ming's surprise, there was a hazy orange light that came from a window in the tent. Was there already someone living inside? To Lin Ming's amazement, a cute and lovable-looking 10 or 11-year-old girl with pigtails came walking out from the tent. Chapter 516 Qing He. Chapter 516 Qing He. How come there was a little girl at his assigned residence? Lin Ming looked at this 10 or 11-year-old little girl. She was wearing trousers, and her sleeves were pulled up. There were patches on her pants, and she carried a heavy wooden basin in her hands. The bangs that covered her forehead were still dripping with drops of crystal-clear water, and her dainty face had a small nose that curled upwards. Her lips were round, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was like an apple wet with the morning dew. A fresh, simple, and natural air rolled off of her. As the little girl saw Lin Ming, she was also surprised, but after several breaths of time, she seemed to understand what was happening. Are you Lord 9566? Lord? Lin Ming shook his head. I am no lord. Do you also live here? My name is Qing He, and I live here with my grandma. In the future, my grandma will also take care of my lord's daily needs. As the little girl spoke, the tent curtain was pulled aside. A 60-year-old plus old woman appeared at the tent entrance. She had a head full of white hair, and her face was engraved with years of labor. Her eyes were slightly rusty but revealed a hint of respect. My lord, dinner is almost ready. My lord, please enjoy yourself. The old woman and her granddaughter Qing, he were both slaves. But even within slaves, there was still a large difference in the statuses between them. To them, Lin Ming was a martial artist, thus someone who was to be called Lord. In the giant demon tribe, those martial artists that were at the post-condensation period or above were the main producers. Gathering blood demon crystals depended on these people. In order to guarantee that they could put more of their energy into mining, they had special people to look after their daily life. This grandmother and granddaughter combo were Lin Ming's assigned servants. The tent was nearly completely empty. It could be described as utterly poor. Within the center of the tent, there was a short table. On the table, there were vegetables, pickled vegetables, and a small dish of cured meat. There was also a bowl of fragrant rice. It wasn't considered a sumptuous dinner, but there was a very pleasant and rich smell. For the past several days, Lin Ming had been trapped in the prairie, eating dry rations day after day, until he felt like his lips had gone numb. Seeing such a dinner on the table, he took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of cured pork, biting down on it and devouring this delicious scent. Great taste, Lin Ming praised. As a martial artist, his appetite was much greater than normal persons. He quickly cleared out all the vegetables on the table. After quickly eating, Lin Ming inadvertently looked up, only to see Qing He standing in a corner of the tent, quietly pursing her lips as she stared at the cured meat underneath his chopsticks. As Qing He saw Lin Ming looking at her, she immediately panicked and asked with a bit of fear, "Does my lord wish to drink some water?" "I'm not thirsty. Have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten." We already ate first. The old granny walked beside Qing, he quickly hinting for her to pour Lin Ming a cup of water. Lin Ming seemed to discover something. He put down the chopsticks and walked around the tent. This tent was very small. It only took several steps for him to see everything. There wasn't much furniture inside. On the stove there was a pot, and behind that was a tank of rice. He picked it up, sensing the lightness of it. He turned and lifted the pot cover. Within it there was a small amount of rice gruel. Within the gruel there were some vegetables. Almost all of the rice grains had been eaten. It seemed that this was the dinner of the grandma and granddaughter. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't know what sort of feeling swelled in his heart. This grandmother and granddaughter were mortals and also slaves. In this giant demon tribe, it was hard to imagine just how difficult their life had been. As for today's food, he had eaten a great deal of their rations, especially that slab of cured meat. As he remembered the gleam in Qinghe's eyes, Lin Ming felt a bit guilty. In this giant demon tribe, a mortal slave had no status. They really were no different from a farm animal. If they were unlucky enough to be owned by a bad master, then their fate would be miserable. Is this what you usually eat? Lin Ming put the pot lid back on. Qinghe silently nodded, her eyes red. And the cattle and sheep in the back courtyard? Lin Ming pointed outside of the tent. In the back, there was a number of cattle and sheep that were tied up. That is the main family's cattle and sheep. If we let them out every day, we can exchange for some rice. Lin Ming sighed. He took out true essence stones from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. Qinghe, tomorrow, go and buy some fish, ducks, and chicken, and buy some more rice too. This can't be used. Qinghe whispered. Here, only blood crystal can be used to buy things. Other things cannot be used. Not just that, but we are slaves. If we take a blood crystal to go out and buy things, then we could be robbed. A bloodstone was currency made from the most low-quality blood demon crystals. 10,000 bloodstones were equal to one blood demon crystal. The giant demon tribes had no rules that protected slaves. If a slave were to have their bloodstones stolen away as they went shopping, that was their bad luck. They could even be killed. As long as their master was compensated, then anything was possible. Lin Ming felt uncomfortable in his heart. He put away all the true essence stones and said, You go rest. I'm going to cultivate. The tent was very small. The grandma and granddaughter left the main tent and squeezed themselves into a small adjacent tent, leaving Lin Ming alone. Lin Ming sat down on a bed and took out some pills, swallowing them down. He began to repair his meridians a bit at a time, directing his true essence to help speed up his marrow regeneration. If he continued for 4 or 5 days, he would be able to fully recover. Before that time, Lin Ming could only endure all of this. In order to recover from his wounds, Lin Ming didn't sleep for the entire night. Early in the morning, just after daybreak, Lin Ming heard the sound of pots and pans colliding from the nearby tent. Before long, Qinghe opened up the curtains. She popped in her tiny head and said, My lord, your meal is ready. The morning meal was very simple. There was a dish of pickled vegetables and half a pot of gruel. Because he had arrived, the gruel was much thicker today than it was yesterday. This was probably the reason that Qinghe ate with such gusto. She cleaned out her bowl and even licked the bottom. I'm full, Qinghe said. She rinsed out her dishes and went to the back, pulling up the cattle and sheep. I will go graze the animals. Be careful, the grandma urged as she began to pick up the dishes. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't say anything as he finished his gruel. A 10 or 11-year-old girl with an undeveloped body only had a bowl of gruel to eat. Not just that, but she also had to go and graze sheep. This was the life of a common human. The truth was, there was also some crab meat in his spatial ring that came from the divine phoenix mystic realm. It was only that the crab meat required a cooking temperature that was far too high in order to cook, and the energy was too rich, so a mortal was unable to eat it. Today, he was prepared to exchange some true essence stones for a bloodstone in order to improve the life of the grandmother and granddaughter. But at this time, the rear fence door opened and 2 10-foot-tall giant demons appeared in the back. As Ching saw these 2 giant demons, her small face paled, and she took several steps back. Her small fists were unconsciously balled together at her chest. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of these 2 giant demons. Lord Mo.'s third wife has given birth to a boy. You do not need to help the cattle and sheep graze. We will take them, the giant demon in the front blankly said. Since Mo.'s third wife had given birth to a son, there was to be a big feast in 3 days. Thus, these animals had to be slaughtered. After he finished speaking, the other giant demon went to gather the animals. There was a total of 2 cows and 5 sheep. The granny felt a bit of foreboding in her heart. If she had been able to graze these sheep and cows for another half-month, she would have been able to get a bag of rice. If they were taken, could she still obtain rice? 2 lords, these cattle and sheep. The giant demon that was rounding up the animals didn't bother to respond to her. But then he suddenly looked up and saw Lin Ming. There was a martial artist here? A common mortal slave was poor and had few belongings, but a martial artist was different. This sort of slave usually had many possessions that could be taken. There are 2 sheep missing? The giant demon suddenly said. The grandma's face went white as a sheet. My lord, how is that possible? We had taken 5 sheep at the start. How could there be any missing? Cut the nonsense. If I said there are 2 missing, then there are 2 missing. As the giant demon spoke, he angrily pushed at the grandma. This giant demon was very strong. If he were to push down this grandma, then it was likely that she would break some bones. However, the giant demon's arm only reached halfway before he was stopped by someone else's hand. Lin Ming had quietly and calmly appeared by the old grandma's side. Boy, you are quite brave. The giant demon was angry and wanted to move his hand, but no matter how he tried to move it, it was like his hand was stuck in space. It was impossible to move. Cut the crap. How much are 2 sheep? I will compensate you. Lin Ming's mind was bright like a mirror. He was well aware just what this giant demon's goal was. He didn't need to banter around with them. He would remember everything that happened here today. Later, he would completely clear away all of their debts. Take out 10 bloodstones. The giant demon stretched out his hand. Ching-He's eyes were red with anger, and her hot tears almost spilled out. 10 bloodstones are enough to buy 5 cows. The giant demon only sneered. He simply didn't care about Ching-He's words. I do not have bloodstones. I only have true essence stones. 100 true essence stones are 1 bloodstone. A true essence stone wasn't much help to a giant demon. Thus, the exchange rate was very low. I will give 100 true essence stones, so leave behind 2 sheep. This is my bottom line. As Lin Ming spoke, he grabbed onto the giant demon's arm. As he suddenly pressed down his fingers, a thick wave of killing intent covered the giant demon. The giant demon broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Lin Ming's hand was like a pair of iron pliers. After all, this giant demon was only a demon soldier. As soon as Lin Ming pressed down on him, he felt a bit of fear. He took the true essence stones, left behind 2 sheep, and hurriedly left. At noon, the granny was cooking a feast of steaming lamb stew and sheep soup. Little Ching-He's face was flushed red, and she was happily smiling. Big brother, this is for you to eat. As little Ching-He ate, she would constantly place some meat in front of Lin Ming. Every time, she would wait for Lin Ming to eat it, and then ask, is it delicious? Delicious? Lin Ming would honestly say he was unable to restrain a sigh. With meat to eat and some clothes, it was enough for a common mortal to be happy. After Lin Ming ate, he sat in meditation to recover from his wounds. He had to restore himself as quickly as possible. Thus, he wasn't able to spend time trying to comprehend the laws of space and time. Like this, the days slowly passed. The Silent Green tribe still hadn't organized anyone to go and mine Blood Demon Crystal ore. And on this day, Lin Ming's injuries and meridians had finally healed. In his reconnected meridians, true essence happily flowed through. A thick swirl of true essence was condensed in his dantian, extremely eye-catching. In his bones, his marrow was like thick and shining golden soup. Lin Ming gripped his fists together. It's time to collect my debts. But before that, I have to first absorb the disenchanting dream light. Chapter 517, The Third Thunder Soul. Chapter 517, The Third Thunder Soul. When Lin Ming had obtained the disenchanting dream light, he had to run away. Thus, he didn't have time to absorb it. After he had entered the ancient transmission array and crossed countless miles of space, he had been severely wounded by the spatial storms. Afterwards, he wasn't even able to take out the cosmic melting furnace, much less absorb the disenchanting dream light. Now Lin Ming was completely recovered. After being rebirthed like a butterfly in a cocoon, his true essence was more stable, and he was steadily into the early Xiantian realm. For a martial artist to enter the early Xiantian realm before reaching 18 years of age within the Sky Spill continent, that was an unprecedented achievement since ancient times. Lin Ming summoned the half-foot-sized cosmic melting furnace from his dantian. The furnace revolved in the air, floating there. On the round furnace there was a chart of the myriad universe carved upon it, and in the center of this chart was a deep golden crow relief. This golden crow's entire body burned with flames, and it exuded a mystical aura. Lin Ming used the secret method to open the first layer of space within the cosmic melting furnace. The purple comet spear, great desolate blood halberd, and all sorts of precious medicines and elixirs flew out. These things were all completely taken into Lin Ming's spatial ring. After using Earth-step spatial rings, Lin Ming wasn't very familiar with this basic, medium-grade, human-step spatial ring. After taking all of these possessions, all that was left over was a jade box in Lin Ming's hand. He opened the jade box, revealing an oval-shaped cocoon. This cocoon was completely covered in a red and purple stripe pattern. This was the sealed, disenchanting dream light. Lin Ming linked his fingers together and slowly peeled off the seals on the Thunder Soul. The disenchanting dream light was finally revealed. It was a ball of light, and on the surface of this ball of light was the visage of a fearsome beast, a high-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. The truth was that there was still a large gap between different high-grade Earth-step Thunder Souls. This disenchanting dream light was one of the lower-level high-grade Earth-step Thunder Souls, but it was still much stronger than the purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood extinguishing demon thunder. Lin Ming took several deep breaths, adjusting his condition to a calm and empty state. Then he pressed the disenchanting dream light over his heart. As soon as the disenchanting dream light entered Lin Ming's body, it immediately became furious. It turned into an ancient vicious beast, directly impacting towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The disenchanting dream light was a thunder soul that had been transformed from an ancient vicious beast's spiritual sea. The most difficult aspect of absorbing this thunder soul was to withstand the impact that it had on one's spiritual sea. But to Lin Ming, who had an extremely powerful soul defense, this wasn't a problem at all. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared. At the same time, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder and purple flood dragon divine thunder wove a massive network of lightning that fell over the disenchanting dream light. Before this, even when that demonic three-headed dog had broken into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it had still been injured in a showdown with him. Now, this ancient vicious beast from the Sky Spill continent naturally couldn't create too big a wave. However, when the disenchanting dream light collided with the black vortex of the samsara martial intent, the result surprised Lin Ming. He felt a stabbing headache as a large portion of the black vortex was torn apart by the ancient vicious beast. Lin Ming paled. He nearly fell over from where he sat today. How could this happen? Lin Ming's cultivation had broken through to the Xiantian realm. With his complete tempering marrow, his individual strength approached that of a middle revolving core martial artist. In addition, he also had the deterring power of the heretical god seed. Coupled together with his powerful soul defensive abilities, it should have been easy absorbing this high-grade earth-steppe thunder soul. Roar! The ancient vicious beast sent out a howling cry, and a crazy, savage light shined in its eyes. It madly launched itself at Lin Ming's spiritual sea. From its actions, it seemed to hate Lin Ming to the bones, and wanted both of them to perish together. This was... Lin Ming's mind stirred, and a sneer emerged on his face. That wily old Lei Jingtian, even after he died, he was still trying to sabotage him. Extinguish for me. Lin Ming bit down on his tongue, forcefully waking himself up. He linked his true essence to the heretical god seed and opened it without a second of hesitation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the red and purple thunder began to furiously twist around. In particular, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. It turned into a massive python that shot towards the ancient vicious beast. Lei Jingtian, you left behind a last wisp of your consciousness in the disenchanting dream light in the hopes that you would destroy me in my spiritual sea. If I was a normal martial artist, then I would have really been done in by you. Too bad for you. I have experienced the vast inner space of the magic cube, and now my soul defensive powers are far too strong. All of your plans have gone to waste. Lin Ming grit his teeth, and a massive wave of pressure fell down from the heretical god seed. The disenchanting dream light was immediately locked in space. The two-colored lightning had fully turned into a great python and purple flood dragon that wrapped around the ancient vicious beast. In the end, Lei Jingtian's remnant consciousness couldn't compare to that of the supreme elders from the realm of the gods. There was a sizzling cheat sound as the ancient vicious beast constantly emitted smoke. The beast's face distorted, and a human face could be seen in the burning flames. Lin Ming, even as a ghost, this old man will not let you go. Ah. A guttural voice filled with hatred echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming remained unmoved. His eyes were cruel as he coldly said, "You won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Now, turn to ash." Pung, the disenchanting dream light, fiercely shuddered, as if something inside had burst apart. Then, a surge of purple smoke emerged into the air. Within this smoke, there was the image of a grim face. This face was somewhat similar to Lei Jingtian's. It seemed to be in extreme agony, and then it slowly drifted away in the wind before completely disappearing. Humph, he would rather split his soul and try to die together with me. He really is hopeless. After Lei Jingtian had died, Lin Ming hadn't even placed the threat of him in his heart. After losing the support of Lei Jingtian's remnant soul, the disenchanting dream light wasn't able to further resist the pressure from the heretical god seed. It was quickly sucked into the black vortex of the samsara martial intent. After an hour passed, the samsara martial intent's black vortex began to slowly fade away. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a four-legged purple vicious beast appeared. This vicious beast looked like a lion, with the added bit of a spiral horn on its head that exuded a powerful and brutal aura. So it was originally a purple glow thunder lion. Within the Sky Spill continent, the ancient vicious beast, known as the purple glow thunder lion, was nearly extinct. This disenchanting dream light had probably been bred within the spiritual sea of a dead, purple-glow thunderlion for tens of thousands of years. The formation of every thunder soul was unimaginable difficult, much less this was a high-grade Earth-step thunder soul. This sort of thunder soul was worth the entirety of a third-grade sect, like the 7 profound valleys. I've fully recovered from my injuries, and I've also absorbed the thunder soul. Now, it's time for me to settle all these debts, but before that I need to arrange an escape path for Qing, he and her grandmother. Lin Ming had sworn that he would turn this silent green tribe upside down, but he didn't want to involve Qing He in this fight. Suddenly, he heard Qing He's voice. "Big brother Lin Ming, it's time to eat." A few days ago, ever since Qing He had found out Lin Ming's name, she had referred to him as Big brother Lin Ming. A hot lamb soup was served up, garnished with simple green onions. A fragrant smell wafted up. There was really no doubting old Granny's cooking skills. "Big brother Lin Ming, I helped cook this stir-fried lamb. Come and taste it." Qing He placed another dish of lamb in front of Lin Ming, her cherubic face full of hope. These days, Qing He frequently cooked for Lin Ming. To her, hearing Lin Ming's praise was the highlight of her day. "It smells great." Lin Ming was always generous in his praise of Qing. Not to mention that her cooking skills were also really good. After hearing Lin Ming's praise, Qing He happily smiled. She picked up a large bowl of rice and began to dig in. After Lin Ming had exchanged some of his true essence stones for bloodstones, they didn't need to eat gruel any longer. As the granny saw this, she also gently smiled. "Granny, do you know if there are any nearby human tribes?" Lin Ming suddenly asked after he ate several mouthfuls of rice. "Yes, what is my lord thinking of?" Lin Ming placed down his chopsticks and said, "If you go to a human tribe, you should be a civilian there, right?" Go to a human tribe? The granny suddenly guessed what Lin Ming's idea was, and she paled. "My lord, please don't speak nonsense. If we secretly leave the silent green tribe, then we will have committed the sin of rebellion. I don't know what secret ability these demons have, but they can catch everyone that runs away. Then they will flay them alive and use their skins to make skin crows. They hang these skin crows up in the market as a warning to others." A skin crow was made from the complete skin of a human. After a human was flayed alive, the skin would be filled with straw and then sewed shut again. This was the so-called skin crow. Hearing this word, Lin Ming's eyes glistened with a cold light. "I am not running away. What I will do is overturn this silent green tribe. This sort of place should already be removed from the map." Pa! The granny's chopsticks fell to the ground. She stared at Lin Ming with her old eyes, unable to react to his words. Beside her, Qing He also covered her mouth in shock. Although she was young, she also understood the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. "Big brother Lin Ming, you can't beat them. They are just too powerful, and there are also too many of them." Qing He nervously said. In her opinion, Lin Ming was only 5 or 6 years older than her, but there were countless giant demon masters, not to mention others, but just their master Mo Do alone could flatten a small hill with a single punch. To little Qing, this was simply the power of a god. Lin Ming patted the pitiful-looking Qing He's little head. He said, "Qing He, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." No, big brother Lin Ming. You will really die, really." Qing He began to cry in fear. These past days, she had already come to rely on Lin Ming and had taken him as her big brother. She didn't want to see him walking to his own death. Lin Ming didn't know what to say. At this time, there was a rough and impatient call from outside the tent. 9,566, get your ass out here. All of you slaves set out. It's time to go mine the ancient blood demon crystal, or... The silent green tribe's blood demon crystal mines were located tens of thousands of feet within the depths of the earth. These ancient mines were filled with countless dangers. In order to mine blood demon crystals, one had to be a martial artist. This was also the main task of all the slave martial artists in the tribe. The reason that Lin Ming had been captured was to work at the ancient mines. It was just that the last group of miners hadn't come out yet, so Lin Ming had been able to rest in the tribe. Now, it was finally his turn to go to the mines. As Lin Ming heard the shouts of the giant demon outside, he coldly smiled and said, "Coming." Lin Ming slowly put down his bowl and calmly lifted the tent curtain, walking out. Chapter 5:18 Rebel. Chapter 5:18 Rebel. Outside of the tent, two giant demons carried a long chain as they impatiently waited. When they saw Lin Ming's slow and deliberate appearance, one of them immediately grew angry. "Hurry the F***CK up." There were several human martial artists behind these two giant demons. Their cultivation ranged from the pulse condensation period to the Hotian realm, but without exception, every single one of them was almost empty of true essence. Their meridians were in chaos, and their foundations were extremely unstable. They were all shackled with the chain. Because of the tracing mark, the giant demon race wouldn't normally put shackles on their slaves, as it limited the slaves' ability to work. But when they rounded up martial artists to go and mine the ancient blood demon crystal ore, there would often be hundreds or even thousands of martial artist slaves. At this time, if the slaves banded together and rebelled, it would be extremely thorny. Thus, they would use an essence sealing chain to lock up the martial artists. When Lin Ming came out, none of these martial artists even glanced at him. The light was faded in their listless eyes. It was as if they had lived in nothing but despair their entire lives. As Lin Ming saw their mental state, he shook his head. If a martial artist lost heart to struggle and resist, it would be difficult for them to ever make another tiny step forwards in their lifetime. But if these people really wanted to rebel against the giant demon tribe, it was truly impossible to know where to begin. Voila! A giant demon suddenly snapped the essence sealing chain in his hand, causing a sharp metallic cracking sound. At the same time, the giant demon coldly said, "Go to the back." Lin Ming looked at the chain. All sorts of giant demon runes were carved into the essence sealing chain. This chain would at most be able to seal away a Xiantian realm martial artist. Faster! As the giant demons saw Lin Ming still be indifferent, he thunderously shouted, "Are you F***King deaf? F***CK. You are just looking to die." Without an explanation, the giant demon used the chain as a weapon and lashed out towards Lin Ming. The giant demon soldier had a very strong hand strength. If he punched someone, it would be very easy for him to break the bones of a normal martial artist. As Lin Ming saw the chain coming towards him, he coldly humphed and stretched out his hand. With a caw sound, he firmly grabbed the chain in his hand. As the two giant demons saw this, they were stunned and then slowly filled with a raging anger. Both of them were single-star demon generals. Although they were only equal to a Hotian realm martial artist, they had an overwhelming body superiority and didn't place a human Hotian martial artist in their eyes. A human dared to openly rebel against them. How could they endure this? The giant demon gripped the chain and pulled hard, wanting to force Lin Ming over. However, he never thought that after he tugged the chain with all his strength, the one to stagger would be him and not Lin Ming. Lin Ming's feet were like iron nails that were hammered into the ground. He remained completely motionless. This bastard! Before the giant demon could react, the other one took out an axe. The axe was as thick as an arm and gleamed in the light. He cut down at Lin Ming. Die. Facing the sharp axe, Lin Ming was indifferent. His foot kicked out and hit the giant demon's wrist. With a caw-chut sound, the axe was sent flying backwards. The giant demon grasped his wrist and screamed miserably. His wrist was bent at a weird angle, and on the side of his hand, one could see white blood-stained bones sticking out of the skin. "You rebel!" The giant demon shouted, but his voice was abruptly cut off. Before he could say anything more, Lin Ming had grabbed onto his throat. With a sharp snapping sound, the giant demon went limp. His entire throat had been cruelly crushed by Lin Ming. The giant demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes popped out. He instantly died. The other giant demon looked at his companion in disbelief, his mind going blank. How could this be? Wasn't this boy a Hotian realm martial artist? The information had clearly shown that Lin Ming was only an early Hotian realm martial artist. But at this time he no longer had a chance to probe. A faint purple light sunk between the giant demon's eyebrows. His body shook and his spiritual sea instantly burst apart. Both of the giant demon's eyes went white as he fell onto the ground. Behind the two dead giant demons, the martial artists that were locked by the essence sealing chains were startled. They had never thought that Lin Ming would immediately kill the two demon generals. This man was crazy. He wanted to rebel. At this moment, no one cared about Lin Ming's cultivation. In their mind, there was only a single thought that kept playing over and over. Once this rebellion was suppressed, all of them would be treated as fellow rebels. They would all be put to death. Big brother Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, little Qing, he covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes were filled with a fearful panic. The old granny trembled beside her. In her many years, she had seen other martial artists that had rebelled and tried to escape. However, there was not a single one that wasn't caught, flayed alive, and turned into a skin crow. Lin Ming was so young. How could he possibly rebel against the massive Silent Green tribe? In the Silent Green tribe, there were numerous elders and countless masters about. How could a single child possibly contend with all of them? 10 years ago, there was even a massive, large-scale martial artist-slave rebellion. There had been over 700 or 800 martial artists that had banded together in revolt, but all of them had failed together. Every single participant had died a miserable death, and even the servant slaves that waited on them were turned into skin crows. This granny was 60 years old. She no longer feared being put to death, but she didn't want her young granddaughter Qing, to encounter such a tragic end. Child, the granny's old eyes were filled with tears. She didn't refer to Lin Ming as Lord. Child, you were too reckless. Now, you have to run. Please, I beg you to take Qing away with you. Lin Ming turned around and glanced at the granny. He flicked his hand, and 2 small rays of lightning fell onto the granny and Qing. These 2 rays of lightning were condensed from the disenchanting dream light. They would protect the grandmother and granddaughter, while simultaneously working as a tracking mark so that he could find them in the ensuing chaos. Lin Ming's lips moved. He said with a true essence message, I've left 2 bags of bloodstones in the room. Take them and find a safe place to hide. Wait for my news. Lin Ming didn't explain any further, because any explanation he made wouldn't make sense to them. He looked over at the several martial artists that were locked by the essence sealing chains. Most of them appeared panicked, but there were 2 among them whose eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Lin Ming's mind moved. What are your 2 names? My name is Huiyuan, and this is my brother Huizhen. We were part of a reconnaissance team from the Skyrise tribe, but we were captured and made into slaves. We thought that there was no hope of escape, but never thought that we would bump into such a fierce and brave hero. I beg you to cut off our essence-sealing chains. The 3 of us will be able to escape the Silent Green tribe, as long as we can return to the Skyrise tribe. Us 2 brothers will be sure to repay your graciousness. The 2 of them said that the Skyrise tribe was a human tribe near the Silent Green tribe. It was almost as large as the Silent Green tribe. In these past years, there had been countless skirmishes between the 2 tribes, but because the humans that lived in the bewitching Cloud Prairie had been weak for so long, the Skyrise tribe inevitably felt fear in battle. Thus, they had often suffered losses. Hearing these two brothers say they wanted to flee the silent green tribe, it sparked a hope in several other martial artists that they could escape too. If they could escape, then they would. Who was willing to remain a slave? It was only that they feared the tracing mark on their body would prevent them from doing so. But at this time, some of them noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. He was actually at the Xiantian realm. Like this, there was a small chance that they would be able to make an escape from here. Suddenly, the light was restored in several of the martial artists' eyes. They stepped forwards and pleaded, "Please take us with you. We have had enough of this damned place." Escape? Lin Ming glanced over these martial artists and calmly said, "I will not escape this place. I am going to kill them. If you have the courage to follow me, then I will lead you to kill our way into the silent, dark, green tribe headquarters. If you don't have the courage, then stay here and help me look after this grandmother and her granddaughter." Lin Ming pointed at little Qing, he and her granny. However, as these words fell into the ears of the other martial artists, it was no different from a bolt out of the blue. All of them were shocked. None of them dared to believe their own ears. What? This young man actually wanted to destroy the silent green tribe. He was crazy. Lin Ming calmly took out a low-grade earth step treasure saber from his spatial ring. The saber light flashed, and it directly sheared apart the essence sealing chain like it was nothing but deadwood. It had to be known that this essence sealing chain was specially crafted and also engraved with the giant demon race's unique runes. It was extremely hard for even a Xiantian realm martial artist to cut it in a short period of time, but to Lin Ming, it was simply junk. After cutting off the chain, Lin Ming casually tossed the low-grade earth step saber at Huiyuan. He also took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. Lin Ming hadn't used the purple comet spear in a long time. In the South Sea battlefield, he had used the Great Desolate Blood Halberd in order to hide his status, and in the Demon God Imperial Palace, the suppressive laws there rendered the power of thunder and fire useless, so he had to use the Great Desolate Blood Halberd there too. In truth, only by grasping the purple comet spear would Lin Ming be able to utilize the complete peak strength of Thunderfire and display his highest level of strength. Brave hero. Huiyuan blankly received the low-grade earth step saber, somewhat dumbfounded. Not many early Xiantian realm martial artists would even have the qualifications to have a weapon like this, but it was actually given to him. So simply, "Help me look after the grandmother and her granddaughter." As Lin Ming spoke these words, he flew up. After reaching the Xiantian realm, Lin Ming had never rushed out at full speed. But this time, he displayed the golden rock, shattering the void movement technique. The concept of wind, combined with a Xiantian martial artist's ability to fly, instantly caused Lin Ming's speed to climb to the extreme. In the flash of an eye, Lin Ming's figure faded away. The other martial artists were still stunned. The direction that Lin Ming flew in was the Silent Green Tribe's headquarters. He really went. With just his own strength, he planned on opposing the Silent Green Tribe. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the Xiantian realm, and he looked like he was in his early 20s. He was even younger than them. But in the Silent Green Tribe, there were as many as 4 or 5 6-star demon generals and over 10 5-star demon generals. If these forces combined their strength, then it would be extremely terrifying. As Huiyuan saw Lin Ming directly shoot towards the Silent Green Tribe headquarters, his eyes flashed with alternating fear and excitement. Finally, he handed the low-grade earth step treasure to his younger brother and said, "You look after the grandmother and granddaughter. I will follow that hero." Chapter 519, Blooming Blood. Chapter 519, Blooming Blood. Lin Ming's tent was located in a very obscure corner of the Silent Green Tribe. After the 2 giant demons were killed, it wasn't immediately discovered. Lin Ming was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was able to rush to the slave registration office. It was exactly here that the scar-faced giant demon who had taken Lin Ming's spatial ring worked with his character. How could he possibly swallow such a humiliating insult? Not to mention that the spatial ring had been a gift to him from Mu Chenyu. Within the slave registration office, the scar-faced giant demon was leaning back in his chair, still unaware of anything that had happened. He was looking at the body of a female martial artist slave with lidded eyes. This female martial artist slave looked around 24 or 25 years old and was exquisitely beautiful, facing this fearful-looking scar-faced giant demon. Her face was wan. She was only at the late pulse condensation period. Compared to the scar-faced giant demon, her strength was lacking by far. "You don't go too far," the woman said. "Humph, you had better be careful about what you say. I'm not afraid to tell you that in the future, you'll be going to mine ancient blood demon crystal or with your little brother. In the mines, there are countless dangers. There are some places where you will be knocking on death's door. I am the one who will decide your work plans. If you don't want you and your little brother to be sent to your deaths, then you'd best be a good little girl." The woman's face flushed red with humiliation. She clenched her teeth and took off her spatial ring, tossing it over to the scar-faced giant demon. That's right. The scar-faced giant demon licked his lips. In truth, he didn't really care about the spatial ring of a mere pulse condensation period martial artist. He just took pleasure in the feeling of playing with others. The scar-faced giant demon took the spatial ring and swept through it with his mind. It really was lacking. Nothing inside entered into the scar-faced giant demon's eyes. "There's nothing good in here." The woman's face turned a shade of blue. She bit her lips, forcing back the swelling anger in her heart. "Since you haven't taken a liking to anything inside, give it back to me." "Haha, wait a little. This isn't too bad." The scar-faced giant demon obscenely smiled. He traced the spatial ring and actually took out a pink-colored belly band. He played with it in his hands. "This is great. You scum." The woman couldn't bear the anger in her heart anymore. She took out a low-grade human step longsword and stabbed towards the scar-faced giant demon. The scar-faced giant demon's expression turned cold. "You really don't care for face. Just who do you think you are?" The scar-faced giant demon reached out his hand and directly caught the woman's long sword in his hand. He forcefully gripped down, and with a kakakab sound, the low-grade human step treasure sword was slowly twisted like an iron bar. Then he grinned demonically and grabbed the collar of the woman, tossing her to the ground. "Humph, you have nothing that interests me, but I am a little bit interested in you. If you're smart, then follow me for a few nights. If you make me happy, then I might give you and your little brother a good job. Hee hee." The scar-faced giant demon greedily stared at the woman's beautiful and buxom body. The giant demon race practiced a variety of devil arts. They liked to slaughter, and they liked the obscene. Their desire towards beautiful human women even surpassed their desire towards the women of their own giant demon race. This was one of the reasons so many humans had been born with the giant demon bloodline. The woman glared at the scar-faced giant demon with loathing in her eyes. She spat out a glob of blood. "Pah, F***CK, you don't know what's good for you. This father will." The scar-faced giant demon was just about to punish her when he suddenly stiffened. He looked up. Around 50 feet away, there was a youth looking at him with cold indifference. "You..." The scar-faced giant demon had a very deep impression of Lin Ming. He wasn't happy that his good fun had been spoiled. "What the F***CK are you here for? Get out of here." "I'm here to take back my spatial ring. My low-grade Earth Step spatial ring," Lin Ming slowly said. His eyes were like sharp daggers that pierced through the scar-faced giant demon. As soon as the scar-faced giant demon heard this, his complexion changed. This boy, He clearly knew what rank his spatial ring was, but yet he had been playing the fool. A dark, uneasy feeling inexplicably rose in his mind. He instantly thought to murder Lin Ming and cover his steps. The scar-faced giant demon growled, "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you want to die. The one dying will be you, not me. Not only am I going to take back my spatial ring, but I'll also take a bit of interest. That interest is your life. F*CK. I will flay you alive." The scar-faced giant demon took out a long-handled axe from his spatial ring. He stepped forwards, rushing towards Lin Ming. Facing this scar-faced giant demon, Lin Ming only punched out, body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. His bare fist collided with the low-grade earth step treasure axe. The scar-faced giant demon grinned as he saw this. As for the girl that had fallen to the ground, she covered her mouth and cried out in alarm. She could already see the fate of Lin Ming's fist. His hand would be split apart and smashed in half. Pung! Lin Ming's solid fist struck the axe. The axe had a 3-foot-long blade edge and was several thousand genes heavy. However, after Lin Ming punched it, an unimaginable sight happened. There was a loud crashing noise, and the long-handled axe directly burst apart, turning into countless fragments of metal that flew out. As for Lin Ming's fist, it remained unchanged after breaking apart the axe. His fist impacted the scar-faced giant demon's chest. Pung! Muscles burst. Ribs collapsed. Lin Ming's fist penetrated through the scar-faced giant demon's chest, piercing all the way through his lungs. The scar-faced giant demon's blue face was twisted in agony. He looked at the broken axe in his hand with disbelief. He couldn't believe what had just happened. A single punch had broken apart his low-grade earth step treasure. Was this even the power of mankind? Plop, plop. Blood trickled down Lin Ming's elbow, dripping to the floor. It was especially loud in the near silence. The scar-faced giant demon's lips twitched. His face twisted as he tried to clutch Lin Ming's shoulder with a trembling hand. As he looked at Lin Ming, his expression slowly turned from shock to fear. It was as if some demon from hell had appeared before him. No, no, the scar-faced giant demon was terrified. He could feel that Lin Ming's hand had passed through his lung and was now gripping onto his beating heart. "No, don't kill me, I was wrong. I beg you, I will give you all my belongings. I've hidden them away. If you kill me, then you can't obtain them." Sweat rolled down the scar-faced giant demon's forehead. His voice shook. As he spoke, blood constantly flowed down the edges of his lips. Lin Ming sneered. His eyes and voice were merciless as he said, "I have no interest in your things." Pung! Lin Ming clenched his fist. The scar-faced giant demon's heart exploded in a pile of broken meat. Ah! The scar-faced giant demon howled miserably. A massive amount of blood gushed out from his chest, spraying onto Lin Ming and completely dyeing him in a deep blood red. The giant demon fell to the floor. As for Lin Ming, he took back his hand, his expression unchanged. His hand was covered in crushed meat and blood. It was dazzlingly red. As the woman saw this, she was stunned dizzy. What she had just seen was like a dream. This boy had destroyed an earth-step weapon unarmed, and had also used a single fist to kill the scar-faced giant demon. But this youth only looked to be around 20 years old. From his appearance, he was likely younger than her. Who was he? Why did he come here? At this moment, the woman no longer had time to think. Outside of the tent, there was a series of loud noises and footsteps. A group of demon generals and demon soldier rank giant demons rushed in. Who was causing all this trouble? The head of these guards was a 4-star demon general. After he rushed, he saw the scar-faced giant demon on the ground who had died pitifully from having his heart crushed. His anger surged. Someone had actually dared to come in here and kill the giant demon. Who managed this place? The guard leader's eyes were red with rage, as he looked at Lin Ming. He released his perception and looked at Lin Ming's dantian, immediately investigating his cultivation. An early Xiantian martial artist. He was surprised that an early Xiantian martial artist could instantly kill the scar-faced giant demon, but he didn't think that this man had even the slightest chance of surviving any longer, because this guard leader could easily kill a middle Xiantian realm human martial artist. He looked at Lin Ming as if he were watching a dead man. But once Lin Ming fell in his hands, his death wouldn't come so easily. Hold him down, slice apart his tendons, but do not kill him. We must bring him back for his death sentence. 5 one-star demon generals rushed at Lin Ming, surrounding him. Lin Ming didn't take out a weapon. He only reached out a hand towards the scar-faced giant demon's corpse. Pung! The corpse exploded, and a thick cloud of bloody mist burst out, immediately condensing into a blood-drinking seal. With a swishing sound, the blood-drinking seal instantly pierced through the 5 giant demons' bodies. These giant demons exploded in a cloud of blood all at once. Blood essence filled the air, gathering into new blood-drinking seals. In the blink of an eye, 5 blood-drinking seals appeared in Lin Ming's palm. These 5 blood-drinking seals were like beautiful flower petals that danced in his hand, slowly and silently revolving. 5 giant demons had just died. But as for Lin Ming, he hadn't moved a single step. It was as if the one who had killed them wasn't him. The guard leader was completely shocked at this startling scene. He froze up in a cold sweat. He firmly grasped the handle of his saber, but didn't dare to make a move. He felt as if this wasn't a youth in front of him, but rather a god of death. Fear filled the guard leader's heart. Who are you? Lin Ming remained expressionless. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly sprung wide open. Poo-pee-you-pee-you. The blood-drinking seals shot off in all directions, creating a bloody tornado. Ah! Heart-piercing screams filled the entire slave registration hall. The hall filled with blood, and thick drops of blood rained down everywhere. The several dozen-foot high tent had been ripped apart by the bloody storm. Over 10 guards died on the spot. Their corpses flew out, leaving only the 4-star demon general guard leader by himself. The guard leader kneeled on the ground as he grabbed his saber. Several holes had been drilled into his body. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Pung! The guard leader's body exploded, and a new blood-drinking seal slowly drifted up from the pool of blood. Chapter 520. Step onto the killing path. Chapter 520. Step onto the killing path. So that's how it is. The great desolate halberd art. The blood-drinking seals that were formed from the blood of giant demons were much more powerful than those from humans. This 4-star demon general was only equal to a mid to late Xiantian human martial artist, but the blood-drinking seal condensed from his blood was not much worse than one condensed from a human revolving core martial artist. Lin Ming muttered as he looked at the blood-drinking seal in his hand that had been formed by the guard leader. But the more he thought about it, the more normal it seemed. Compared to humans, giant demons had superior physical attributes and a much more vibrant vitality. Their strength was higher than that of humans at the same level, so naturally blood-drinking seals that were formed from their blood essence would also be stronger. The demon emperor cultivated the great desolate halberd art with the blood of his own race. These truly are a bloodthirsty race. Lin Ming didn't have much ill will towards the giant demon race. The conflicts between the giant demons and humans were only because of their race and other minor differences. He reached out his hand, and blood-drinking seals floated up from all the corpses. They were like red petals dancing in the warm spring wind. At this time, the slower Hui Yuan finally arrived at the slave registration office. As he arrived, all he saw was a completely destroyed tent as well as torn corpses scattered everywhere. And in this pile of corpses, there was Lin Ming, calmly standing there with his entire body dyed a deep blood red. Over a dozen bloody seals danced around him. He was no different from an Ashura demon. Hui Yuan was shocked, speechless. He was just a few steps late, but the entire place had been razed to the ground. Heavens! There has been a rebellion. The slave registration office has been turned upside down. So many guards died. Who is that young man? Outside of the slave registration office, many people saw Lin Ming kill numerous guards. This scene was simply too shocking. The ground was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Only he stood there, his body stained in blood, as if he had just brutally slain the gods. He is a Xiantian martial artist, the early Xiantian realm. He definitely had some argument with those fellows from the registration office, which led to him going mad with anger and killing them. How come he hasn't run? He's just waiting for death here. As the surrounding martial artists and commoners discussed this, the more timid among them had already turned around and fled, for fear that they would be caught up with Lin Ming's actions. Everyone sighed with regret, for such a genius to be caught and turned into a slave for the silent green tribe that was just too pitiful. A general has arrived. As everyone was talking, a group of giant demon riders rode in from around the tribe. They were riding on jet black wolves that were 20 feet long and came billowing in like a gust of wind. These were the guard group that escorted the elders, and were also the elite among the elite in the silent green tribe. This squad of riders all had a cultivation at the demon general level. As for the leader of the squad, he was wearing compact, plated armor. He was holding onto a thick war spear, and the wolf he rode was much larger than the others. He had long and majestic hair that rolled down his back, and his limbs were strong and healthy like a galloping horse. This black-armored general had a helmet with a face guard that covered his face. A heavy, murderous intent flowed out from his body. "So, it was you?" The black-armored general sneered. He slowly took off his face guard. This giant demon general was Mo Da. This area was originally managed by Mo Da. All of the surrounding slaves were also under the command of Mo Da. Thus, when some incident occurred, Mo Da was the first to rush in. "It's General Mo Da, the 5-star demon general, General Mo Da. Everything is over. There's no way that boy will be able to escape." Even if General Mo Da didn't come, he still wouldn't be able to escape. There is a tracing mark on his body. In this part of the tribe, Mo Da's influence and strength were too great. Although his cultivation was only equal to a mid to late Xiantian martial artist, because of the fierce talent of a giant demon, even human extreme Xiantian martial artists weren't a match for him. A year ago, there had been a human late Xiantian martial artist that had rebelled against Mo Da. The result of this was that he had been split in half by Mo Da's spear and suffered a miserable death. I didn't think that I would be mistaken in my estimation of you. You are actually a Xiantian realm martial artist. Mo Da leapt off his wolf and casually flicked up his face guard, revealing his deep amber eyes. To reach the Xiantian realm at such a young age, what a great talent. It is truly brave of you to rebel, but also very stupid. Mo Da grinned demonically as he looked at Lin Ming. He had no love for Lin Ming. This was a deeply ingrained contempt that came from the heart. Lin Ming was a human, and as such was a mortal enemy of the giant demons. The geniuses of humanity had to be exterminated, lest they inevitably become a catastrophe. Lin Ming calmly looked at Mo Da. Several blood-drinking seals slowly floated around him. Just what sort of blood-drinking seal would a 5-star demon general's blood essence be able to create? Lin Ming discovered that after arriving at this giant demon world, this was simply a natural slaughtering land to cultivate the great desolate halberd art. Although we are enemies, I still appreciate you. I will give you a fair chance in this battle. If you can withstand my attacks for 20 breaths of time, then I will give you a way out. Otherwise, according to the rules of my giant demon tribe, you will be flayed alive for revolting against your master." As Emoda spoke, his fierce aura erupted. All of the surrounding martial artists were suppressed by this aura, and they all fell back. They all knew the truth. Emoda was only being magnanimous to allow others to see the supreme authority that he commanded here, and also the results of being defiant. Within human Sciention martial artists, he could be considered invincible. Even a human extreme Sciention martial artist would find it difficult to deal with Emoda's attacks, much less a young man who was only at the early Sciention realm. Even if this young man was much stronger than a martial artist at the same level, it was still meaningless. 20 breaths of time were already more than enough for Emoda to display his utter strength. This young man was a dead man standing. All of the surrounding human martial artists couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. What sort of future could such a talented young man have? If he were raised in a human tribe, then it was highly possible that he could reach the revolving core realm in the future. If he did, he could be a powerhouse that created his own tribe. A 13-foot-long spear swept out. The snake-like point was now a white beam of chilling cold. Standing there with his heavy black armor, Emoda was like a dark iron tower. Even the sunlight was hidden by him. This imposing aura had formed over many years. The slave martial artists felt a suffocating sense of pressure. The female slave that had been saved by Lin Ming had already fled from his side, her face pale. As for Hui Yuan, who stood not too far away, he stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes. Lin Ming's strength had already exceeded his expectations. If Lin Ming had ran away with him, then there would have been a 60% chance that he could have successfully escaped and become a fugitive. He could have become someone who was able to resist the Silent Green tribe. "You won't use a weapon? Do you not have one?" Emoda frowned as he saw Lin Ming with empty hands as before. Lin Ming expressionlessly opened his hands. He murmured to himself, "In the future, I will inevitably step onto the killing path. Then, let me take that first step today." As he spoke, his 10 fingers flicked out. The several blood-drinking seals shot outwards. Blood-red lights cut through the void. They issued a teeth-grinding sound, piercing straight towards Emoda. "Humph! You can't even see your own weakness." Emoda could see that this was only a casual strike that Lin Ming had used. If Lin Ming believed that this could kill him, then that was simply laughable. "Break for me!" Emoda shouted. The demon essence from his demon crystal erupted, and he slashed out with his spear. This spear would cut down those blood-drinking seals, and also cut down Lin Ming. Ha! The energy on the black spear gathered together, forming a mad wolf that rushed towards the blood-drinking seals. From the outside, this was a completely disproportionate collision of energy, but the result was shocking enough to make one's eyes blow up. With a loud kacha, the blood-drinking seals crashed into the energy that had formed a crazy black wolf and directly sliced it to shreds. Then, the blood-drinking seals didn't slow down for even a bit as they shot towards Emoda. What? In that moment, Emoda could only feel a cold sweat down his back like his soul had fled his body. In those dozen or so blood-drinking seals, he could feel a fatal portent. At this critical moment, Emoda cried out, and the energy in his demon crystal gushed out. The demonic essence wrapped around his hands as he punched at the blood-drinking seals. At the same time, the demon essence that protected his body was galvanized to the limit. Cha-cha-cha. Emoda's protective demon essence was like thin paper that was sliced apart by the blood-drinking seals. His fists that were comparable to steel were torn open by the blood-drinking seals, crushing his bones and causing blood to fly out. Emoda screamed in pain. A dozen holes appeared in his body. He had lost his spear, and his hands were completely destroyed. His entire body, from top to bottom, was gushing blood. If one didn't personally see the shocking scene, then it was simply unbelievable. A 5-star demon general was actually brought to the brink of death by an early Sciention realm youth, with just a wave of the hand. It had to be known that in this giant demon world, the giant demons had always been a step higher and victorious over humans. There were very few times when a human had been able to leap realms in order to defeat a giant demon, much less with such an exaggerated difference in their abilities. The originally noisy scene was instantly silenced. All of the martial artists, whether they were humans or giant demons, had their mouths hanging wide open. They were unable to close them for a long time. Huiyuan was stunned for a long time. Then he suddenly remembered something. He took out a sound-transmitting talisman that had been especially hidden away within his spatial ring. He gulped, spoke a message, and then lit the sound-transmitting talisman, releasing it. Maybe the silent green tribe could truly be destroyed. As Huiyuan thought of this, his heart trembled. His heart was pierced, and he still isn't dead? Lin Ming was surprised. The blood-drinking seals had shot through several vital areas of Do's body, yet it wasn't enough to instantly kill him. The life force of a giant demon was truly powerful. He casually stretched out his right hand and suddenly gripped his hands together again. CA. The dozen or so blood-drinking seals flew back and shot through Do once more. Piu. After talking a dozen more wounds, Do suddenly shook, and the luster faded from his eyes. As he tumbled onto the floor, his body was like an iron tower that had been destroyed. Bang! In the instant that Do fell, all of the martial artists present felt like they were in a dream. Da, who had ruled this section of the tribe for over 20 years, had died like this? Not only had he died at the hands of a youth who looked like he was 20 years old, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. This young man hadn't even taken out his weapon. Lin Ming flexed his fingers, and a scarlet arc of lightning sunk into Da's corpse. The lightning made a quick circle, bringing out a rain of blood. Then a new blood-drinking seal slowly formed together. Compared to the previous ones, this one was even more beautiful and dazzling. Chapter 5:21. The Six Elders. Chapter 5:21. The Six Elders. As the giant demon wolf riders saw Do's blood essence turn into a blood-drinking seal, all of them felt a chill creep up their backs and their hairs stand on end. They realized that the several strange crimson runes that floated around Lin Ming were condensed from the blood essence of slain giant demons. What sort of cultivation method was this? Why did it seem even more demonic than their own cultivation methods? Run! All of the giant demons instantly reacted. They turned tail and ran. As Lin Ming saw this, he casually waved his hand. All of you also walk my path of slaughter. CA. Over a dozen blood-drinking seals shot out. Dark red light shined, and blood fell like rain. The protective true essence of these giant demon wolf riders was also torn apart like thin paper. The blood-drinking seals easily pierced their bodies. They all tumbled off their wolves, dead before they hit the ground. Screams echoed out again and again. This land had completely become an Ashura execution ground. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder howled. Fogs of blood burst out from the dead giant demons, turning into new blood-drinking seals that flew back to Lin Ming's hand, floating above his palm. As the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, all of them were numbed. This was a massacre beyond slaughter. It was a completely one-sided battle. They couldn't believe that this young man was only a Sciention realm martial artist. Humans had always been weak. Humans had always been looked down on by giant demons and spurned for their essence-gathering cultivation system. Could a human really be strong to such a degree? In this world of giant demons, human martial artists had a very low status. The giant demon tribes dared to wantonly slaughter human tribes, but human tribes did not dare to do the same. This was because they feared the swelling anger from the giant demon tribes and that they would group together and kill them. But this situation wasn't formed because the human population was too low. In fact, humans reproduced at a rate much higher than giant demons. All of this was because the talent and cultivation system of the humans here were too poor. The human's essence gathering cultivation system seemed as if it could never compare to the giant demon's demon essence cultivation system. Within the vast, bewitching cloud prairie, the number of human revolving core martial artists could be counted on one hand, but there were actually more than 20 demon king masters scattered within the various giant demon tribes. Not just that, but a mere one-star demon king was able to battle a middle revolving core master on even ground. In this sort of situation, it was inevitable that the humans would be enslaved by the giant demons. There were even many human martial artists that had given up because of this. They subconsciously thought that humans would never be as powerful as the giant demons and blamed the weak essence gathering cultivation system. But as they saw Lin Ming now, a faint hope rekindled within them. A human martial artist had jumped levels to kill a giant demon. The essence gathering system could defeat the demon essence system. As they realized this, all of the present human martial artists could feel the simmering fighting spirit that had been suppressed for all these years finally begin to ignite. As Hui Yuan saw all this, his heart suddenly stirred. He saw a bloodied spear on the ground. He leaned down and with a great deal of effort picked up that spear from the bluestone tiles. With a muffled sound, he attracted the attention of everyone. Hui Yuan lifted the spear and thrust that sharp spear towards the deep blue skies. Fellow brothers, fellow compatriots, the giant demon race has oppressed us for far too long. We cannot stop their wolf riders, but our destiny is in our own hands. Do you want to be a slave for your entire life? If you don't, then follow me and fight with the war god. With our swords and with our sabers, we shall take our suffering in blood. We will tell the giant demons that they can no longer act so recklessly because the ground underneath our feet is our grasslands. It had to be said that humans were animals that were easily susceptible to emotional infection, especially now, as they bore witness to Lin Ming's unstoppable slaughter and were again incited by Hui Yuan's shouts. All of the humans' blood began to boil. They did not want to be slaves anymore. Only for this single wish. At this moment, they were willing to die without fear. This unexpected change caught Lin Ming off guard. He glanced at Hui Yuan. He didn't think this fellow had certain talents in this regard. Although he didn't need the help of the humans, if he had them on his side, he could more thoroughly wipe out the Silent Green tribe. Otherwise, with just him alone, it was impossible to kill off an entire tribe of giant demons. Kill. Let's go, brothers. With the war god. Hearing this title, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ming's casually spoken words had actually turned him into some so-called war god. The truth was what human martial artists feared the most were the demon generals at 2-star or above, especially the Wolf Rider guards. Compared to them, the humans with the highest cultivation were only at the early Hotian or middle Hotian realm. Not just that, but they had very shaky foundations. To the Wolf Rider guards, they were nothing more than an unruly mob. But these Wolf Riders had collapsed in front of Lin Ming with just a single strike. This day was bound to be a day of blood. Slaughter would arise from all directions of the Silent Green tribe. The news of the human martial artist rebellion, as well as the death of Mo. Quickly propagated throughout the tribe like a tidal wave. When a Wolf Rider galloped into the tent that Qing He and her grandmother were hiding in, Huizhen, who was protecting them, was immediately tense. He thought that Lin Ming and his brother had been killed, and this Wolf Rider had been sent to kill them all. He nervously gripped the low-grade Earth Step treasure sword that Lin Ming had given him. It wasn't until the rider took off his helmet that Huizhen was able to clearly see who he was. He was a martial artist that hadn't reached 20 years of age, and his cultivation was only at the bone-forging stage. The young man excitedly jumped off the wolf, his entire face red. He was out of breath, but still shouted, General Hu wishes me to tell you that the war god Lord Lin instantly killed Mo Da. Now, the human martial artists have organized into a rebel army and are going straight to attack the Silent Green Tribe's headquarters. This sudden news shocked Huizhen speechless. Behind him, Qinghe was also covering her mouth in shock. As a common mortal, she didn't understand the differences in the realms between martial artists, but Mo Da's terrifying strength had long since penetrated into her heart. She had once seen with her own eyes Mo Da break open a small hill with just his fist. In this city, the name Mo Da was synonymous with invincible. He was a king. No one could defy him. On the other hand, in Qinghe's eyes, Lin Ming had always been a kind and gentle older brother with a sweet temperament. Before, when a giant demon had stirred up trouble and accused them of stealing sheep, Lin Ming had endured this insult and compensated with bloodstones. She had never thought that her gentle big brother Lin Ming would instantly kill Mo Da. General Hua, is that my big brother? War God, is that Lord Lin? Huizhen mumbled to himself. His big brother had actually become a general? Rebel army. Was it possible Lin Ming could really lead the human martial artists to overthrow the Silent Green Tribe? On the killing road, Lin Ming had taken the lead at the front. No one could catch up to his speed. Dozens of blood-drinking seals danced in the air around him, and deadly beams of crimson light cut through the air. Sharp screams emitted in the skies. At this time, Lin Ming was a storm of blades. Wherever he visited, blood would rain. There was basically no giant demon that could approach Lin Ming. With just a single strike, these giant demons would be beheaded. Not just that, but before their corpse even hit the ground, a blood fog would burst out from their bodies and condense into a new blood-drinking seal that gathered at Lin Ming's side. Any 3-star demon general or higher was turned into a blood-drinking seal. As for the lower-level giant demons, their blood essence was sucked out to nourish the other blood-drinking seals. Otherwise, there would already have been hundreds of blood-drinking seals around Lin Ming. The rebel army rampaged down the roads as if they were an unstoppable force. As for Lin Ming, over 70% of the dead giant demons had perished at his hands, including all of the 3-star demon generals and above. Those that the rebel army had killed were basically the ones that had run away from Lin Ming. The human martial artists that followed Lin Ming were shocked to see him cut down these high-level demon generals like vegetables. And then that shock turned to numbness under Lin Ming's hand. It was as if these demon generals weren't the haughty and all-powerful beings they were before, but rather lambs that were to be butchered. The Silent Green Tribe headquarters was broken into. The 100-foot-high gates were torn down by the blood-drinking seals like tofu. Bang! The walls of the headquarters disintegrated. The tent walls were made from skyworm silk. They were able to resist the cut of sabers and the burn of fire, but these tent walls were ripped apart by the blood-drinking seals. Within the great tent, 6 giant demon elders were standing side by side. They were all 6-star demon generals. These 6 individuals were the greatest powerhouses within the Silent Green Tribe and also represented the highest authority. To the mortal slaves of the Silent Green Tribe, they were no different than gods. The 6 great elders looked old. They wore long black robes, and standing shoulder to shoulder, they emitted a powerful, incomparable aura. They were like 6 divine beings. They gave off a feeling that no one would be able to contend with them. Even the previously heroic and unparalleled rebel army timidly paused in front of these 6. They couldn't stop their hearts from shaking. Every one of these 6 6-star demon generals was several times stronger than Mo Da. If they combine their strength, could Lin Ming still win 1 against 6? At this time, no one doubted Lin Ming's strength. It was just that the 6 great elders' strength and influence were too great. Junior, what is your name? It's impossible for someone like you to remain unknown. Are you a talent raised from a human sect in the northern domain of the Holy Demon Continent? The first elder on the right said. The bewitching cloud prairie was only a small, immaterial part of the Holy Demon Continent that was barely worth mentioning at all. As for all of the other lands, the people of bewitching cloud prairie commonly grouped them together as the northern domains. Lin Ming was silent. He was secretly estimating the strength of these 6 elders in front of him. If he were to use their blood essence to make blood-drinking seals, just how strong would they be? Junior, I will give face to your sect and consider this matter finished. You will apologize to my Silent Green tribe, and we will no longer pursue this matter. Otherwise, the 6 of us will join forces and put you to death. Another elder spoke. His voice was low and hoarse. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ming, but rather the sect that stood behind Lin Ming. Although it was said that humans within the Holy Demon Continent were much weaker than the giant demons, this didn't mean that humans didn't have their own powerhouses. If a sect could raise such a terrifyingly monstrous powerhouse, they had to be a 4th-grade sect or higher. That was an existence that their small Silent Green tribe was unable to provoke. As the elder spoke, all of the human rebels were surprised and then anxious. They feared that Lin Ming would choose to compromise. In that case, Lin Ming would be safe, but all of them would be flayed alive. Lin Ming only faintly smiled. He calmly said, "Sorry, but I am not the least bit interested in your proposal." Chapter 522, Polaris, Blood Slaughter Steps. Chapter 522, Polaris, Blood Slaughter Steps. You are begging to die. Because of Lin Ming's arrogant answer, the Silent Green tribe elders' complexions had turned somber and bleak. You refuse our offer only to end up suffering yourself. Let's attack him together. Kill him. Facing Lin Ming, none of these 6 great elders dared to underestimate him. After all, Lin Ming was able to instantly kill Mo Da, and Mo Da was a master who was only inferior to these 6 great elders. This proved that Lin Ming might be stronger than any one of them. This boy's background is too deep. Do not keep any witnesses. Kill every human present. The 6 of them attacked together. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he extracted the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. This was the first time in this melee that he had used a weapon. These 6 individuals were the final trump card of the Silent Green tribe. Lin Ming didn't plan on holding back. He directly opened the heretical god force. Compressed true essence erupted. Lin Ming's formidable aura instantly rose to the pinnacle. He flicked his finger, and the divine demon thunder soul, which was fused from 3 thunder souls, shot out. On the 3-inch long needle, there was a purple flood dragon and a crimson snake curled around the base. On the crown of the needle, there was a fierce image of a thunder beast. The divine demon steel needle howled. It pierced towards the first elder on the right. At the same time, dozens of blood-drinking seals swirled around the purple comet spear, forming a spinning red storm. Primeval spear, a spear thrust out, and it seemed to swallow all sound. The powerful suction force caused all 6 elders to pause. At this time, the triple thunder soul fusion divine demon steel needle arrived. Demon essence palm. An elder struck down at the thunder soul with his palm. His billowing demon essence was like a rolling tide of clouds. But as these demonic clouds met the divine demon thunder soul, they instantly melted away like snow in the hot summer sun. Damn. The old giant demon's face turned grim. Although he expected Lin Ming to be strong, he didn't think that his own demon essence palm would be broken so easily. Old 6, help me. Seeing the divine demon thunder soul howl towards him, The old giant demon couldn't help but cry for help. Ping! A ghostly knife cut down on the divine demon Thunder Soul. This was the rescue from the giant demon known as Old Six. The two great elders combined their forces, but they were still unable to break apart the divine demon Thunder Soul. Explode! Lin Ming suddenly clenched his hand, and the divine demon Thunder Soul exploded. The three-colored light of the purple flood dragon divine thunder, disenchanting dream light, and blood-extinguishing demon thunder burst out, causing the six great elders to struggle. Meanwhile, he grasped the purple comet spear. He thrust out slaughter. All of his potential and will was fused into this purple comet spear strike. The spear light cut through the void. This boy. Two elders cried out as they resisted the arcs of lightning. With a staff and halberd, they struck out at Lin Ming. Bang! The ground fissured. The cracks spread through the earth like an ever-growing spider web. With the sound of torn silk, the several dozen feet high headquarters of the Silent Green tribe, which was made with skyworm silk, was completely ripped to shreds. Blood-drinking seals danced in the air. Two elders screamed. Blood-drinking seals had pierced through their bodies, causing blossoms of blood to bloom. Blood, extinguishing demon thunder. The divine demon thunder soul roared as it felt the energy of blood essence. As soon as it touched blood essence, it completely sucked it dry. The giant demon elders felt a great deal of their blood essence being absorbed, and they suddenly paled. Just several breaths of time had passed. In just the flash of an eye, Lin Ming had battled against six enemies and had taken the upper hand. Lin Ming didn't relent in his attacks. The purple comet spear shot out like a snake. The cold spear point was directed towards an injured elder's heart. At this critical moment, a ghostly blade blocked Lin Ming's spear, saving the injured elder from the maw of death. But as this blade touched Lin Ming's spear, it became stuck. The blade-wielding giant demon elder's complexion changed. We have to use everything we have together. Otherwise, we will die. Lin Ming's vast strength had far outstripped their imagination. As the six great elders heard this, all of them used their special skills. For a time, the billowing demon essence was like a titanic pillar that shot into the sky. It penetrated into the clouds, as if it were connecting the heavens and earth. The six great elders attacked together. Their momentum was like a heaven-breaking spear. All of the surrounding martial artists were horrified. In the Silent Green tribe, these six great elders were godlike existences. The six great elders combining their attacks caused everyone to flee backwards, lest they be caught up in the swirling storm of demon essence. Against this strike that could change the heavens and earth, Lin Ming's tempering marrow true essence completely erupted. At the same time, he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming's skeleton emitted explosive crackling noises. Behind him, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared. A resounding dragon roar impacted through the horizon. A spear thrust out. On the purple comet spear, thunder and flame howled, twining together at a single point. A violent energy burst out. Thunder fire annihilation. Lin Ming consumed 60% of his inner true essence to display the full and complete might of thunder fire annihilation. This was Lin Ming's strongest ability, especially after absorbing the disenchanting dream light. The power of thunder fire annihilation was even more terrifying than before. Within the ancient battlefield, he hadn't been able to use thunder fire annihilation because of the suppressive laws of that broken world. But he could use it in this one. Thunder fire annihilation immediately formed a black hole of origin energy. All of the power of thunder and fire between the heavens and earth howled out. Bang! Thunder and fire wove together, exploding against the billowing clouds of demon energy. The horrible shock wave rolled out in all directions, breaking through all of the walls, causing sand to fly, and completely shattering all of the floor tiles. The detonation had caused a 100-foot-deep pit to appear in the ground. As for the great sky-worm silk tent, which had been torn apart by the blood-drinking seals, it was disintegrated by the great currents of energy, vanishing into ash. In just a moment, the entire Silent Green tribe headquarters had been razed to the ground. Of the 6 giant demon elders, 3 of them were lying down in a pool of their own blood, barely hanging onto their lives. As for the other 3, they had been severely injured. Their bodies dripped with blood. They stood among the ruins, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. As for Lin Ming, his clothes were torn, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was pale. He only had around 30% of his true essence remaining. A giant demon elder, stretched out a trembling, bloody finger at Lin Ming, as if he wanted to say something. Die. Lin Ming didn't wait for this giant demon elder to spout his nonsense. The purple comet spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals flew in the air. Slaughter. Facing this great desolate halberd art spear skill, the severely wounded elders were unable to resist any longer. Lin Ming's spear directly pierced through the front elder's heart. Blood spurted out into the wind. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder flashed as it sunk into the giant demon elder's body. Pooh! A mass of blood fog burst out from the elder's corpse, slowly condensing into a blood-drinking seal. This blood-drinking seal was several times larger than the last blood-drinking seals, and the light that shined from it was an even deeper red. Third brother! As a giant demon elder saw his brother's death occur right in front of him, his eyes turned red with rage. Knowing that living through this was hopeless, the giant demon went crazy. He grasped his saber and cut down at Lin Ming. To this, Lin Ming only gathered his hands together. Poo-pew-pew. Blood-drinking seals pierced through the giant demon elder like a honeycomb. The second giant demon elder died, and the blood-drinking seals continued their flight of death. Blood burst out from the other 4 giant demon elders' bodies, turning into streams of blood. Finally, all 6 giant demon elders had been utterly struck down by Lin Ming. The entire area fell into silence. All of the surrounding martial artists were speechless as they stared at the blood-drenched Lin Ming. None of them knew what to say in their current states of shock. From the very start, all of those that rose up to rebel against the Silent Green tribe and had rushed their way to the headquarters had come with the bitter determination that their lives could be ended at any moment, like the friliest of jade. After all, the disparity of strength was just too great. But none of them expected that as they killed their way over 70% of the enemy, including every demon general at 3 stars or above, would be all killed by Lin Ming. Just a single touch was all it took for them to die. And in the end, even the 6 great elders of the Silent Green tribe had been swept away by him. Those that followed on Lin Ming's heels hadn't experienced any bitterly dangerous battle. It could be said that the Silent Green tribe was completely destroyed by Lin Ming alone. Fresh streams of blood flowed over the ground. Corpses were everywhere. Lin Ming put out his hand, and masses of blood blossomed on the ground. 1, 2, 3, until the 6th blood-drinking seal. This giant demon blood essence is truly suitable for the great desolate halberd art, Lin Ming mumbled as he glanced at these blood-drinking seals. Their quality was nearly as good as those formed from a human middle revolving core powerhouse. After Lin Ming formed these blood-drinking seals, he also took the spatial rings of all 6 giant demon elders. The 6 spatial rings were all low-grade earth step. Their quality wasn't much worse than Lin Ming's own. As he used his sense to scan through these 6 spatial rings, he sucked in a deep breath. There were thousands of blood demon crystals within these 6 spatial rings. These 6 giant demon elders were quite rich. It seems that most of the accumulated wealth of the many years of the Silent Green tribe had fallen into their hands. When Lin Ming had killed his way over to the headquarters, he had also taken the spatial rings of those he had slain. But the combined wealth from all of those spatial rings couldn't compare to a single one of the 6 elders. The use of blood demon crystals to giant demons were like true essence stones to humans. But since the blood demon crystals also contained a very strong vitality power, they were also useful for humans. A single blood demon crystal was worth dozens of medium-grade, true essence stones. Besides the blood demon crystals, the spatial rings also held many pills and treasures. However, Lin Ming didn't care much for these things. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He took out a red token from a spatial ring. The token was the size of palm. It was heavy, thick, and a crimson-colored killed word had been carved into the front. On the back, there was an engraving of an ancient giant demon's head. It had curved horns and sharp teeth, making it seem hideously fierce. As Lin Ming took the token in his hand, he could feel a faint murderous aura coming from it. This token seemed to have some sort of charm within it. Just by looking at it, one's consciousness seemed to fall inside. What is this? Lin Ming could vaguely feel that this token wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, he poured his true essence into the token. Then red light shined, forming a line of giant demon words in the air. It read, Polaris, Blood Slaughter Steps. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. What was this? He subconsciously glanced at the surrounding martial artists to see if any of them knew what this was, but almost all of them were surprised. Only Huiyuan was steadily staring at the token in Lin Ming's hands. Huiyuan, do you know what this is? Lin Ming asked. Huiyuan was startled. Then he hastily nodded. My lord, I haven't seen this token before, but I can guess a bit of the origins of this token. Chapter 523, 12-Winged, Heavenly Demon Tattoo. Chapter 523, 12-Winged, Heavenly Demon Tattoo. Lin Ming didn't think that Huiyuan would know anything about the origins of this token. After all, Huiyuan's cultivation was only at the Hotian realm, and he came from a common background. So his experience was naturally limited. Tell me, what sort of token is this? Huiyuan pondered for a moment. He organized his thoughts and said, Lord Lin, this token, if I'm not wrong, is the city entrance token for the Blood Slaughter Steps Heavenly Demon Polaris City. City entrance token? Lin Ming was surprised. Are you sure? Looking at the token, it must have had some long history behind it. Not just that, but it gave off a very thick infernal aura. Obviously, it wasn't some common, everyday object. How could it just be a city entrance token? What level was this heavenly demon city? I'm not too sure. I only read this in some ancient texts. However, Heavenly Demon Polaris City is not an ordinary city, but one of the 12 main cities of the Blood Slaughter Steps. Oh, what sort of power is this Blood Slaughter Steps? A moment ago, this city entrance command had the words Blood Slaughter Steps appear on it. Huiyuan also mentioned this Blood Slaughter Steps again. It seemed as if there was some history behind this power. Huiyuan glanced at Lin Ming with surprise. He was bewildered that Lin Ming also hadn't heard of the Blood Slaughter Steps before, but he still gave a detailed explanation. The Blood Slaughter Steps is a special region that is handed down from ancient times. There is rich infernal energy gathered there, and it is a paradise of death and slaughter. The history of the Blood Slaughter Steps is too glorious and deep. It may have existed for even more than 100,000 years. Thus, no one knows just who formed the Blood Slaughter Steps. There are many different stories. Some say that there is a powerful and ancient saint beast sealed off within the depths of the Blood Slaughter Steps. It was said that there was a war that erupted from the Blood Slaughter Steps once that lasted for thousands of years. There are even more outrageous stories. Some say that the truth is that an unrivaled powerhouse from the realm of the gods came down to the Blood Slaughter Steps and slayed a true dragon there. The dragon's blood dyed the grounds, and in short, there are just many different stories. No matter what its origins are, what is certain is that many demon emperors have died within the blood slaughter steppes. This is a well-known historical fact. There are over 10 demon emperors recorded that have died there. Over 10 demon emperors. Lin Ming was speechless. Above a 6-star demon general was a demon king. Above a 6-star demon king was a demon emperor. A demon emperor was equivalent to a human supreme elder at the divine sea realm and was also an emperor-level powerhouse. Perhaps because of the inherent talent of the giant demon race, their demon emperors might even be stronger than the human divine sea powerhouses. It had to be known that within the entire Sky Spill continent, divine sea supreme elders were extremely rare. Yet in this blood slaughter steppes, over 10 demon emperors had fallen. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Ming didn't speak. He just stood there listening. Hui Yuan continued, "The blood slaughter steppes is a cursed land. One reason is because it contains a massive amount of infernal energy, and another reason is its secret that no one can discover. Since ancient times, there have been numerous demon emperors and also 5-star and 6-star demon kings that have wanted to unravel the secret of the blood slaughter steppes. They wanted to seek out their own lucky chances, or at least use an array formation to channel all of the infernal energy for their own use. But the result was that they all died, and all of them from mysterious and strange causes. Some rumors said that they were cursed to death, and some say that they were killed by the mystical power that lies within the blood slaughter steppes. Slowly over time, fewer and fewer masters had the idea of taking advantage of the blood slaughter steppes. Afterwards, let alone demon emperors, but not even high-level demon kings dared to set foot within the blood slaughter steppes. They all feared that they would die within. But low-level martial artists also feared stepping into the blood slaughter steppes because the infernal energy there is just too strong, and the entire region is lawless. One could die anywhere. Thus, it turned into a paradise for martial artists at the middle level, and is also a gathering place for martial artists that walk on the killing path. Killing path. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. He immediately had a great interest towards this land. He knew that within the cultivation methods of the giant demon race, it was common for those to walk the killing path or carnal path. Within the holy demon continent, it would be easy to gather hundreds of thousands or even millions of martial artists that cultivated in these techniques. Hui Yuan said, "The blood slaughter steppes contains very special supernatural laws. With the strong infernal energy there, anyone cultivating the killing path can do so at astonishing rates. In particular, the infernal energy of the blood slaughter steppes is concentrated within 12 areas. If one can practice in these source areas, then they can obtain the greatest benefits." Gradually, the middle-level martial artists established 12 heavenly demon cities within these 12 infernal energy source areas. Any martial artist that has a blood slaughter steppes entrance token can enter the heavenly demon cities and absorb the infernal energy there, forming a heavenly demon tattoo. After killing others, one can steal their infernal energy, finally manifesting your own heavenly demon tattoo. The complete tattoo is a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. At this time, the heavenly demon tattoo will merge with the martial artist and create a special sort of martial intent. Martial intent. Lin Ming's heart stirred. What sort of martial intent? Hui Yuan said, "This sort of martial intent is called the heavenly demon martial intent. Once this heavenly demon martial intent is used, it will form a unique domain of infernal energy. This is called 12-winged heavenly demon forbidden zone. Anyone that steps within this zone will be suppressed by infernal energy. As for what other uses there are, I am not too sure." "Oh, so there are things like this." Lin Ming was somewhat stunned. This blood slaughter steppes was truly marvelous to contain such a mysterious power, a land where demon emperors could die. a land where even the greatest powers did not dare to establish themselves. Like this blood slaughter steppes had truly become an unruly land. Their strength was everything. All of those that had the city entrance token could enter the heavenly demon cities and obtain the infernal energy, condensing it into a heavenly demon tattoo. But if one killed others, they could steal away their infernal energy to supplement their own. It could be said that this blood slaughter steppes was simply a killing grounds. If I go to this blood slaughter steppes, Lin Ming hesitated. He needed to adventure and increase his strength as much as he could. No matter how he looked at it, this blood slaughter steppes was a prime location. Also, if he could condense a complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then he could possibly gain another martial intent. Lin Ming now had the ethereal martial intent and the samsara martial intent. If he could gain the heavenly demon martial intent, then that would be a total of 3. The ethereal martial intent didn't seem as if it was too useful, but in fact, it greatly compensated for Lin Ming's insufficient talent. If he didn't have the ethereal martial intent, then it would have been very difficult for him to practice any cultivation method, and he would never have broken through to the Xiantian realm so easily. As for the samsara martial intent, there was no need to mention how useful it was. The samsara martial intent was even a powerful soul defense. In the demon god imperial palace, it had already saved his life twice. If he could add on the heavenly demon martial intent, the more martial intents one had, the more terrifying they were. Lin Ming was aware that thousands of years ago within the Sky's Spill continent, there was a divine sea master named Emperor Sakya. He had 7 different martial intents. He sat under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally fused all 7 martial intents together, achieving supreme enlightenment. He broke through the martial shackles and gained an immortal body. He flew through the martial void and soared into the realm of the gods. Lin Ming wasn't clear whether or not this breaking through the martial shackles meant that Emperor Sakya had broken through to realms above the divine sea. But what he knew without a shadow of a doubt was that when one accumulated more martial intents, they would have a terrifying qualitative change. This qualitative change could be related to perception. Otherwise, there was no way that Emperor Sakya would be described as having achieved supreme enlightenment. Lin Ming's perception was never bad, but that was only concerning a small sect like the 7 profound valleys. Now, as Lin Ming grew stronger, he began to discover that his perception was becoming a constraint. It was a weakness that hindered him from growing. Lin Ming's martial talent had never been good, but with the support of the ethereal martial intent, god-beast bloodlines, and the heretical god force giving him an abnormally high fusion compatibility with thunder and fire cultivation methods, Lin Ming's cultivation speed hadn't been slow. However, perception remained that threshold that Lin Ming had yet to cross. Lin Ming had practiced Golden Rock Shattering the Void for almost 2 years now, but because he had limited comprehensions of the concept of wind, he wasn't able to advance in it. Within the memories of the realm of the gods' powerhouses, Lin Ming had inherited knowledge of ancient inscription techniques and array formations. However, in order to achieve a complete mastery and understanding of these, he needed an extremely high perception. Presently, Lin Ming's inscription skill wasn't able to keep up with his burgeoning strength, resulting in him not being able to use many areas of it. As for array formations, Lin Ming was only relying on the memories of the Supreme Elder to understand them. As for laying down his own array formations, that was almost impossible. There was also the Great Desolate Halberd Art. In the latter period of the true Great Desolate Halberd Art, every move contained a concept, especially the concepts of space and time. Lin Ming had never passed this zone. Several days ago, Lin Ming had even personally experienced the turbulent flow of space after going through the ancient transmission array. He was able to experience the power of space and time, But even so, he hadn't been able to comprehend much from this. In the end, this was all because his perception was lacking. If he could go to the blood slaughter steps and gain another martial intent, then this was an opportunity that Lin Ming wouldn't shirk from. As Lin Ming was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a loud explosion. He looked up and was surprised to see that in the distance, great fireworks lit up the sky. Lin Ming was startled. I decided to inform my tribe on my own, Huiyuan guiltily explained. He hadn't expected this battle to end so easily and quickly. He had originally thought of calling over the tribe so that they could collaborate from the inside and out. He never imagined that Lin Ming would handle the elites of the Silent Green tribe by himself, thus ending in such an easy victory. If the talented people of his tribe came, they would probably steal the fruits of victory. Lin Ming said, "It doesn't matter. Since your tribe has come, they can take over control of the Silent Green tribe." Lin Ming naturally didn't care about these so-called fruits of victory. Things such as manpower, mineral resources, sheep and cattle, grain, land, and all these other things were useful to a tribe. However, they were meaningless to him. If it could be acquired by them, it would be a good choice for Qing, he, and her grandmother to stay there. Huiyuan was sorry. This Silent Green tribe had a massive amount of wealth and also operational blood demon crystal mines. Every year, these mines could generate a massive amount of blood demon crystals, and yet Lin Ming was so easily willing to give it away. Lin Ming said, "I'm not interested in these things. After hearing your story, I've decided to go to the blood slaughter steps." You want to go to the blood slaughter steps? Huiyuan was shocked. As he thought about it, he realized that Lin Ming truly had the qualifications to go there. Chapter 5:24, Mook Gu. Chapter 5:24, Mook Gu. Huiyuan's human tribe was called the Skyrise tribe. Currently, they were being led by an extreme Xiantian senior. This person was already over 100 years old. For a Xiantian martial artist, 100 years was only the middle years of their life. But if it took them 100 years to reach the extreme Xiantian realm, then without a stroke of luck, they would never step into the revolving core realm. Prior to this, Huiyuan had relayed the situation to the leading general. As the general saw Lin Ming and how young he was filled with disbelief. But as he looked at the corpses that were strewn behind Lin Ming, as well as the thick murderous intent that flowed from him, he couldn't help but believe. This is the genius from a great sect who came out to adventure. The old man whispered to himself. In a sense, the martial artists of Bewitching Cloud Prairie weren't much stronger than common martial artists. Their legacies were lacking, and many of their martial artists at the Hotian realm had very shaky foundations. Only a few of them were able to stumble their way into the Xiantian realm, and this was completely because of the massive amounts of battle and fighting that occurred year-round. A cultivation that came from only fighting could not compare to those talents from large sections. To meet this sort of genius coming out to the Bewitching Cloud Prairie for adventure, and not only that, but to have him smoothly eliminate the Silent Green tribe, well, it could only be said that they struck gold. This youth was indeed nonsensically strong. The general had seen some sect talents before, but compared to Lin Ming, they were nothing more than mud to the clouds. If they could involve themselves with the sect that stood behind Lin Ming, then their benefits would be endless. That, Lord Lin, the general was forming a humble greeting when at this time a young little girl in black clothes came running over. She was crying as she shouted out, "Big Brother Lin Ming." This little girl was Qing He. She had heard the news that the Silent Green tribe had been overthrown. She was excited, nervous, and also worried about Lin Ming. All of these feelings mixed together within her, causing tears to fall down her cheeks. "Everything's okay, Qing He." Lin Ming patted Qing He's head. "Excuse me, Elder, but I'll have to trouble you with looking after Qing He. Lin Ming said to the general that was leading the Skyrise tribe troops. Of course, of course. The general struck his chest in a promising gesture as he saw that he was able to help Lin Ming with the matter. Big brother Lin Ming, are you leaving? Although Qing He was still a child, she was quite intelligent. She immediately realized the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. I have to go. Lin Ming looked at Qing He and smiled. He was aware that ever since Qing He had been born, there had never been anyone besides her grandmother who treated her kindly. She had lived in poverty and hunger. In such a situation, especially for young girls like Qing He who were incomparably pure and innocent, it was easy for them to be moved by those who treated them well. After meeting him, she had no longer been starving or afraid. He had helped her drive out the bad guys, and he had treated her kindly. Naturally, it was easy for her to form a sense of dependence on him and to wholeheartedly consider him as her big brother. Unfortunately, Qing He was only a mortal. She might have some martial arts talent, but in the end this was limited. It was unlikely that their paths would cross again in the future. I know. Qing He kindly didn't say anything further. She only deeply looked at Lin Ming, a trace of reluctance and sentimentality in her eyes. Qing He was also aware that Lin Ming was only passing by here. He was just like the birds in the sky. Although he might stop by for a rest, he would fly away eventually. In this way, Lin Ming embarked on the next step of his journey. Under the gaze from the numerous martial artists around him, he slowly walked away. 10 days later, the high skies were clear and cloudless, but what was strange was that the skies seemed to be stained with blood. It wasn't a bright sky blue, but rather the color of flowing crimson blood. Underneath the skies, the land was barren, vast, and endless. At the ends of these barren plains were several towering mountain peaks. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light cut between 2 mountains at an extreme velocity. From afar, they were like streams of prismatic light. It was incomparably beautiful. Junior apprentice sister, the blood slaughter steps are in front of us. Let me ask you again, are you sure you want to go with me? This blue rainbow was actually a giant blue bird. It was unknown what species it was, but it was at least 10 times faster than Lin Ming's winged flood dragon. The one who just spoke was a black-clothed youth who stood atop the back of the blue bird. He was tall, stately, and had an imposing appearance. Between his eyebrows, there was a faint infernal energy emanating. Although this youth was suppressing it, it was still unwittingly being sent out. Senior apprentice brother, I've already made my decision. There's nothing more to say. A black-clothed girl said. She was standing atop another blue bird that was beside the black-clothed youth. She had a gauzy mask on. Her shapely body emitted a supremely charming aura. A faint infernal energy also emanated from her. She gave off an aloof and haughty feeling. These 2 fellow apprentices were humans, but they practiced demonic cultivation methods. What they walked was the killing path. Within the holy demon continent, this was a very common phenomenon. Humans that practiced demonic cultivation methods would naturally be inferior in talent to a giant demon. But on the other hand, even if they practiced honest and righteous cultivation methods, they would also be inferior to giant demons. With this being the case, good and evil did not matter. Not to mention that there was rich and thick demonic energy that permeated through the holy demon continent. Cultivating demonic arts was much smoother than in the Sky Spill continent. Thus, there were large numbers of those from demonic sects that were here. At this moment, this man and woman were 2 outstanding talents that came from a large demonic sect. Junior apprentice sister, as soon as we walk upon the path of slaughter, then there is no turning back. We will either kill or be killed. There are very few that are able to cross this sea of blood. You should think carefully about what you want to do. Senior apprentice brother, I am naturally clear about all of this, the black-clothed woman calmly said. The young man sighed, and then didn't speak again. Suddenly, at this moment, there was someone flitting past below him. It was a blue-clothed youth. Although this young man didn't have a mount, he was quickly flying by himself. It had to be known that within the holy demon continent, even if one took transmission arrays to hurry along, there were still great distances that were calculated in 100,000-mile units. Without a mount to ride, flying would consume a great deal of true essence. The average person wouldn't do something like this. He's comprehended the concept of wind? If he coordinates the concept of wind with his flying ability, then it would truly be effortless to fly. No wonder he's so fast. He must be a talent from some sect. The black-clothed youth turned his bird mount to catch up to the young man. Fellow martial cultivator, I am Mook Gu of Sky Pavilion City. What do you want? Lin Ming responded. He didn't give his name. The more he closed in on the blood slaughter steps, the more cautious he became. Here, murdering and robbing someone was a completely natural and common occurrence. Just a greeting from a chance meeting. I assume that you are a talent from some large sect too. Huh? As Mook Gu spoke, he was stunned. He had discovered that Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm. Was it possible that he was headed to the blood slaughter steps? For an early Xiantian realm youth to head for the blood slaughter steps, that was truly the height of confidence. Friend, I don't know whether or not you're going to the blood slaughter steps, but I would like to advise you that the blood slaughter steps is not a peaceful place. There, the people can murder you without batting an eye. I see that your cultivation is only at the early Xiantian realm. I wonder whether you are going to the blood slaughter steps for adventure, or whether you have some matter to attend to. It looks like you have a blood slaughter token on you, from the faint infernal energy, aura, that you're emitting. Would you be willing to sell it to me? I believe I can provide you with an adequate reward that will satisfy you. My apologies. This blood slaughter token is useful to me. I will have to decline your offer. Lin Ming flatly refused. He remained calm on the surface even as he went on alert. From his experiences, it wouldn't be strange if this man tried to rob him or some other strange thing. Mook Gu smiled after being refused. He said, Since friend doesn't wish to, then I will not force you. But let me give you some last advice. Not everyone in the blood slaughter steps will be as easy-speaking and reasonable as me, especially those from the giant demon race. They won't even talk with you before killing you. Frankly, if you weren't a human and rather a giant demon, then I might have done the same. Mook Gu heartily laughed and then spurred the blue bird to return back to his junior apprentice sister's side. Senior apprentice brother, what is it? The black-clothed woman asked afar. Nothing much. It was just that the young man had a blood slaughter token. I was hoping to purchase it so our fellow disciples could use it too, but it looks like I was rejected. It doesn't matter anyways. I believe he is from some large sect, and his sect might not be much different from our own. I didn't know who that heroic youth was, so I was just hoping to get his name. Lin Ming didn't continue flying until he saw Mook Gu leave his range of sight. From a moment ago, he could feel Mook Gu's formidable aura. He could tell he was an extremely self-confident individual. Although his words were respectful, the truth was that he was arrogant, and he also had the strength to match his arrogance. His inner true essence was very thick, and although his cultivation was only at the half-step revolving core realm, his strength might not be any weaker than a revolving core powerhouse. He didn't even look over 30 years old. Such an age and strength meant that he wasn't much inferior to Mu Qinyu. I haven't even reached the blood slaughter steps, and I've met a talent like this. It seems that the blood slaughter steps is truly not a quiet place. After Lin Ming arrived at the Holy Demon Continent, he felt that the average quality of the martial artists here was much higher than those from the South Horizon region and Five Element region. This was because giant demons had outstanding talents, and they were naturally born warriors. The The second reason was that war and fighting constantly occurred within the Holy Demon Continent. This was the ideal condition for a martial artist to grow. Therefore, even a human martial artist was much more formidable than those from the South Horizon region. For instance, take the bewitching Cloud Prairie. If the bewitching Cloud Prairie were placed within the South Horizon region, it would at best be equal to the Seven Profound territory. However, the entire Seven Profound territory of the South Horizon region only had a single revolving core master. But here in the bewitching Cloud Prairie, there were 20 to 30 revolving core realm powerhouses. Although the majority of them were giant demons, there were still 7 or 8 human revolving core masters. After several days passed, Lin Ming fully entered the blood slaughter steps. To his surprise, not only did he see humans and giant demons, but also many other races. Among them, one of the races was exceptionally beautiful. The men were handsome and eye-catching, and the women were beautiful. They had alluring jade eyes, long and sharp ears, and ocean green hair. Besides their eyes, ears, and coloring, they were very similar to humans. Some had radiant patches of scales on their faces, and some even had charming tails. Afterwards, Lin Ming learned that this was the Fey race of the Holy Demon Continent. Chapter 5, 25 Murder in the Streets. Chapter 5, 25 Murder in the Streets. Chapter 5, 25 Murder in the Streets. The Fey had a very long and glorious history. Now, they occupied the western region of the Holy Demon Continent because both the men and women of the Fey race were exceptionally beautiful. They were often captured to be used for sexual cultivation purposes. Within the Holy Demon Continent, there were countless martial artists that walked down the road of obscenity, including both men and women. Due to this, the sexual slave trade of the Fey race was flourishing. Besides sexual slaves, the beautiful mortal Fey were often indentured as servants, concubines, or catamites. There were even mortal Fey and untalented Fey who were willing to contract themselves to powerhouses to seek asylum. In this cruel and brutal Holy Demon Continent, this was an easier way to survive. Besides the Fey, there were also the dwarves, the primates, the ferals, and all sorts of other races. This was a major eye-opener for Lin Ming. Within the Sky Spill Continent, this was an unprecedented, marvelous sight. In terms of influence and power, the giant demon race ranked number 1 within the Holy Demon Continent. This was followed by the dwarves, the primates, and then humans as fourth. The Fey and the feral race were even lower than humans. Blood Slaughter Steppes, Sun Flood City. Sun Flood City was not one of the 12 main cities of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. Rather, it was a smaller city at the edge of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. But there were many travelers, merchants, and commoners here. Thus, Sun Flood City was very prosperous. The city had millions of residents, and the city square, restaurants, and inns were lively and blooming. Sun Flood City was not one of the original cities of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was impossible to steal someone's infernal energy by killing them. Thus, far fewer murders occurred here. But it was common for events like that to explode at any moment. Sun Flood Pavilion was the greatest marketplace for treasures within Sun Flood City. The buildings within were all 12 stories high, luxuriously decorated, and often frequented by wealthy and powerful patrons. In front of the gates of the Sun Flood Pavilion, there was a very large square. This was a small city square of Sun Flood City. Many martial artists set up stalls here to hawk their wares. At this moment, all sorts of people were gathered at this square. There were people from all races, and the stalls had all sorts of wonderful items. There are so many good things here. As Lin Ming walked along, his heart filled with emotion. Within the Blood Slaughter Steppes, there were many exceptional and distinguished middle-level cultivation martial artists. Naturally, there would be more good things. Divine Blood Pill. To think something like this would actually be sold, Lin Ming exclaimed. The Divine Blood Pill was similar to the Yang Reversion Pill. They were both miracle medicines that were used to save a life. Normally, in a top fourth grade sect, there would only be 1 or 2 pills given to the top talents there. They were extremely valuable and precious. Back when Lin Ming was at the Demon God Imperial Palace, he was lucky to have a yang reversion pill. Otherwise, his life would have been in much greater danger. Due to these experiences, Lin Ming naturally had an interest in life-saving pills like this divine blood pill. So he asked, "Hello, friend, what are you selling this divine blood pill for?" The stall vendor was a giant demon with a long face. Currently, he was looking down on Lin Ming with a barely tolerable disdain on his face. Within the holy demon continent, giant demons loathe the weak and pathetic humans, not to mention that Lin Ming was also only an early Xiantian realm martial artist. Just from a glance, he could tell that he wasn't able to afford his divine blood pill. Where did this little brat come from? This father's divine blood pill will only be traded for 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals, 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals, and not a single one less. Within the death-filled blood slaughter steppes, a life-saving medicine like the divine blood pill only became more precious and rare. This giant demon must have been urgently in need of money if he were taking this sort of pill out to sell. Medium-grade blood demon crystal. Lin Ming was stunned. He had many medium-grade true essence stones, but not many medium-grade blood demon crystals. When he killed the 6 elders of the Silent Green tribe, he had obtained a great number of blood demon crystals, but they were the most inferior kind with too many impurities. The long-faced giant demon had already long guessed that Lin Ming couldn't afford anything. He impatiently said, "Don't block this father from doing business. Now, go away. This isn't something that someone like you can afford." After being scolded several times by this giant demon, Lin Ming frowned. This giant demon was really a rude snob. As Lin Ming was pondering, he suddenly heard a laugh. "Ha ha, what a great spear! With this spear, the strength of Aori, will rise yet again." From within the great hall of the Sun Flood Pavilion, a tall giant demon came strutting out. He wore red armor and had a newly purchased spear in his hands. There were many people that seemed to know this red-armored giant demon. Many of them came up to greet him. A medium-grade earth step spear, and a top medium-grade earth step spear at that. What a great weapon. Brother Aori, you really know how to show off. The red-armored giant demon laughed, his face covered with a proud smile as he said, "With this spear, my war god technique will be even more powerful." Beside Aori, another giant demon said, "I heard that you came back from Polaris City. How was it? Did you kill to your heart's content?" Polaris City. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He had originally come to this city square for a casual stroll to see if there was anything that interested him. He didn't care about what noise happened here, but now that he heard someone mention Polaris City, he couldn't help but pay attention. The blood slaughter steppes had 12 main heavenly demon cities. One of these was Polaris City, which was the one he was intending to go to. Of course, I killed a bunch. In this past half year, I've already killed over 100 masters. My infernal energy is accumulating to the point where it can almost manifest. Aori smiled and put away his spear, trading it for a jug of wine. He drank a great mouthful of it. "Aori, you spent half a year at the outer city? You haven't gone inside." As Aori was showing off, a less happy voice suddenly sounded out. The one speaking was a short giant demon. "Humph, you think that the martial artists of Polaris City are mud I can pinch apart? The inner city is fine by itself. I've been in the outer city for half a year, and I've already met over 10 masters. None of these people are ones you can casually mess with." "Oh, which masters are you talking about?" As soon as people heard about the masters of Polaris City, they were immediately interested. There are the giant demons Dagu, Emohi, the dwarf Chi, Yen. Well, in short, there are just too many masters to count. Polaris City is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. There are too many masters disguised there. You can't even look down on those at the same level. It's not wrong that you would be a genius, but so would everyone else there. Unless the other side was a human. That is, humans are the best to kill. Among all the races, humans are the weakest, let alone if they were at my level. Even if they were higher than me by a small boundary, there are few that would be my match. Aori arrogantly said as he drank his wine. Ha ha, humans are just too weak. Although their current status can be placed forth within the holy demon continent, this ranking is only because of their numbers and the fact that they can breed like rabbits. In terms of fertility, the humans are truly the winners, hee. But what a pity in terms of martial arts talent. The humans are a complete mess compared to us giant demons and the little fae. The difference is like cloud to mud. Several giant demons spoke loud and brashly, not holding anything back. All of the human martial artists around them glared as they heard the giant demon's conversation. However, as they noticed the giant demon's aura and cultivation, they could only remain silent. These giant demons were not some nobodies. Aori said, "The Fae race are truly the favorite of the heavens. If it wasn't for them being so few in number, I fear they would be the #1 race within the holy demon continent. To you and me, we might be considered invincible among human martial artists at the same level, but if we are compared to the Fae, then we aren't too exceptional. The truth is, besides humans, the ferals aren't much either. The humans have a weak body that can break with a touch, and the ferals are all brainless idiots. What a pity. The ferals have a tyrannical physique, but their perception is pathetic. They need to spend several years just studying the simplest of cultivation methods. They can forget about ever understanding the more advanced kind." UF*CK. Who are you saying is stupid? As the giant demons were loudly speaking, there was suddenly a roar. A feral man over 10 feet tall and draped in animal skin leapt forwards. His hair was long and messy, and his mouth was full of sharp fangs. He had a thick, prominent lower jaw, and his face was similar to a gorilla's. Speaking of ferals, one just came up to die. Aori looked at this feral with disdain. His hands were relaxed at his side. He simply hadn't put this feral in his eyes. "Cut the trash. Take out your weapon." The feral roared. Then he took out a thick spiked iron rod from his back. "Humph! You think someone like you is worthy for me to take out my weapon? You are looking down on the brutal battles of the blood slaughter steppes Polaris City. Now go die." Aori suddenly took a step forwards and kicked out. "Eat my rod." After being provoked by Aori, the feral flew into a rage. He shouted as he smashed his rod down at Aori's leg. All of the surrounding martial artists sucked in a sharp breath. The feral race were famous throughout the holy demon continent for their great strength. If this rod hit that giant demon's leg, then it would definitely shatter every single one of his bones. However, this leg kick of Aori's seemed to carry the momentum of rivers and mountains. After kicking out his leg, demon essence flooded out like a sea in a raging storm, unstoppable and irresistible. The feral's rod was affected by this aura and faltered, but in this moment, Aori's leg actually struck the feral's throat. Pung! With a muffled thumping sound, the feral's neck cracked apart. His body flew backwards, smashing into the ground and sliding back dozens of feet. Looking at the feral, one could see his eyes were bulging and his neck was twisted in a weird angle. His neck had actually been broken by Aori's kick. A pool of blood soon flowed out from the feral's head, dyeing the ground red. "He's dead." Lin Ming was surprised. This wasn't even one of the 12 main cities of the blood slaughter steppes, and there was already murder in the streets. This land was truly a killing paradise. Although the surrounding martial artists looked alarmed, this was only towards Aori. As for these killings in the street, they seemed extremely common. "Humph! That is what you get for biting off more than you can chew. He was so weak, yet he dared to provoke others. Haha, whether they are ferals or humans, they are the most welcome match within the heavenly demon cities. They are simply delivering infernal energy to us giant demons. Aori licked his lips, very satisfied with his frightening performance, but it didn't seem as if he had enough fun yet. He turned around and suddenly found a black-clothed young girl in the crowd who was wearing gauzy mask. He lewdly smiled at her and said, Pretty little girl, do you want to come up and play? Rest assured that this father will treat you with care." As Aori spoke, Lin Ming also glanced over. His eyes widened. He had met this black-clothed woman just a few days ago. At the time, she had been riding a big blue bird. She was the junior apprentice sister of Mook-gu. Chapter 5:26 Soaring Red Light. Chapter 5:26 Soaring Red Light. Chapter 5:26 Soaring Red Light. When the black-clothed girl heard this giant demon calling out to her, she pressed her delicate eyebrows together in a frown. A faint aura of infernal energy between her eyebrows almost erupted, but she kept it down. I wonder where that Mook-gu went. Lin Ming only saw the black-clothed girl and didn't see Mook-gu nearby. "Pretty little girl, why don't you come and play with me?" Aori provoked again. At this time, some of the human martial artists were already quietly retreating. They didn't want to be caught in Aori's crosshairs. The black-clothed girl's eyes flashed with a murderous light, and she instantly drew her long sword from its sheath. One didn't see the movement, but one could clearly hear the piercing sound of the sword energy as it passed through the air. The sharp sword light shined, thrusting straight towards Aori's forehead. "Humph!" Aori coldly coughed and smashed that sword light apart with his fist. With a ringing explosion, the sword light was broken apart by that fist. Dang, dang, dang. Aori drew back 3 steps. His fist dyed red with blood. The black-clothed girl's expression was surprised underneath her mask. Her opponent had received her sword attack with his bare fist, but he had only been forced 3 steps back. His fist had been injured, but he was more or less unharmed. This giant demon's strength was no less than her own. She had originally wanted to teach this scum a lesson, but she didn't imagine that his strength would be like this. If they truly fought, then it would be difficult to decide a victor in a short period of time. She also had important matters to attend to and didn't want to waste her time getting caught up here. She turned around and stepped away. Quickly, her enchanting figure submerged into the crowd, lost. That little b asterisk tease. Aori cursed, but he didn't chase her. From that one exchange, he could tell that this little human girl was exceedingly strong. She was most likely a top talent from some sect. Although he didn't use a weapon, his skill with a weapon wasn't much better than him using his fists. And yet, not only was his fist injured, but he had also been forced back 3 steps. What crap luck. I actually met a top human talent here. Aori was crestfallen. He had just been full-throated bragging that there wasn't a single human genius that could compare with him. The result of this was that he had been publicly shamed in front of everyone, and by a young girl at that. That little girl was able to stand evenly against him, and she also looked to be just a bit over 20 years old. She was most likely even younger than he was. As his heart burned with anger and shame, he swept his eyes across everyone. Immediately, everyone drew back, lest they draw trouble onto themselves. With all of the human martial artists bowing or backing away, the calm and confident-looking Lin Ming naturally stood out. Aori's eyes instantly fell on him. "Hm? This boy. It seems that there is some condensed infernal energy on his body. Is that a blood slaughter token?" The 12 heavenly demon cities had a limited number of blood slaughter tokens. Blood slaughter tokens were used by martial artists to assist in condensing their infernal energy and forming the heavenly demon tattoo. If one didn't have a blood slaughter token, then the infernal energy they gained from killing others would slowly disperse. It would take a much greater amount of effort to condense a heavenly demon tattoo. Aori had already stayed in a heavenly demon city for over half a year, so he was sensitive to the energy emitted from a blood slaughter token. He was 50 to 60% sure that Lin Ming had a blood slaughter token on him. But the question was, how could a mere Xiantian realm boy have gotten a blood slaughter token worth dozens of medium-grade blood demon crystals? Although Aori was wealthy, he wasn't rich enough that he could ignore the temptation of a treasure worth dozens of medium-grade blood demon crystals. It had to be known within Polaris City. A life-saving miracle medicine like the divine blood pill was worth 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals. For a Xiantian realm boy to carry around such a valuable treasure, well, it wasn't Aori's style to not steal it. "Boy, come over here," Aori said. As he licked his lips, he looked at Lin Ming as if he were some delicious prey. Lin Ming frowned. He hadn't said anything, and he was also standing in an inconspicuous location. And he was the one that was eyed among everyone else here. F***CK. Lord Aori is calling for you. Are you deaf? Beside Aori, a few of his minions shouted out. To the people of Sun Flood City, anyone that could make a round trip to one of the 12 heavenly demon cities and return safely was absolutely a ruthless monster. It would be advantageous and prestigious to be a minion or someone like this. Ha, boy, what bad luck you have. Behind Lin Ming, the divine blood pill vendor was enjoying his misfortune. He knew that once Aori had locked onto someone, they wouldn't escape unscathed. Go away. Why don't you go join in the fun? As the minions saw Lin Ming remained unmoved, they all cussed at him. F***CK. Who does he think he is? Let's go teach him a lesson. As they spoke, they all rushed at Lin Ming. The black-clothed girl's cultivations had been too high. They hadn't been her match, so they naturally wouldn't rush at her so recklessly. But facing Lin Ming, an early Xiantian realm amateur, his realm wasn't any higher than theirs, and he was also a human. This was their opportunity to show off in front of their boss. The minions attacked together. They deliberately intended to avoid his vital points and attack his limbs. If they ruined this Xiantian martial artist body and crippled his arms and legs, then he would become nothing more than waste. CA. A bloody crimson light shot forth. Lin Ming flicked his 5 fingers, and 5 blood-drinking seals flew out like arrows. The bloody light leapt into the air, filling the skies with a fierce and deadly murderous intent that came falling down, enveloping everyone. All of the surrounding martial artists shuddered in fear. 1 blood-drinking seal flew at each of the 5 giant demon minions. Bloody lights cut through the void. The 5 giant demons cried out in pain as they grasped onto their right arms. Their right hands were all rolling on the ground. They had been chopped off with blood crazily spraying everywhere. In an instant, Lin Ming had sliced off their hands, but he hadn't even moved at all. What? What did that boy do? What was that red light? Was that a concealed weapon? Where is the boy from? With a single move cutting off the 5 giant demons' hands, Lin Ming had shown mercy. After all, if he could cut off their right hands, then he could also cut off their heads. In the square, every martial artist, regardless of race, and all of the various vendors and customers were staring in shock. They had been waiting to see just how miserable Lin Ming would end up. But how could they have expected that this young-looking man was so ruthless? In fact, if they knew that Lin Ming's true age was only 18 years, their chins would probably have hit the ground. The crimson light was too quick. It was fast to the point that they hadn't been able to see what it was. They only felt a thick and vibrant bloody energy in that instant, and a chilling shiver crawl up their backs. You smelly brat, Aori grimaced. F***CK. How could he have such shit luck today? Both of these young humans that he bumped into had been abnormal freaks. Aoi could also defeat those 5 minions in an instant, but he wasn't sure whether or not this young boy had more cards he was hiding. With such an estimate, the chances of defeating this young man were basically a coin flip. Was this little bastard really an early Sciention powerhouse of humanity? Even a saint-level talent of the Fae couldn't match up. Aoi grumbled in his heart. In his half-year at Polaris City, he hadn't run into such monstrous human powerhouses. But today he managed to catch them all. He had ridden the tiger, and now he couldn't back down. Within Sun Flood City, Aoi was an infamous character. If it was known that he was smacked around by a human Sciention realm boy and ran away with his tail between his legs, then he would be laughed at in the future by everyone. There was no way to extricate himself from this situation. Although I'll lose face against this brat, I'll still try my best. If I can catch him by surprise, then I'll be able to gain the upper hand for 3 to 5 moves at least. If that happens, I can just back away and consider it as honorably stepping away. As Aoi thought of this, he coldly said, "Boy, I admit that I underestimated you a moment ago. You do have some skill. Since you injured my men, I'll give you a chance. If you can take 3 moves of mine, then I will let this matter go." Aoi shamelessly proclaimed. At this time, he no longer dared to scheme about Lin Ming's blood slaughter token. All that was in his mind was how to gain the upper hand in these next 3 moves and avoid losing his hard-earned reputation. Lin Ming's face had a hint of a taunting smile. He'd let this fool bumble about as he wished. CA. Aoi flourished his weapon. This was the medium-grade earth step spear that he purchased from the Sun Flood Pavilion at a great price. He hadn't even taken out his weapon against the black-clothed girl, but against Lin Ming, he had no choice but to go all out. "Boy, you won't use your weapon?" As Aoi saw that Lin Ming wasn't moving, he felt ill. "If you look down on me, then you're just asking to die. Demon tyrant world." Aoi loudly shouted and thrust his spear out. Behind Aoi, the shade of a demon king manifested. On the back of this demon king shade was a great pair of wings. As the demon king shade appeared, Aoi's aura instantly erupted. It was like the heavens and earths were being stirred up by his spear. It's the heavenly demon tattoo. Aoi is serious now. He condensed the heavenly demon tattoo in Polaris City. It is able to increase the power of demonic martial skills. I'm so jealous of him. Everyone sighed. At this time, Lin Ming attacked. Without a weapon in hand, he took a sudden step forwards and punched out. Body-tearing bone, shattering fist. Vibrating true essence combined with dozens of blood-drinking seals as they shot out. The sky filled with flashing red lights, and the winged heavenly demon shade was directly cut into pieces by the blood-drinking seals. Right after, the vibrating true essence broke it apart, disintegrating it into nothing. What? Aoi's expression changed. He desperately stimulated all of his bodily demon essence protection to the limit. However, how could mere bodily demon essence stand up to the incomparably sharp blood-drinking seals? Pooh! Aoi's protective true essence was torn apart like it was thin paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, landing unconscious on the floor. After winning with a single move, Lin Ming wasn't moved. With his current strength, there were very few people in the younger generation that were a worthy opponent for him. Not to mention that Aoi wasn't even a top talent of the younger generation. That fellow Mukgu that he had met before was much more formidable. He's too strong. Aoi isn't even on his level. This strength may not be able to sweep away everyone in the outer ward of Polaris City, but it should be enough to rule over a small area. This fellow is only at the early Sciention realm, but he looks so young. I don't know which sect raised a talent like this. It's hard to imagine that a human Sciention martial artist would be able to cultivate to this degree. As the surrounding martial artists discussed, Lin Ming, the divine blood pill vendor behind him, turned ashen. In Sun Flood City, although casual murder in the streets didn't happen often, it did happen. If this young man could defeat Ao Ri so easily, then he could die just as easily. It wasn't difficult to imagine the scene that would occur. As the vendor thought back to his rude and dismissive behavior towards Lin Ming, he felt chills crawl up his spine. He was terrified. 1,000 feet away from the square, a black-clothed youth faintly smiled. "Oh, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Junior apprentice sister, this young man is much stronger than you are." The black-clothed youth who spoke was Mook Gu. Beside him was the black-clothed girl, his junior apprentice sister Mook Ching. "He is truly stronger than I am, but I believe I will be able to surpass him in the next several years," Mook Ching said, not too satisfied. "Surpass him? That might not be possible. He might even be younger than you." Mook Gu glanced at Mook Ching and smiled. Chapter 5, 27 Robbers. Chapter 5, 27 Robbers. Chapter 5, 27 Robbers. Mook Ching was 23 years old. In her sect, she was a rising saint-level talent. It was possible that her future achievements might even surpass Mook Gu's. She was no worse than someone like Mu Qianyu. As she heard Mook Gu say that Lin Ming might be younger than her, Mook Ching's words caught in her throat. There wasn't anything she could say. She was used to surpassing others. So that's why she reflexively said that she had confidence she could pass Lin Ming in several years. But now that she knew that Lin Ming was younger than her, she found this hard to accept. "Let's go." He's probably going to Polaris City. Most of the martial artists that pass through Sun Flood City will be going to that heavenly demon city. I can't believe that I told him to be careful of robbers. It's a bit laughable now that I think back on it. Perhaps at that time, if I had tried to steal from him, I might even have been defeated by his hand. "Senior apprentice brother, even you think you're not his match?" Mook Ching said, surprised. "It's hard to say. It seems that a few years from now, there will be a new super powerhouse in Polaris City." Mook Gu sighed. Those humans that willingly came to the blood slaughter steps were the most outstanding talents among juniors. As for the older generation, most of them were powerful, but few came to the blood slaughter steps. They were afraid of the strange and fantastical curse that enveloped the land. Not just that, but it was meaningless to adventure and gain experience with the juniors. As the weaker amongst the older generation, they didn't usually come to the blood slaughter steps either. If they were weak at their age, they most likely wouldn't have much further enhancements in their achievements. If they came to the blood slaughter steps, what they risked was death. They might lose their life in vain without even the chance to further their cultivation. The gains simply didn't match the loss. It could be said that the blood slaughter steps was the holy demon continent's gathering land for the most superb youths. Here, everyone was a genius. If one could jump ranks to defeat others, then so could everyone else. No matter how strong one was, no one underestimated anyone, even if they were on the same level. Even if their opponent was young or their realm was low, they still had the possibility to kill them. Within the blood slaughter steps, even a tyrannical dragon had to be cautious. Otherwise, who knew whether or not they would provoke an even more powerful foe. As Mook Gu finished speaking, he returned to the building behind him. Mook Ching grit her teeth, gave Lin Ming one last look, and then turned around to follow. Young hero, this divine blood pill. I will trade it to you for only 10 medium-grade blood demon crystals. I just hope that you overlook, in the square at the Sun Flood Pavilion, the giant demon vendor who was selling the divine blood pill turned green with regret as he saw Lin Ming's terrifying performance. Not only had he missed his chance to befriend such a top talent, but he also became enemies within him. Sun Flood City was not like some normal city. Here, when martial artists had grudges, it was possible that they would act on them even in the streets. This was a completely normal matter. Thus, the giant demon was scared witless. In order to not offend Lin Ming any further, he could only offer up this divine blood pill at a discount. If it wasn't for the fact that he really did need blood demon crystals, he might have directly given the divine blood pill to Lin Ming. Hearing the vendor take such an initiative to be friendly, Lin Ming naturally didn't refuse. "I don't have any medium-grade blood demon crystals. I only have medium-grade true essence stones and low-grade blood demon crystals. You can name your price from that." The vendor was surprised. Just where did the fellow come from? He was so talented, yet he didn't have any medium-grade blood demon crystals. The exchange rate between low-grade blood demon crystals and medium-grade blood demon crystals was 100 to 1. Although this ratio was a bit inflated, it was because low-grade blood demon crystals weren't all that useful to geniuses. Thus, the average person wouldn't be willing to accept them. The vendor clenched his teeth and said, 1,000 low-grade blood demon crystals, and you've got a deal. I'll consider it a discount. As he finished speaking, he helplessly looked at Lin Ming. He only hoped that Lin Ming would overlook the matter from earlier. In the future, he wanted to stay in Sun Flood City without having to look over his shoulder every day. Lin Ming didn't know that the vendor was having such troubles. He didn't plan on rejecting the divine blood pill either way. 2,000 low-grade blood demon crystals, you can count it. Lin Ming tossed over a spatial ring. This ring had belonged to the 6 elders of the Silent Green tribe. As soon as the vendor heard 2,000 low-grade blood demon crystals, he was instantly happy. It seemed that this human martial artist was still kind enough and wasn't forcing him to the ledge. But after he took the spatial ring and looked through it, he was left speechless. The blood demon crystals in this spatial ring could be called garbage. They were literally the discarded blood demon crystal, or that no one would want. 2,000 of these so-called blood demon crystals might not even match up to 1,000 pure low-grade blood demon crystals. Just where had this human come from? The vendor was speechless. This sort of blood demon crystal would only be used by common, mortal martial artists. In this situation, the vendor could only bow his head and grit his teeth. He had no chance to voice his grievance. These were the iron rules of the blood slaughter steps. After Lin Ming left Sun Flood City, he bought a mount and quickly hurried on. He really didn't have many blood demon crystals on hand. He had to fill in the missing amount with true essence stones in order to purchase a blue-winged bird. It wasn't too fast at flying, but Lin Ming was mainly using it so he could rest. After all, the deeper one went into the blood slaughter steps, the more dangerous it would be, and the more common murder and death became. Lin Ming needed to always maintain his top fighting form. As Lin Ming rode forwards, he encountered several groups of martial artists. Among them were humans, giant demons, fae, and all sorts of other races. As he looked at them, he could see that they had thick and pure true essence, and they were also young. The martial arts cultivation atmosphere of the Holy Demon Continent is much more flourishing than that of the Sky Spill Continent. One reason is because the other races have such outstanding talent, and the other is because there are so many different races. They go on adventures every year and constantly fight, so it's easier for powerhouses to be born here. Constant fighting was truly an easy way to produce geniuses. During ancient times, emperor-level talents were most likely to appear when war swept over the entire land. As Lin Ming approached Polaris City, he saw more and more outstanding youths. Enough so that even he was stunned and amazed, especially the Fey race. Their natural talent was even superior to the giant demons. Unfortunately, they were few in number. Otherwise, they might have already dominated the Holy Demon Continent. Along the way, Lin Ming saw 2 heroic Fey youths that he suspected were saint-level talents. The Holy Demon Continent originally had many geniuses. and the blood slaughter steps is the gathering point for this massive number of geniuses. It is truly astonishing. Although Lin Ming sighed as he said this, he was actually feeling excited and thrilled. It was ideal that he would be here alongside those competitors that could offer him challenge. Only like this could his progress become faster. After all, it was impossible to comprehend the essence of martial arts by going into closed-door seclusion. It was right that he came to the blood slaughter steps. We've waited such a long time, and now a tiny fat sheep has finally arrived. Several miles away from Lin Ming, several impish martial artists had gathered together. They were sizing Lin Ming up like prey. He's only at the early Xiantian realm, and his mount is normal. Do you think he might be too poor? Although his cultivation is lower, his true essence is incomparably thick. For better or worse, he must also be a talent from a large sect, so he should have a good amount of possessions. For an early Xiantian boy to wander into the blood slaughter steps, he must really believe in himself. But those that have too much self-confidence are always the ones that die first. When many geniuses heard of the blood slaughter steps, they might rush there because of their arrogance, even if their cultivation was insufficient. In their recklessness, they would finally perish in the wilderness without even reaching the city gates. This was because of the numerous robbers that existed in the wild. These robbers were mostly of the imp race. Within the holy demon continent, the imps could be called infamous for this behavior. Although the giant demons were incredibly brutal and bloodthirsty killers for better or worse, they also had scruples. In some matters, there were bottom lines that they wouldn't cross. But the imps were greedy, despicable, sinister, and committed all sorts of crimes with glee. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. They lusted over beauty, and their behavior was abnormal and obscene. Besides the ferals, they would chase after the beauties of every single other race. If a woman were to fall into the hands of an imp, they would suffer the most miserable of fates before being tortured to death. If we didn't have such a person, then what would us brothers eat? The imp in the front said, as he licked his lips. Let's go. Kill him. All of them rushed out with their full strength. Although these imps had a cultivation that surpassed Lin Ming, there were also many humans behind him. As they attacked together, it was like dark clouds of demonic energy were roiling in the air. Lin Ming sneered. He didn't even slow down as he crashed directly into the dark clouds. I've already heard that the blood slaughter steps is filled with murderers and robbers. I've come so far into the blood slaughter steps, and this is the first group that I've run into. If I consider my low cultivation and the fact that I'm alone, then I could be considered really lucky. Lin Ming laughed in his mind. He didn't even take out his spear. He flicked 10 fingers and 10 blood-drinking seals shot out. The crimson-red lights cut through the void. In the next moment, blood flew out, dyeing the earth red. 7 or 8 imps had been sliced to pieces by Lin Ming's blood-drinking seals. The remaining imps stood there, stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Pung, pung, pung. Bloody fog exploded from the corpses of the imps, turning into new blood-drinking seals. Blood-drinking seals condensed from imps are also good. They aren't any worse than those made from giant demons. Lin Ming muttered as he glanced at the glowing crimson symbols in the air. He seemed that humans just had the worst power of vitality, so the blood-drinking seals they made were also the weakest. Did you see that? That blue-clothed boy just raised his hand and sent out several hidden weapons. He instantly killed 7 or 8 imps, and those imps all had a cultivation higher than him. These imps might have disgusting characters, but their strength is still good. They are especially good at escaping. But they were instantly killed. Just who is that young man? Even a saint-level talent wouldn't be so terrifying in the Xiantian realm. Interesting. There hasn't been a human talent in Polaris City for a long time. Unfortunately, this fellow's cultivation is too low compared to the giant demons Dagu or Mo. he. The disparity is just too great. Those two have recently maintained a total string of victories. I've no idea just how many wings have appeared on their heavenly demon tattoos. From the time that a martial artist reached the 12 heavenly demon cities, they would have a faint heavenly demon tattoo. As they accumulated infernal energy, their tattoo would become increasingly solid and lifelike. When they reached a certain amount of infernal energy, their tattoo would grow wings. It would grow 4 wings, 6 wings, all the way to 12 wings. And the way to plunder infernal energy was to kill others or to utterly defeat them. In the challenge match stage of the Blood Slaughter Steps Polaris City, the probability of death was over 60%, and whether one died or was defeated, 50 to 70% of their total accumulated infernal energy would be added onto the winner's body, while the rest of their infernal energy would dissipate. These were the strange rules that governed the 12 heavenly demon cities. Dagu, Mo, He. This was the second time that Lin Ming had heard these names. These two should be the most outstanding of the giant demons. I wonder how strong they are. There also seems to be the imps Qi Yen. If they were famous enough for Ao Ri to mention them, they are probably not normal individuals. Chapter 5, 28 Polaris City. Chapter 5, 28 Polaris City. Chapter 5, 28 Polaris City. Before arriving at Polaris City, Lin Ming had already imagined how it would look several times. After he had experienced the magnificence of the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming believed that even if Polaris City had walls hundreds of feet high or was thousands of miles long like a limitless mountain range that stretched to the horizon, he still wouldn't be surprised. But as he truly saw Polaris City for the first time, Lin Ming was stunned. This was a shock that came from the heart. Polar City was built upon a vertical cliff that rose 60 to 70,000 feet in the air. This cliff seemed as if it had been formed by a god. It was as if a divine being had used a heavenly sword to cut the earth, forming a square piece of land that shot into the sky like a celestial halberd. Polaris City was located atop the peak of this cliff that looked like a heaven-supporting pillar. The city walls were hundreds of feet high, but it didn't stretch as long as Lin Ming had imagined. The walls were the color of dust, and thousands of thick steel wires rose 60 to 70,000 feet into the air. They were like white strands of silk that connected to the galaxy. Every thread and buckle was as thick as a man's thigh. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just how heavy these steel wires were, or even how they were attached to the city walls. If the walls could withstand the weight of such heavy cables, then just how solid were they? After approaching these thick steel wires, Lin Ming noticed that from beginning to end, for the entire tens of thousands of feet, it was completely engraved with a dense pattern of shimmering symbols. These symbols included those from the language of the giant demons, the ancient language of the realm of the gods, and even the dazzling language of the Fae. Even though there were so many symbols, and they should have eroded through the years, they still remained incomparably bright and clear. Just by touching them, one could feel an energy flowing forth. There was a heavy sense of suppression, as if a suffocating wind was blowing out. Lin Ming couldn't imagine just what sort of supernaturally powerful Supreme Elder had opened up the skies and laid down the foundations for this city. Polaris, Heavenly Demon City. No wonder it had taken this name. This height of 60 to 70,000 feet was truly worthy of the title Polaris. As Lin Ming looked up, he found that there were many martial artists climbing up the thousands of chains, step by step. They were like lonely climbers, slowly, stubbornly, and persistently conquering their path of martial arts, even if they knew that failure meant they would fall to their deaths. Polaris City restricts flight. Lin Ming already found out about the specific laws here. Although they didn't suppress true essence, they did prevent flight. Let alone him, Even if some life-destruction supreme elder arrived here, they might have to honestly climb up one step at a time. These thick chains were the entrance to the city. Otherwise, even if a Xiantian realm martial artist wanted to scale this 60 to 70,000 foot high cliff without the aid of flight, it would be extremely difficult. Lin Ming chose a chain and began to slowly make his way up. These thick chains were chillingly cold and also slippery. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, then they wouldn't be able to enter the city. If one were to fall down the cliff from this height, then even a Xiantian realm martial artist would turn into goo. Lin Ming used an hour to climb most of the distance in a single go. He turned around and looked down. From far away, the vast crimson plains were endlessly majestic and boundless. Clouds floated underneath his feet. As these thousands of chains rose into the great blue sky, it was as if they were broken. Such a grand picture was splendid enough to leave anyone stunned. The martial artists that climbed up to Polaris City were like tiny ants as they made their way up the chains. However, Lin Ming knew that as these martial artists turned to look back, they would have a field of vision like an eagle in the sky. This was the road of a martial artist. The higher they stood, the farther they would see. As one finally reached the top off the cliff, a howling gale blew. Such a quick wind was enough to sweep away any common person. On the gray rocks of the cliff top, the city walls had stood tall for countless years. The front gates were 500 feet high and made of dark gray metal. Every rivet of the gate was as big as a large bowl. At this time, the gate was open. It seemed to be the massive maw of some metallic beast, eating all of the martial artists that entered. The words Polaris City were written in large characters on a plaque above the gate. The letters were like draconic snakes flying in the air, domineering and vicious. As Lin Ming walked into Polaris City, he could see all of the buildings were constructed out of dark gray stone. All of these stones seemed primitive. They hadn't undergone much polishing or cutting. They retained their edges and corners, giving off a powerful, primal feel. The streets were wide enough for several carriages to pass through shoulder to shoulder. At this time, there were numerous heroic geniuses walking along the road. There were even extremely rare saint-level talents here. Although there weren't too many, they weren't an uncommon sight. What rich origin energy and infernal energy! Polaris City is great, Lin Ming praised, but his praise didn't last for too long. He suddenly heard a scream coming out from an alley in the street, and a spurt of blood shot into the air. A martial artist with a broken hand came crazily careening out of the alley. 4 martial artists jumped out afterwards in hot pursuit. The martial artists' hands were wielding different weapons, and they sent sword and halberd energies sizzling through the air, all of them aimed at the vital points of the fleeing martial artist. Obviously, they were planning on killing him. This scene immediately reminded Lin Ming that this was the blood slaughter steps. Here, the massive amount of martial artists almost uniformly walked the killing road. Those martial artists that walked this path could accumulate their formidable aura from killing others, and even use this to help raise the progress of their cultivation. Thus, it wasn't too strange for these types of people to wantonly kill others. In this land, everyone was a possible enemy. As long as one killed others, not only could they enhance their cultivation method and strength, but they could also obtain the massive amount of resources in their spatial ring. However, if one wanted to plunder the infernal energy of Polar City to complete their heavenly demon tattoo, they had to go to the middle of the city, where the concentration of infernal energy was. There, martial artists fought on specialized killing stages. Lin Ming didn't want to arouse trouble. He followed the street to the center of the city and quickly arrived at the source of the so-called infernal energy. Here, the only building was a massive arena battlefield that covered dozens of miles. As long as one stepped into this killing field, they could directly steal the infernal energy of others by murdering them, further completing their heavenly demon tattoo. Um, this is... Lin Ming hadn't reached the arena battlefield when he suddenly felt the blood slaughter token he was carrying become scorching hot. A heat flowed out from the blood slaughter token, spreading out and then converging into his meridians. A small, faint whirlpool of infernal energy spun around the blood slaughter token. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he immediately understood. This was the natural reaction of the blood slaughter token after entering a source area of infernal energy. A burning fire seemed to sizzle on his right arm. As Lin Ming watched, he saw a faint, heavenly demon tattoo slowly forming there. This image had two devilish horns, sharp fangs, and even though it was blurry, one could see it had an unusually grim countenance. This was the heavenly demon tattoo. Chapter 5, 29 Polar Skysplit Tower. Chapter 5, 29 Polar Skysplit Tower. Chapter 5, 29 Polar Skysplit Tower. The moment when the heavenly demon tattoo manifested on his arm, Lin Ming found that just in front of him was an imp with a curved dagger looking at him. His eyes shined, as if he thought Lin Ming were his prey. Beside him were also several other imps. The imp with the curved dagger giggled and smiled. Oh, a newcomer, and he's also a human. My favorite are the humans. This newbie's cultivation is also only at the Xiantian realm. Kiki, he's only 20-some years old. He must be quite tasty. As the imp with the curved dagger spoke, the other imps surrounding him laughed and whistled at Lin Ming. Once the blood slaughter token was activated, it would temporarily merge with the martial artist, helping to form the heavenly demon tattoo. If someone were killed outside of the arena battlefield, then they wouldn't be able to steal away their infernal energy. Thus, none of the imps attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced at the imp with the curved dagger. This imp was particularly short. Most imps were around 6 feet tall, but this one was 5.5. His face was full of black, dry folds that were covered with long hairs. It caused anyone who saw him to feel disgusted. Lin Ming didn't bother with them and directly walked over to the arena battlefield. Standing at the entrance of the arena battlefield were 7 or 8 guards. They directly stood in front of Lin Ming, blocking him. Admission to Polar Skysplit Tower is 1 medium-grade blood demon crystal. Polar Skysplit Tower. The name of this arena battlefield was quite aggressive. But what was really staggering was the expensive price of admission. It had to be said that the cost of the divine blood pill, which was sold at Sunflood City, was 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals. But this was only enough for 100 individuals to enter the arena battlefield. This was absolutely squandering resources. Although those that came to Polaris City were most often the talents of their sex, they would still feel pain if they frequently passed in and out of the arena battlefield. Low-grade blood demon crystal? Lin Ming asked. The arena guard looked at Lin Ming with contempt and coldly said, 200 low-grade. A medium-grade blood demon crystal was worth around 100 low-grade blood demon crystals. But this guard had actually opened his loud mouth and said 200, and his attitude was indifferent. Obviously, he preferred not to take low-grade blood demon crystals. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then took out some low-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. He hadn't obtained too many blood demon crystals from the Silent Green tribe, and their quality wasn't too high either. After he had killed the 6 great elders, he had gained several thousand low-grade blood demon crystals. To the martial artists of bewitching Cloud Prairie, this was an obscenely great wealth. However, once he came to the blood slaughter steps, he was about to run out even though he just used them a few times. The difference between martial artists from one land to another was simply too great. Lin Ming took out 300 low-grade blood demon crystals and gave them to the guard. The guard impatiently received these 300 low-grade blood demon crystals and then let Lin Ming into the arena battlefield. You're letting a beggar like that go through? Another guard asked. Heh, since he wants to go die, then he can go ahead. These people always think that Sky Split Tower is some casual place they can go to adventure in. They will only realize that they are nothing but insignificant fertilizer after entering. The guard responded with disdain. As Lin Ming walked into the main hall of the arena battlefield, he sucked in a deep breath as he was able to see the tall walls that surrounded the area. He finally realized why this place was called the Polar Sky Split Tower. This arena battlefield was thousands upon thousands of feet high. It was originally built atop this 60 to 70,000 foot high cliff. In addition to the central pagoda that was thousands of feet high, it was truly worthy of being called the Sky Split Tower. Sky Split Tower was thick at the bottom and thin at the top. It was shaped like a cone. The higher floors were hidden in a hazy, disturbing red fog. This fog was condensed from a great amount of infernal energy. Because the higher levels were concealed by the infernal energy, it was impossible to see just how high Sky Split Tower was. Lin Ming walked into the first level of Sky Split Tower. He discovered that the internal structure of this arena battlefield was much more complex than he had imagined. As he strolled along, he saw that there were a variety of bars, inns, restaurants, and even brothels. Lin Ming had only taken a few steps when a gaudily dressed prostitute slyly winked at him. There were many human and fey prostitutes, and some of them were even martial artists. These martial artists' talent was simply too poor, and their cultivation was too low. In their lives, they wouldn't have any great achievements in the path of martial arts. However, if they engaged in the sex trade, they could still gain some blood demon crystals for their own use. It was fine when the human and fey prostitutes solicited him, but when Lin Ming saw that there were also giant demon and imp prostitutes giving him flirty winks, he almost tripped. His stomach turned. Luckily, he had a solid psychological foundation. Otherwise, he might have vomited. The giant demon prostitutes were all taller than Lin Ming by at least a head, and their breasts were like two giant rubber balls hanging on their chests. Their blue skin was smeared in a coat of thick powder. It was quite nauseating. There was no need to mention the imps. They were short, their faces were full of creases, and their skin was dark. They looked no different from granny monsters. If Lin Ming had just seen these types of prostitutes, then he would still have been able to reluctantly accept it. After all, there were many giant demons and imps here, and their aesthetic standards might be different. However, when Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as a male fey martial artist pulled a giant demon prostitute into a room, he was left speechless. A fey martial artist, their taste should run, Lin Ming mumbled under his breath. He imagined that the life within Polaricity was just too difficult. Coupled with the constant hostility that filled the air and distorted the hearts, it forced others to have to vent out these feelings. For some, it might make them do abnormal things. This Sky Split Tower is too large. It occupies an area over several miles long, and there are all sorts of facilities inside. Once I pay the admission fee, I can live here as long as I want. No wonder there were so few people outside. Ooh. Lin Ming arrived at an arena area of Sky Split Tower's first floor. He pushed open the door, and a surge of humidity and noise rushed past him. Lin Ming had seen a number of martial stages before. The arena was in the center, and it was surrounding by a ring of stands. The audience politely sat in the stands where they could comment on the battle or even cheer. But here, this concept of fighting was completely subverted. These were true killing grounds. The air was suffocating and fanatical. The arena was filled with tens of thousands of seats. However, very few of these people were sitting. Most of those there stood on their feet, screaming, laughing bodily, or even waving around weapons in their hands. There was a massive number of individuals here, from all races. There were giant demons, humans, fey. The giant demon martial artists were originally cruel and brutal. This sort of environment naturally suited their disposition. They crazily howled and roared like mad beasts. In other areas, there were youthful Fey women. Their beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a nation. They were fairy princesses that had stepped out of a book, but even they had taken off their coats, exposing their luscious skin and shapely bodies. They held glasses of bright red wine in their hands, and it looked like the corners of their mouths were overflowing with blood. It was strangely beautiful. Lin Ming even saw a giant demon martial artist push down a Fey woman on the spot and brutally ravage her as the battle on stage was reaching its climax. But this Fey woman looked as if she was enjoying this as she wantonly screamed. On the martial stage, there weren't just martial artists, but also a massive number of beautiful slaves. They carried drinks and wore little clothing. It wasn't even enough to wrap up their butts. They delivered wine and water to the stands as they endured the abuse and groping of the martial artists. This atmosphere where alcohol and sexual desires mixed together continually provoked the taut nerves of the martial artists present. Hum, hum, hum. In the center of the martial stage, a giant demon was holding an axe as he recklessly attacked a large human fellow. This human was 9 foot tall, and his arms were thick and round. But compared to the giant demon, he was rather small, and his strength was also inferior. He had already been forced back by the giant demon several times, and was in increasing danger. Kill. Kill him. Kill. 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 A strong manic sense filled air. With the thick infernal energy here, in addition to the catalyst of alcohol and obscene desires, it was easy for a person to lose their reasoning and fall into madness. Die, die, ha ha. The giant demon roared. He kicked the human onto the floor and then chopped down his axe on him. Kacha! The human's spine was severed, and his heart was cut open from behind. The human martial artist gave a pitiful wail as he died. Yes, well fought. Jana, you are too fierce, too brave. A female giant demon screamed. From her zealous expression, it seemed she was about to rush on stage and ravage Jana herself. Jana was obviously this large giant demon fellow. At the moment that he killed the human martial artist, a thick, dark, and bloody energy escaped from the human's corpse. Some of it dissipated, but the large majority of it was absorbed into Jana's body. After absorbing this infernal energy, Jana felt like he had smoked a great deal of opium. His entire body felt great, and he couldn't help but howl out like a wolf. Ha ha! Awesome! Who wants to come up next? Jana shouted to the clamoring crowd in the stands. A friend of that human martial artist that had died raged in anger to the point where his eyes almost popped out. He wanted to run on stage and tear that Jana into pieces, but he held back and didn't go. He clearly knew that he wasn't his match. If he went up, then his fate would be the same. All you feral and human garbage, you are all cowards. None of you dare to come up. Hurry and come up so I can taste your delicious blood. For trash like you lot to die at my hands, that is already your honor. Ha ha! Jana cruelly laughed. As he laughed, so did all the other giant demons present, as they enjoyed ridiculing the ferals and humans together. In Polaris City, only those with strength and power had the qualifications to be respected by others. Otherwise, their fate was only to be trampled and killed by everyone else. But whether they were humans or ferals, they were synonymous with cowards. F*CK, he's too arrogant. A human martial artist wanted to go up, but he was stopped by his friend. Don't be so impulsive. He already has a 5-match win streak. Within Skysplit Tower's first floor, that fellow's strength is definitely at the top. He just killed 3 human martial artists a moment ago, and 2 feral martial artists also died under his axe. We aren't much stronger than those that just went on stage. If we go up, we are just sending ourselves to die. F*CK. That human martial artist cursed. Finally, he was able to suppress himself. Lin Ming was standing beside this human martial artist and clearly heard their conversation. That person just said that Jia Na's strength is at the top of Skysplit Tower's first floor. So, the higher I go in Skysplit Tower, the stronger the martial artists are. Lin Ming muttered, I'll have to pass this first floor as soon as possible. I have to go to a higher level, so I can hone my strength. Chapter 5:30, First Victory. Chapter 5:30, First Victory. Chapter 5:30, First Victory. The chapter title is a spoiler. You can hover over it to read it. Kill, kill, kill. Skysplit Tower echoed with this thunderous cry. It was easy for the major races to form opposing factions, especially since humans and giant demons were mortal enemies. It was normal for them to target each other in the arena. However, in most cases, it was the human side that was defeated. This was because the humans in the heavenly demon cities were weak on an individual level, and there were also far fewer of them than the giant demons. It was true that the population of humans far surpassed all others on the holy demon continent, but among the humans there were fewer that walked the killing path, and their talent was also relatively lower. Thus, there weren't too many human martial artists that ventured to Polaris City. On the other hand, not only was the giant demon race filled with geniuses, but the vast majority of them chose the killing path. Thus, a massive amount of outstanding giant demon youths existed in Polaris City. Because of these reasons, humans in Polaris City were in a naturally weaker position with no status at all. As for the ferals, they weren't much better than the humans. They were naturally slow and lacking in perception, so no matter what cultivation method they practiced, it was less effective. So there were fewer feral talents and less that walked the killing path. It could be said that beside Polaris City, the other heavenly demon cities were all the worlds of the giant demons. Besides the giant demons, imps also accounted for a small role. As for the Fae, there were few of them, but by virtue of their formidable individual strength, no one dared to provoke them. Even the arrogant and mouthy giant demons didn't dare to spout nonsense in front of the Fae. A truly powerful Fae was ruthless to the point of eating others without spitting bones. Just too weak. At this time, several beautiful Fae women were merrily laughing in the stands. It seemed as if they enjoyed this blood and slaughter-filled Skysplit Tower. Now, even the usually impulsive and hot-tempered feral martial artists could only patiently endure this insult. None of them jumped on stage to confront Jia Na. Jia Na was among the strongest of the strong of Skysplit Tower's first level. Although these ferals had inferior perception, they weren't stupid. They knew when they could fight and when they couldn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived up to now. Let's go. Several human martial artists couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted to leave the arena. Ugh, they really are useless. They can't even withstand this sort of pressure, and yet they still say they want to walk the killing path. F***CK off and scurry home. Jia Na loudly ridiculed. The group of human martial artists turned red, and they all clenched their fists. A smaller human martial artist in his 20s almost couldn't stand the repeated insults and was about to jump up on stage himself. Don't be reckless. An older, black-clothed martial artist pushed down that smaller martial artist's hands. Hey, boy, do you have the balls to come up? Jia Na gloated. At this moment, Lin Ming calmly stood up. He said, I'll come. The first floor of Skysplit Tower was very ordinary in terms of strength. Lin Ming wanted to pass it quickly. He didn't want to get caught up here for any longer than he needed. His figure flashed, and he flew on stage. As the several human martial artists finally saw their fellow comrade enter the stage, they were happy, but as they discovered Lin Ming's cultivation, all of them were stunned. That excitement and happiness also sunk into a deep gloominess. Early Xiantian realm. Although they could see that Lin Ming's true essence was pure and thick, far exceeding that of any other early Xiantian realm martial artist. The fact was that his cultivation was too low. Between humans and giant demons, even when humans were at the same realm or a bit higher than a giant demon, they would still be weaker. Much less, Lin Ming's cultivation was lower than his opponent's. This, a human martial artist's complexion, turned ugly. He didn't know what to say. Lin Ming had a good future, but now that he acted this time, he had presented himself to the slaughter. This meaningless death would only allow the giant demons to laugh at them more. As they expected, as the giant demons and imps saw Lin Ming jump on stage, they were stunned at first, and then they all immediately burst into laughter. There aren't any humans left? They actually let a little baby come up? Haha, early Xiantian realm. I'm not wrong. He isn't even enough to use as a toothpick. Yo, that boy is a sexy little looker. It would be such a pity if he died. Come to Big Sister here. This Big Sister will take great care of you. A curved and charming fey woman giggled. In Polaris City, even if one were a human martial artist, they would usually be bloodthirsty and vicious. There were very few that were handsome. On the stage, Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these comments. Jia Na crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Lin Ming with relish in his eyes. In Polaris City, there are plenty of idiots that bite off more than they can chew, but I haven't seen someone as stupid as you. An early Xiantian boy thinks that he can challenge me? Is this your first time out of your sect? Do you think that all the other martial artists here are the same as the garbage in your sect, the type that you can jump realms to defeat? Lin Ming impatiently looked at Jia Na and asked, Are you here to fight, or are you going to continue blabbering? As soon as Jia Na heard Lin Ming's words, he scowled. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said to Lin Ming, Arrogant little boy, you don't know what it means to die. I'll deliver you to hell. Jia Na suddenly flourished a large axe and chopped down on Lin Ming. The majesty of the axe combined with the roiling demon essence behind it, it was similar to a roaring ancient vicious beast blowing in the wind. As Lin Ming stood there, he could faintly hear the screeching of countless souls within the demon essence. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring, and the purple comet spear appeared. A flashing red thunder crackled atop the spear point. Blood, extinguishing demon thunder. Kacha? The red thunder light was like a crimson python that shot towards Jia Na. The power of thunder was particularly potent at annihilating ghosts and demons. After the blood-extinguishing demon thunder collided with the dark clouds of demon essence, it was like a red-hot iron rod that was inserted into snow. There was a chi-chi-chi sound as the clouds of demon essence rapidly melted away. Jia Na was shocked. He thought that he would be able to split Lin Ming in two with a single strike, but he never imagined that he would be the one that was suppressed. Ghost Shadow Cut. As Jia Na saw the massive crimson python rush towards him, his eyes flashed with a grim light. He chopped his axe down at the python's head. Pung! Jia Na's arms were shocked numb. He instantly drew back, the blood in his body swelling. He had barely managed to force back the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, and at this moment his mind filled with panic and fear. How could this boy possibly be so strong? In that split second, Lin Ming didn't give Jia Na the chance to recover. He instantly stepped forwards, his momentum exploding. He attacked with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder again. He wanted to stay at the top of Skysplit Tower for a long time. In the future, he would face all sorts of opponents. If his moves were all revealed, then he would naturally be in a much more dangerous situation. Thus, he repeatedly used the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder was originally a power of thunder biased towards the demonic path. It was good for supplementing demonic cultivation methods. At this time, it was especially suitable. CK off. Jia Na roared. Both of his eyes were red and crazed. He grabbed his axe with 2 hands and chopped down at Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming's form trembled and faded away. Golden rock shattering the void was displayed, and he dodged this attack with a speed like ghosts and demons. Bang! Behind Lin Ming, the gray stone tiles burst apart. Underneath these tiles was a layer of thick dark steel that was supported by an array formation. As this axe attack cut down, it left shallow marks on the surface. This boy is tough to deal with. After his attack failed, Zha Na's figure also flashed away, but he wasn't able to dodge Lin Ming's spear. The spear light swept out. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder chased after Zha Na, shooting towards him. Zha Na roared and punched at the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. There was an explosion as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder burst apart, but Zha Na's entire body was paralyzed, and his fist was charred black. Die! Lin Ming's spear sunk in, directly piercing towards Zha Na's heart. The giant demon race's demon crystal was located exactly in their heart. Ah! Zha Na's eyes were bloodshot. Facing the imminent threat of death, he erupted with 120% of his strength. He savagely bit down on his tongue, using the pain to rid himself of his paralysis. Then he grabbed onto the purple comet spear, wanting to lock it between his hands. But just as he touched the purple comet spear, an azure true essence burst out. The power of vibration was like a tidal wave as it crashed into Zha Na's arm, directly shattering it. Pooh! The purple comet spear easily pierced through Zha Na's heart. The spear passed through his body and blood shot out from his back into the wind. As soon as the spear thrust through Zha Na's vital point, Lin Ming mercilessly finished the job. He twisted the long spear, shattering Zha Na's demon crystal to pieces. Zha Na's body shook, and he glared at Lin Ming. As he looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, the life faded from his bloodshot eyes. From the start of the battle until Zha Na's death, only 4 or 5 breaths of time had passed. Currently, all of the giant demons and fae that had been laughing and mocking had frozen in place. Zha Na died. Zha Na, whose strength was among the highest of the high within the entire first floor of Skysplit Tower, had died, and he had also died at the hands of an early Xiantian realm human martial artist. The entire arena was utterly silent. All of those human martial artists that felt pity and regret for Lin Ming had their mouths fall wide open, to the point where an egg could fit inside. This 20-some-year-old youth had actually defeated Zha Na. The vast gap that existed between martial artists of humans and giant demons had long since been deeply ingrained in these people's hearts. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. They stared at Zha Na's corpse as it hung on Lin Ming's spear. From Zha Na's back, blood still bubbled out. Pung! A misty fog burst out from Zha Na's corpse, flying into Lin Ming's hand, where it rapidly condensed into a blood-drinking seal and then immediately vanished. As for Zha Na's corpse, it quickly withered away until it became a desiccated mummy. Then Lin Ming tossed it away like a broken sack. This Zha Na was truly an outstanding youth amongst the giant demons. His blood vitality is incomparably strong. It's perfect to create a blood-drinking seal from. After killing someone and sucking away their blood, there was no change of expression on Lin Ming's face. He turned, his eyes sweeping the arena as he clearly said, "Who's next?" "This boy." All of the giant demon martial artist expressions towards Lin Ming had changed. He had used just 4 or 5 breaths of time to defeat Zha Na. Now no one dared to underestimate him anymore. The Fey woman that had teased Lin Ming suppressed her stunning smile. He actually practices a blood-absorbing cultivation method. It could be considered the demonic path within demonic paths, the true killing road amongst killing roads. This little fellow looks like a cute, harmless animal, but I never imagined he would practice a cruel cultivation method like this. I was almost fooled by his appearance. The Fey woman was a bit scared. If she really did try to tempt Lin Ming so she could suck up his yang essence, then she might have been the one to be eaten without a single bone left. Chapter 530. First Victory. Chapter 530. One Battle. Chapter 530. One Battle. Chapter 531. Battle. Lin Ming suddenly felt a burning hot energy surge through his feet, sending his spirit soaring into the heavens. After this energy charged into his body, it recklessly rushed through his meridians, spreading in all directions. All sorts of illusions presented themselves in Lin Ming's mind. It was like a manic power that had long been repressed in his heart began to wildly gallop around. It crashed through his body, causing his blood to boil. This is infernal energy. Lin Ming looked at Jia Na's corpse. This really was the energy that was dissipating from his body. Before, Lin Ming had been relying on the blood slaughter token to absorb a small amount of infernal energy, so he hadn't noticed it. But now that such a massive amount of infernal energy had entered him, Lin Ming suddenly felt his deepest and most primitive desires aroused. It was as if the darkness lurking in his soul was rising to the surface. He wanted blood. He wanted to kill. He wanted to indulge in and ravage beauties. At this time, Lin Ming's mind throbbed with an inexplicable desire and pleasure. He wanted to vent these feelings and lash out like a beast. This sudden change caused Lin Ming's heart to go cold. He quickly calmed his mind and entered the ethereal martial intent, allowing his mood to settle. Lin Ming had practiced the overbearing soul tactic for a very long time. In addition to the great power of his spiritual sea, the frantic infernal energy only erupted for an instant before it was suppressed. This infernal energy can really disturb a person's mind. No wonder the people of Polaris City are so crazy and strange. It's probably because the infernal energy has seeped into their souls over a long time. As Lin Ming remembered the ecstatic expression that Jia Na had when he absorbed infernal energy, as well as his disturbed green eyes, he couldn't help but let out a loose breath. If he couldn't manage to suppress the infernal energy, it was possible that he would be controlled by it. In the end, he might even become a zombie that only knew to kill. Lin Ming silently closed his eyes. After a few breaths of time, he opened them again. This time, his eyes once again shined with a clear and pure brilliance. Atop his arm, the blurry heavenly demon tattoo became a bit more solid, and that hideous demonic face also became fiercer. This boy's mental strength is really stable, a giant demon said as he stared at Lin Ming, his expression solemn. This is his first time at the killing arena. When an average person absorbs infernal energy for the first time, they will become irrational and rabid due to the influx of infernal energy. But this fellow actually just closed his eyes for a moment to recover. He's not simple at all. Jia Na was originally one of the strongest of the strong in Sky Split Tower's first level. He had accumulated a great deal of infernal energy, and that fellow sucked up over half of it, yet he was still able to maintain his calm. This sort of turbulent infernal energy can cause the desires and impulses of even geniuses to spiral out of control. How interesting. Beside the two giant demons that spoke, a Fey woman said. She exuded a thick sexual appeal. She drained the red liquid in her glass, her eyes flashing with excitement as she licked her lips. Seeing the Fey woman's response, the giant demon laughed. Bloodrose, are you thinking of seducing him? Don't be too confident or your plan might fail, and he'll be the one to use you. Ha! I don't need you to worry about me. As long as they are a man, there is no way they can control their inner desires. The Fey woman said, her giggle like the tinkling of bells. On the arena stage, several male slaves quickly rushed up and dragged away Jia Na's corpse, but they left behind Jia Na's spatial ring. According to the customs of the arena battlefield, All of the deceased's belongings, including spatial rings, went to the victor. The only thing that Sky Split Tower kept after the death of a participant was the blood slaughter token. Sir, this is yours. A male slave brought Jia Na's spatial ring and cautiously handed it to Lin Ming. I have a question for you. Lin Ming stopped the slave who was putting away the corpse. The slave was shocked, scared. He quickly said, "What question does sir have? What are the conditions for entering the second level?" The slave respectfully said, "Sir, according to the rules of Sky Split Tower, in order to enter the second level, a contestant must obtain a 12-win streak at the first level or obtain victory to the point that no one dares to challenge them." I understand. Lin Ming casually tossed a low-grade blood demon crystal at the slave. A 12-win streak wasn't too difficult. Presumably, all of the geniuses with higher cultivations directly went to the second level of Sky Split Tower or even higher. Within the first level of Sky Split Tower, there was no one here that made him feel threatened. "Will anyone else come up?" Lin Ming asked. His eyes swept over the area where the giant demons were. The tide could turn at any moment. Before, it was the humans that were being forced back by the giant demons. But now it was the giant demons that were being forced back by the humans. This boy, he must really think he's invincible. In a corner of the arena, a large giant demon fellow crushed the glass in his hands. This giant demon wore black clothes and carried a 9-foot-long claymore on his back. His strength was also amongst the elites of Sky Split Tower's first floor. Within the first elite group, there were also those that were weaker and stronger. This large giant demon fellow was stronger than Jia Na. "You want to go up?" "That boy's thunder is quite tricky. It has the ability to restrain our cultivation methods. If I'm not wrong, then that thunder should come from a medium-grade Earth-Step Thunder Soul." As if I would place a medium-grade Earth-Step Thunder Soul in my eyes. I just don't know whether or not that fellow has any other abilities. "Heh. So what if he does? Don't you also have final resort abilities?" "That's right." The black-clothed giant demon laughed and then stood up. "I'll fight you." The black-clothed giant demon jumped up. He directly leapt over the audience. His 10-foot-tall body carried the weight of a several thousand gene claymore. As he landed on stage, it was like a massive hammer struck the ground, directly breaking apart the tiles where he landed. Oh, after the black-clothed giant demon landed, he let out a savage roar like a wild beast. His shout was deafening. His naked upper body was wrapped with thick steel chains. As he moved, these thick chains struck each other. This giant demon looked like he was a massive gorilla. Lin Ming looked at the black-clothed giant demon. Just from the strength of his aura, he could tell that his opponent far surpassed Jia Na. That is the Carnage Demon Sect's Claymore King, Gu Yu. Several people in the stands instantly recognized this black-clothed giant demon. The Carnage Demon Sect is a 5th-grade sect, and Gu Yu is a direct disciple. His strength can be ranked in the top 10. This time, that boy is shit out of luck. "Gu Yu, kill him! Kill that boy!" All of the giant demons in the arena raucously shouted. There were even several Fey women screaming as they took out their belly bands and wildly waved them in the air. Gu Yu took out the claymore from his back. He flourished the blade, struck the floor with the tip, and caused the tiles to shatter. He crudely smiled and said, "Boy, if that last battle was everything you had, then just sit there and die." Black sun shining sky. The claymore chopped down, and a black light appeared in front of Gu Yu's blade. At this time, a billowing demon essence formed a massive black sun around Gu Yu's body. Black flames burned around him, turning the ground into molten lava. Lin Ming's spear thrust out. Thick arcs of blood extinguishing demon thunder drilled through that black flames, directly piercing through the black sun. However, when crimson lightning wanted to break through the black flames, it was actually caught by the demonic essence. "Heh, all you can do is repeat this move Then go die. Guyu grinned fiendishly. His black sun-shining sky wasn't suppressed by this power of thunder. It was extremely resilient. With the black sun binding the blood, extinguishing demon thunder, he rushed at Lin Ming. Bang! A terrifying shockwave surged outwards, lifting all of the tiles of the floor. All of the tiles on the floor melted, and even a shallow section of the dark steel floor underneath was melted. During this explosion, Lin Ming's figure flew backward. Only his clothes had been slightly burnt. Humph, you're quite good at running. But just because you can escape for a moment doesn't mean you can do it forever. Guyu unfolded his arms and thick beams of demonic essence shot out from his body. They rapidly spread all around him, completely surrounding him and Lin Ming. In just several breaths of time, hundreds of beams formed from demonic essence wove together in a tight net that completely enveloped the two. Lin Ming calmly looked around. All he saw were countless thick beams of demonic essence wildly waving around, as if they were black pythons dancing in the air. Hee, Guyu has even used his black snake prison. This fight should be finished soon. It's said that the black snake prison is an inescapable net that covers the heavens and earth. Now, this boy can only meet Guyu in a frontal collision, and this is what Guyu specializes in the most. All of the giant demons in the arena grew excited as they saw this. The talent of the giant demon race was mostly represented by their strength as well as their defensive and offensive capabilities. But they were inferior to humans in speed. If Lin Ming's speed was limited by the Black Snake Prison, then he could only confront Guyu head-on. If a human were to attack a giant demon in a vicious melee, then that was simply asking to die. Let's see where you can run now. Guyu howled, "Black sun shining sky." Bang! A black sun appeared once more around Guyu's claymore. This one was larger than before and blazed with an even hotter energy. Although Guyu was rampant and cruel, he still didn't underestimate Lin Ming. This strike contained a full 30% of his true essence. He grasped his claymore with both hands and cut down. The black sun was like a flaming black meteor that crashed towards Lin Ming. With the black snake prison all around, there was simply nowhere to run. In this face of this blazing black sun, Lin Ming chuckled as he said, "It looks like all you can do is repeat this move too. Humph, you're at death's door, and you're still acting glib. Go die." The 9-foot-long claymore cut down. Just as the blazing black sun approached, Lin Ming lightly flicked his finger. 3 thunder souls gathered as one. The divine demon thunder soul roared out, "Pooh!" With a barely audible piercing sound. The divine demon thunder soul sunk into the blazing black sun and broke out from the other side. With a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, it approached Guyu's throat. Screw off. Because of the incredibly compressed energy of the divine demon thunder soul, Guyu thought that this was an ordinary hidden weapon. Without a second thought, he punched out at it. In truth, this weapon was too fast, so he couldn't send out a stronger attack. However, even if Guyu's fist had been tempered, or even if it were wrapped in demonic essence, how could it possibly compare with the incomparably sharp, divine demon steel needle? Guyu's protective true essence was pierced through by the divine demon steel needle like it was thin paper, directly slicing through. The divine demon steel needle didn't slow at all, nor did it change trajectory. Without the least bit of difficulty, it drilled through Guyu's throat. Puff! Guyu's throat was pierced through, and his neck exploded in a bloody mess. He stared with wide eyes filled with shock. The divine demon steel needle had been too fast. He hadn't even been able to properly react in time. Chapter 532 Unchallenged. Chapter 532 Unchallenged. Chapter 532 Unchallenged. Yeah. In that split second after the divine demon steel needle pierced Gu Yu's throat, it instantly returned to Lin Ming. Gu Yu blankly stared at the burning black sun in front of him, his vision beginning to fade away. "You me, let's die together." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the burning black sun was sliced apart by dozens of streaking red lights. The rest of the impact force was sucked into the swirling vortex formed by the blood-drinking seals, and the power of the burning sun was completely suppressed by the crimson light. "Sorry, but I have no plans on dying together with you." Lin Ming waved his hand, and all of the blood-drinking seals flew back into him, discreetly hiding themselves. Gu Yu supported himself with his claymore as his other hand held his throat together. Blood poured out like a waterfall as he stubbornly glared at Lin Ming, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. "How could you break it so easily? How?" Gu Yu's voice was hoarse and choking. The vocal cords in his throat had been torn apart. If a human's throat was pierced, they would perish in several breaths of time. The bodies of giant demons were truly resilient. In the arena, the previously shouting crowd collectively gasped. The seductive fey women that were waving their belly bands around had their hands hanging by their sides. Those giant demons that had been convinced that Lin Ming would lose all had their mouths hanging open. Gu Yu was also defeated. Black sun's shining sky had been instantly broken. How could this human boy possibly have defeated Gu Yu in a frontal collision? Just what sort of monstrous freak was he? What was that purple light that pierced Gu Yu's throat? It was too fast. I wasn't able to see it clearly. In the arena, all of the people of various races discussed this. When they looked at Lin Ming, their eyes held a trace of fear. In Polaris City, humans and ferals were often looked at with contempt. This was because they were weak. But the truly strong and formidable humans were equally dreaded by all the other races. In Polaris City, strength was the highest law. Bang! Gu Yu fell face down onto the floor, splashing puddle of blood as he fell. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew out. All of Gu Yu's blood essence was absorbed and slowly turned into a blood-drinking seal. That's it. A fey youth's eyes flashed with light. Just then, those red seals are what cut open black sun-shining sky. Although the blood-drinking seals were fast, they couldn't avoid the eyes of some masters. If it was found out, then so be it. Lin Ming hadn't been able to defeat Gu Yu with just the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Thus he could only expose his blood-drinking seals and divine demon thunder soul. However, all of this was just a tiny portion of Lin Ming's true strength. Lin Ming wasn't arrogant enough to say that he was invincible within Skysplit Tower. He had to be cautious. The higher he went, the more masters he would encounter. In the future, there wouldn't be any martial artists that would issue a challenge if they knew they were just walking to their deaths. If a martial artist did, that meant they had the confidence they could win. At this time, once all of one's moves were discovered and the limit of their strength was seen, then their death wouldn't be too far off. After withdrawing the blood-drinking seals, Gu Yu's infernal energy turned into a burning hot heat that sunk into Lin Ming's body, spreading through all of his meridians. Soon, those maddening and bloodthirsty desires attempted to invade Lin Ming's mind once again. But this time Lin Ming was prepared. He closed his eyes for a time. Once he opened them, his eyes were pure and bright once more. Several male slaves scurried over to recover Gu Yu's corpse. They left behind Gu Yu's spatial ring for Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even glance at it before putting it away. Next, is there anyone willing to fight? After Lin Ming won another battle, he asked this question again, but no one in the arena dared to answer him. This boy is too arrogant. A giant demon spat out as he clenched his jaws, but they only spoke. None of them dared to step on stage. Gu Yu, who had just died, was stronger than Zha Na. Even amongst the first group, he was ranked near the top. However, Even this character had been quickly dispatched by Lin Ming. So who would still dare to challenge Lin Ming? Even the usually insidious and avaricious imps were looking at Lin Ming with fear and hate in their eyes. Some of them felt uncomfortable and quickly left, but there were many Fey women that looked at Lin Ming with interest. There were some that even batted their eyes at him and were sending him flirtatious signals. The entire arena had been muted. Of the over 10,000 martial artists, none of them dared to fight. A human martial artist stared at Lin Ming on stage, a complex expression on his face. A stirring emotion filled his heart as he said, "It's a complete blowout." In Skysplit Tower, it's been over 10 years since a human has caused a complete blowout. This so-called blowout was when no one dared to challenge a martial artist in the arena. This sort of situation usually only happened with the giant demons and the Fae. Every level of Skysplit Tower had certain requirements for a martial artist cultivation. The martial artists that had a higher cultivation had to go to a higher level of Skysplit Tower. Therefore, those martial artists that were able to cause a complete blowout amongst those at their cultivation level had to be the most supreme of talents. To humans, this was far too difficult. Even saint-level talents weren't enough. This is incredible. I have no idea what sect he's from. This sort of talent, as long as he doesn't perish, will absolutely become a peerless emperor. It's best if we don't involve ourselves with this sort of matter. There are martial artists that don't like to reveal their origin. Time slowly passed. During the pregnant silence of the arena, a formal-looking, blue-skinned, middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. He calmly proclaimed, "In half an incense stick of time, no one has come up to challenge. This is a complete blowout. Congratulations. With this trial, you have earned the right to enter the second level of Skysplit Tower, an invincible glory emblem, as well as 10 slaughter points." Invincible glory emblem? Slaughter points? Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. He knew very few of Skysplit Tower's rules. This was his first time hearing about these things. The blue-skinned man smiled. He could already tell that Lin Ming was unfamiliar with the customs and rules of Polaris City. Really, just where had this young man come from? He continued to explain, "In Skysplit Tower, every martial artist has a corresponding authority. A normal martial artist only has an authority rank of 1 star. Every time you obtain a glory emblem, your authority will rise by another star. The highest is 12 stars. For instance, you currently have a 2-star authority rank. On all of Skysplit Tower's expenses, you may receive a 5% discount as your authority increases, so will the benefits you receive. There are many areas in Skysplit Tower that you can't enter if your authority isn't high enough. What sort of places?" The blue-skinned man mysteriously smiled and said, "For example, there are special auctions or special cultivation areas and treasures." Cultivation areas? Lin Ming's mind stirred. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he was fully aware of just how important one's cultivation place was. Back when he had cultivated at the 7 Profound Martial House, his experience was completely different after using the 7 Great Killing Arrays there. Of course, the difference between the 7 Profound Martial House and Skysplit Tower was like the heavens and earth. The Skysplit Tower was a source of infernal energy in the blood slaughter steppes, and also contained strange laws that even Emperor-level powerhouses weren't able to break through. The quality of these cultivation areas could be imagined. What sort of glory emblems are there? Lin Ming asked. He was very interested in these cultivation areas. There are many of them. Besides the invincible emblem, there is the 100 victory emblem, 1,000 killer emblem, destructor emblem, lord emblem, and so on. Lin Ming wasn't clear was the so-called destructor emblem, and the others were. He asked, "What are slaughter points? What are they used for?" Slaughter points can be used to purchase special things. For instance, when I previously mentioned cultivation spaces, those spaces require not just authority, but One also needs to pay blood demon crystals and slaughter points in order to enter. Also, for certain specialized auction houses, there are certain goods that can only be purchased with slaughter points. The blue-skinned man patiently explained to Lin Ming. Understood. When I entered Skysplit Tower, I heard that strength was the only rule here, but you just spoke about so many different rules. Were these rules of Skysplit Tower already established since long ago, or were they developed by individuals? The blue-skinned man smiled and said, some of these rules were naturally written by others, but it is exactly because they are strong that they are able to maintain these rules. The reason that these rules still exist is because the one who maintains them is the 10-winged lord. 10-winged lord? Not 12 wings? You don't have to worry about these things. When you arrive at that level, you will know. The blue-skinned man was silent after he spoke. Lin Ming had to give up on his questions. He took the emblem from the blue-skinned man. This was the glory emblem. After he thanked the man, he walked down the arena stage steps. Wherever Lin Ming walked, the crowd would naturally part in front of him. No one dared to block his path. Several Fey women actually coyly blinked at Lin Ming, but as they saw that he didn't even look their way, they only gave a snappy humph. Lin Ming didn't bother with them. He walked towards the exit. Now that there wasn't any problem with him entering the second floor, he just wanted to find a place to rest and refine the infernal energy within his dantian. Greetings, brother. As Lin Ming reached the exit, a human martial artist called out to him. As he turned around, he saw that this martial artist that called out to him was one of the human martial artists that was being forced away by Jia Na. As they saw Lin Ming look over to them, they awkwardly smiled. Compared to Lin Ming, they were a bit ashamed by their actions. The human martial artist at the front cleared his throat and said, I thought that fellow brother is not too familiar with Skysplit Tower. If you don't mind, then you're welcome to come with us. I'll take you to find a quiet place where you can stay and also give you an introduction to Skysplit Tower's rules. How about it? Lin Ming thought about it for a moment and then simply agreed. If he had a guide, then things would be much easier. Then I'll have to trouble you. Haha, brother is too polite. The ones that should be saying thanks are us. You have really regained the pride of the humans in Skysplit Tower. You might not know, but usually humans don't come to the arena. If it wasn't for you appearing today, then we might have been in danger. Even if we left safely, we would still have been humiliated. The human martial artist sighed from the heart. The arena was truly the world of giant demons and Fey. When humans came, they would be under an unimaginable amount of pressure. Not just that, but there were many places in Skysplit Tower where killing was not forbidden. In this case, one had to sleep with their eyes open and be on full alert at all times. The burden this placed on a martial artist was immense. Chapter 5, 33 7-star Heavenly Demon. Chapter 5, 33 7-star Heavenly Demon. Chapter 5, 33 7-star Heavenly Demon. As Lin Ming left the martial arena with these fellows, he learnt their names. The one that was leading them was called Su Yan, and the one who was barely 20 and was almost provoked to action by Jia, now is called Wang Dong. Skysplit Tower was extraordinarily large. This arena that was capable of seating tens of thousands of people was just a very, very tiny part. There were countless stone buildings stacked atop each other, and an inexplicably astonishing amount of people. The paths and roads of Skysplit Tower were always square, and the corners were sharp and angled. All of the buildings were made of dark gray stone. It was solemn and simple. As Lin Ming's group walked along, he saw many common mortals. There weren't just humans, but also Fey and giant demons. These common mortals were mostly young and beautiful women, as well as some handsomely strong men and pretty boys. There are so many mortals. How did they reach Polaris City? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Polar City was built atop a 60 to 70,000 foot tall cliff face, accessible only by the thick chains that connected it. Not even a post-condensation period martial artist would be able to crawl up those chains. A mortal would only be able to arrive if they were carried by a top master. As Lin Ming walked along, he saw hundreds of mortals. These mortals should only have been a minuscule portion of those in Skysplit Tower. In total, there might be at least 100,000 mortals living in Skysplit Tower. Su Yen glanced at the mortals that were bustling about and said, Skysplit Tower has existed since age immemorial. These mortals were mostly born in Polaris City. Their ancestors were originally slaves who were brought here. Afterwards, they stayed in Polaris City and had children. 4 generations. It was and still is impossible for these people to leave Polaris City. The only chance they have is if they die. Their ashes will be scattered from the cliff. In a sense, they can return to their lands. I see. Lin Ming was suddenly aware. Polaris City was vast and required a massive amount of mortal commoners to serve and attend to the basic necessities of the martial artists' lives. But these mortals did not understand martial arts, so they would never be able to leave Polaris City. Polaris City had limited land resources. Normally, the dead would not be given a grave. After death, they would be cremated, and their ashes would be scattered from tens of thousands of feet in the air. This could truly be said to be dust to dust, ashes to ashes. This was the life of a mortal, and in Polaris City, the martial artists that died here also shared the same fate. Lin Ming asked, I heard that blue-skinned man mention a 10-winged heavenly demon host lord. What is that? Su Yen said, there are a great number of sect geniuses that pass through Polaris City every year. Thus, there is also a great deal of interest here. Wherever there is interest, there will also be greedy individuals that wish to take it. You should have heard this, but since ancient times there have been all sorts of superforces and powerhouses that have tried to take the 12 heavenly demon cities. The end result was that they were all completely killed by the mysterious curse that envelopes this land. Afterwards, people discovered that the curse of the blood slaughter steppes only applied to foreign forces. The curse did not affect talents that developed here due to the infernal energy. Therefore, some of the extreme powerhouses gathered together and laid down rules. These powerhouses are mostly 10-winged heavenly demons. The heavenly demon tattoo on their body has condensed 10 wings or more. Su Yen spoke in a breathless and envious tone. Obviously, he greatly wished that he could amass such strength and wealth in Skysplit Tower like those fabled powerhouses. Lin Ming understood. He continued to ask, of these 10-winged heavenly demons, most of them are giant demons and fae, with very few humans, right? As this was mentioned, Su Yan's originally excited expression became crestfallen. I've also heard some rumors about the 10-winged heavenly demons. In Polaris City, it seems there aren't any human 10-winged heavenly demons, nor are there ferals. This is another reason why humans and ferals have such a pathetic status here. Is the natural talent of humanity really that much worse than that of the giant demons? Then, as one goes higher, wouldn't the disparity be greater? Lin Ming frowned. He didn't really care that there weren't any human 10-winged heavenly demons in Skysplit Tower, but he did feel sad about the fact that humanity's talent was so poor. Did this mean the further he cultivated, the more problems he would encounter? Su Yen saw Lin Ming's expression and guessed what his concerns were. He said with some envy, Brother Lin, the truth is that the answer to this question isn't so simple. The reason that humanity's talent is worse than the giant demons is because of their bones and meridians. But after a human martial artist passes through the stages of life destruction, their body will be reforged, and they gain a new body as they try to reach the divine sea. But a giant demon will not experience this. From a 6-star demon king to demon emperor, they will not experience life destruction. Thus, when a human reaches the divine sea, they won't necessarily be any worse than a giant demon. There are even some emperor-level powerhouses that experience 7 or 8 life destructions before they stepped into the divine sea realm, and their bodies might even be stronger than those of the giant demon race's demon emperors. So that's how it is. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. The path of martial arts was truly complex and diverse. The different races also had different corresponding cultivation systems. As long as there was a method to overcome the gap in body structures, then Lin Ming had the confidence he could succeed. Brother Lin, with your talent, if there isn't a problem, then you will definitely reach the divine sea in the future. You won't be like me. It would already be a great stroke of luck if I managed to reach the late revolving core realm. Su Yan sighed. It had to be said that when Mu Fengxian was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, she wasn't any worse than Mu Qinyu. But when she finally reached the first stage of life destruction, she couldn't proceed any further. As for these human martial artists at Sky Split Tower, their talent was inferior to Mu Qinyu's, so the late revolving core realm was already their natural limits. Su Yan said this, but in fact he didn't even know Lin Ming's actual age. If he knew Lin Ming was only 18 years old, he would most likely be stunned speechless. At this time, on the 3rd floor of Sky Split Tower, there was a great table placed in a large black stone room. The surface of this table was carved with intricate runes. Nearby, there was an array disc with all sorts of complex symbols, and there were even blood demon crystals that flashed on it. Above the array, there were phantom images flashing around. When one looked carefully, they could see that these images were a replay of the entire battle between Lin Ming and Gu Yu. This sort of special light array was a sort of illusory magic array. The production process for creating one of these was extremely complex. One could record the light and use it to replay the scene from the illusory magic array. At this time, there was a young giant demon watching this play. He had rough facial features and he wore red armor. This was a youth who held the title of 6-star heavenly demon in Sky Split Tower, as well as being one of the most illustrious and famous giant demons in Polaris City. This was his first time paying attention to a human youth whose cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm. He had watched this fight 3 times already. At this time, a young and delicate-looking Fey girl walked over. Her eyes were ink-black and bright. There were 2 vibrant scales on the corners of her eyes. She looked exceptionally cute. The young Fey girl saw the young giant demon and began to giggle. "Dagu, you're studying your opponent. You're always studying your opponent. Aren't you tired of this? Know yourself, know others, and victory will be in your grasp." After Dagu spoke, he wholly absorbed himself into watching the moving images. At this time, he was specifically watching the scene where Gu Yu attacked Lin Ming with his demonic essence. Isn't that kid Gu Yu? I also know a bit about him. He's staying on the 1st level of Sky Split Tower. I can't believe you have the time to watch these little kids' fights. How boring could that be? Why are you so concerned about Gu Yu? Dagu shook his head. You aren't looking at Gu Yu, but that other boy. The young Fey girl stroked her chin. Yo, he's been surrounding by Gu Yu's demon essence. That boy is probably going to die. But just as she spoke, the flow of battle suddenly changed. In the flash of an eye, Lin Ming struck Gu Yu with the divine demon thunder soul and broke open black, sun-shining sky with the blood-drinking seals. The young Fey girl was stunned. The change in situation was too fast. Completely contrary to her expectations, Gu Yu died, and the human boy won. I didn't think that he would defeat Gu Yu. He should have the strength to enter the 2nd floor, and even make a bit of a mess there, but he's still far from fighting us on the 3rd floor. Dagu didn't deny the young Fey girl's words. He only slowly said that human's name is Lin Ming, and his cultivation is only at the early Xiantian realm. What? The young Fey girl's eyes widened. She hadn't been able to see Lin Ming's cultivation from the phantom images in the illusory magic array. He's only at the early Xiantian realm? Is that a joke? How could a human possibly be so strong? It's the truth. Also, he might not be any older than you. That's impossible, the young Fey girl said with disbelief. It's possible. Humans don't live as long as you, Fey. From his appearance, at most he will be in his early 20s. De Goose said, as he closed the light image array disc and put it away in his spatial ring. He'll be an interesting opponent if he can reach the 3rd floor within the next 2 years. Many martial artists would stay in Skysplit Tower for several years, or even dozens of years at a time. For these high-level martial artists that lived for hundreds of years, several years wasn't anything at all. Moreover, every battle in Skysplit Tower could involve one's life or death. When a martial artist entered the stage, they would naturally be extremely careful. Most people spent a great deal of their time observing fights and figuring out their opponents or cultivating. They would only challenge others when they believed they had the strength to do so. It had to be known that every floor in Skysplit Tower had 10 to 20,000 martial artists, but every floor only had a single arena, and several hundred matches occurred in these arenas every day. The young Fey girl's competitive spirit was aroused by Dagu's words, but she wasn't totally convinced yet. She said, "Even if he's younger than me, that doesn't mean he will be stronger than me once he reaches my age. At that time, I'll have advanced even more. He can give up the thought of catching up with me." After listening to the young Fey girl, Dagu faintly smiled and didn't say any more. The Fey were long-lived. Even the common mortal Fey would live up to 200 years. This 20-some-year-old Fey girl could only be considered young. Her disposition was the same as a teenager's. Currently, the young Fey girl beside him seemed cute and harmless, but she was also a 7-star heavenly demon. If one looked down on her because of her age, then they would definitely suffer a miserable end. This Lin Ming is truly an amusing opponent, but that's only when he grows up. Right now, he is just too tender. Chapter 534. Remembrance. Chapter 534. Remembrance. Su Yan brought Lin Ming through several winding streets before he arrived at a luxuriously decorated stone building at the northwest corner of Skysplit Tower. Although this stone building was built from gray rock, the gray walls were framed with thick pieces of decorative wood, and there was a fragrant scent emitting from the area. There were all sorts of precious silks hung from the entrance, and there were massive peony images embroidered upon them. There were several beautiful young girls standing in front of the screen, wearing enchanting clothes that highlighted their sex appeal. Most of them were humans, with a small number of them being Fey. "Hee, this is a great place," Su Yan said with a cajoling tone. As Lin Ming saw this place, an odd look suddenly crossed his face. A brothel? No, but if Brother Lin wishes, it could also have this function. Su Yan grinned meaningfully. Simply put, this is a service lodge for martial artists. It is especially targeted for human martial artists. Here, as long as you have blood demon crystals, you can enjoy all the services you can dream of. The truth is that the martial artist service lodges on the 1st floor of Skysplit Tower are the worst. At the higher levels, as long as you have the authority, points, and blood demon crystals, you can buy anything you want. There are top treasures, rare and precious materials, powerful contract beasts, top cultivation methods, exquisitely beautiful women to cultivate with, and so on. As long as you can think of it, it will be available. Skysplit Tower could be said to be a paradise for the most outstanding of martial artists. As Su Yan spoke here, a woman approached them from the screen door. This woman was around 30 years old and was charmingly appealing. She wore a long, flowing dress and welcomed them with a smile. "Did I just hear Sir Su speaking ill of us? We are already the worst." The red-dressed lady had very sensitive ears. Although she managed a business in Skysplit Tower, she still had a cultivation at the Hodian realm. Su Yen chuckled and said, "My words were wrongly spoken. I hope that Madame Wei isn't offended." "Ha ha, I'll have Huir punish you later." The red-dressed lady genially spoke. She waved her slender fingers, and then turned to Lin Ming. "Sir Su has brought a friend today. How should I greet this young man?" The red-dressed lady had opened this service lodge specifically for human martial artists. Within Skysplit Tower's first floor, Su Yen was considered decently strong amid the human martial artists. Thus, he often came here for the services, and they naturally were well acquainted with each other. "Hee, my friend is surnamed Lin. He is not your average person," Su Yen bragged. "Of course, he's not average. If one can come to Skysplit Tower, how could they possibly be average? Much less the sir is so young." The red-dressed lady giggled as she waved her handkerchief at Lin Ming. "It's not as simple as you think." Su Yen grasped the red-dressed lady's hand. He didn't want her silly behavior to bother Lin Ming. "Does Madame Wei know Jia Na and Guyu?" As Su Yen mentioned these two names, Madame Wei's rosy complexion immediately paled. She forcefully laughed and said, "Of course, I know them. Why does Sir mention them? It's no fun at all." Opening a business in Skysplit Tower was not simple. Although one had to pay a massive tax and also protection fees, Skysplit Tower only protected the shop from being destroyed and from being robbed. There were many cases when a strong martial artist would go to a store and act excessively. This was behavior that Skysplit Tower did not manage. This was particularly true for when humans opened a business. They were extremely vulnerable to bullying. Oftentimes, a giant demon would come and not pay for their food, steal away beautiful maids, or even kill someone on the spot. Even if this happened, they could only silently bear it. Jia Na and Guyu were fierce and illustrious figures within Skysplit Tower, so how could Madame Wei not know them? If she saw these individuals, she might even need to immediately close her business. Su Yen smiled and said, "Just a moment ago, both of these fellows died under Brother Lin's hand." Ah. Madame Wei was frightened, and she almost dropped her handkerchief. "You said that Jia Na and Guyu died?" "And they died too." Madame Wei looked at Lin Ming, her eyes full of disbelief. Estimating his age, at most he was 20-some years old, and he had an exceptionally handsome, delicate, and stoic appearance. He didn't seem like the ruthless type at all. Everything is absolutely true. And both fights together didn't even add to 10 breaths of time. So, Su Yan's words trailed off here, but Madame Wei's eyes brightened. Skysplit Tower was a land where strength was king. If one didn't have strength, then they were destined to be bullied and harassed by others. If Lin Ming's reputation rose in the future, and he became a top talent comparable to a 7-star heavenly demon, then as long as he took care of her small store a little, although she couldn't say that she would be rolling in wealth, at least she wouldn't be bullied. But to Madame Wei, this was far more than enough. Thinking of the possibilities, Madame Wei's heart ignited with a fire. "Little apricot, little peach, what are you doing? Hurry up and help greet the guests. Bring out the 500-year-old wine from the cellar and bring out the altar. Notify the kitchen and have them prepare a table of the best dishes. Today, all of Sir Lin's expenses are free." This sort of comprehensive martial artist service lodge had various sorts of service. It was a place for martial artists to relax and decompress from their daily stress. In a situation where a martial artist faced life and death, they would constantly be tense from the great amount of pressure placed on them, and they had no choice but to find a way to vent it. However, when a beautiful girl moved towards Lin Ming, she was actually rejected by him. "Sir Lin, is this girl not to your satisfaction?" Madame Wei attentively asked. Lin Ming shook his head. He said, "A quiet room is good enough for me. Have the food delivered to my room." This Sir Lin, Madame Wei looked at Su Yan with some embarrassment. Su Yan saw that Lin Ming didn't have much interest in the festivities. He said, "Don't worry about it. Prepare a quiet room for Brother Lin, and we'll go and play ourselves." "Well, all right." Madame Wei nodded. She looked for a beautiful maid and ordered her to escort Lin Ming upstairs. The room was very elegant. The floors were dark blue, and the walls were plastered with pleasant decorations. The beds were neat and white, and there was a simple wooden table in the center. There was also a pot of flowers on the table that emitted a refreshing fragrance. Lin Ming glanced over at the girl who led him here. "You can leave." The girl blushed. She fidgeted around and stared at her toes with her clear eyes, embarrassed. "What's wrong?" If I leave, then Madame Wei will blame me," the girl mumbled as she bit her lips. Even though she was quiet, these simple uttered words caused her neck to flush red and spread to her ears. Lin Ming wasn't a fool. He instantly understood what this girl meant. As he looked at her more carefully, he was surprised to see that she was actually a virgin. The common mortal women of Polaris City had neither freedom nor status. To them, there was no better result than to be taken in by a martial artist as a maid or a concubine. As for things such as love, these girls might have never even heard of the word before. After they came of age, their first time would often be given to a special guest like Lin Ming. Lin Ming unconsciously felt compassion for this girl. "What's your name? How old are you?" "My name is Warner, and I am 16 this year," the girl adorably replied. 16 years old. You're a year younger than Xingxuan." Unknowingly, Lin Ming's thoughts flew back to his days at the Sky-Spill continent, and he recalled Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. "I wonder how Xingxuan is with Miss Mu watching over her. She should be all right," Lin Ming muttered to himself. The South Sea was in chaos. When he left, the war between the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island was still ongoing. The total strength of the South Sea Demon region was estimated to be much greater than Divine Phoenix Island's. The reason that they didn't launch a full-on assault against Divine Phoenix Island was probably because their goal was the Demon God Imperial Palace. Now that the issue with the Demon God Imperial Palace had come to an end, Lin Ming feared that the South Sea Demon region would continue the invasion with their complete attention and force. Divine Phoenix Island might have been able to join forces with Great Zen Temple to fight for the Nirvana Dragon route, but it was impossible for them to think of having the Great Zen Temple assist them in dealing with the South Sea Demon region. As for the Five-Element region, those fourth-grade sects might cooperate, but in the end they would only be motivated by benefits to their own foundations. If they acted, it would be at no small price. Divine Phoenix Island might be able to support itself for another year or two. If the war dragged on, they probably wouldn't be able to afford the rising costs. If this continued, the fate of Divine Phoenix Island was worrying. As Lin Ming thought of this, he had a heavy heart. He knew that walking away at this moment was very irresponsible and regretful, but if even the slightest rumor of him leaked out, then Divine Phoenix Island would face immediate and total annihilation. "Warner," Lin Ming returned from his thoughts. He looked up at the young girl. The girl quickly responded. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes were complex, and there was a faint tenseness to her. "If Madame Wei asks, then tell her it is my decision. She won't blame you." Lin Ming didn't have the time for such things as romantic or flowery thoughts. All he wanted to do was increase his own strength as soon as possible. As the girl heard Lin Ming say this, she bit her lips and said, Warner understands." Lin Ming couldn't bear to see the disappointment flash in the girl's eyes. In truth, he knew how difficult a life these girls lived. It was difficult, if not impossible, to find a powerful martial artist that also had a good character. In Skysplit Tower, because of the great pressure that martial artists bore at all times, this often caused them to have abnormal or monstrous dispositions. Because of this, it was common for female slaves to be tortured to death. To her presently, Lin Ming was not only strong but also kind. He looked young and was outstandingly handsome. Naturally, he was the best candidate to be her master. In this situation, her hopes had been crushed. Warner felt a bit of loss. After leaving Lin Ming, she wasn't sure of just what her fate would be in the future. Lin Ming sighed. In the end, he couldn't bear being too cruel. He said, "Well then, how about you go and wait outside in the hall? When there is some matter, then I will call for you. Don't let anyone else enter." Warner's heart rose with happiness. She quickly nodded and then stepped outside into the hall as she closed the door behind her. Lin Ming waited for the door to close, and then casually drew a few runes and placed a spell on it. Afterwards, he also placed down a simple array formation to prevent others from monitoring him and took off his shirt. Then, he took out the spatial rings that he had received from Guyu and Na. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.